Chapter 2051 A Dimensional Cataclysm. The basal layer of the gourmandizing dimensional reality was rapidly transforming. It was forming the planar level of the dream dimension as whatever was swallowed by the pocket dimensional reality in the dying dream dimension was restructured and rebuilt instantaneously. Dense absolute dream authority gathered and proliferated at the center of the forming sandy gold plane as above it. Sandy gold cosmos also began to bloom from their own singularities. There were too many intricacies to talk about on what was happening at this juncture, but one of the major intricacies to gaze upon was the latent wills currently presiding in place, with the proliferation of the planar layer of the dream dimension. The latent will of the dying dream dimension also increased in weight within the infinite dimensional reality as then. There was the will that Noah was connected to, there was the infinite dimensional reality. It didn't impose itself or try devouring the latent will of the dying dream dimension in any way as Noah had spoken to it already. Wait. This was the shocking command given to the infinite dimensional reality as the first step was to facilitate and observe the successful restructuring of the whole dream dimension, and then over time as it became permanently and intricately linked to it, it could then assimilate the latent will. This was a shocking truth that lay in wait as the unbelievable pace of restructuring continued. Seas of absolute dream authority were proliferating crazily in all this as in the dimensional Holy Land where Noah was being bathed on the true dimensional and true reality light of conquest. Even more prompts had begun to wash over his eyes. One of the 9 dimensions is in the process of being assimilated into your gourmandizing dimensional reality, HUUUM. The prompt shone with blue and gold borders as providence was surging around Noah as the sheer gravity of this current situation was settling in. You have taken an unprecedented action not just in the age of quintessence, but across the many ages past. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. His authority scaled up exponentially as his throne and backbone of a crown lit up with fantastical lights, the structure of the throne of authority being refined even more as the aura Noah released became that much more pristine. Your understanding of the decretum of dreams is scaling towards completion. The continued observation of the birth of the dream dimensional layer within the gourmandizing dimensional reality will allow for a full understanding of the decretum of dreams at completion. Even more boons cascaded down as to top this all off. The new feature of absolute authority is being born in the gourmandizing dimensional reality as it has begun the process of assimilating the source of a decretum into itself. Yes, the gravity of the situation was actually too heavy as the stage of things involved were too grand. The gourmandizing dimensional reality. Everything about it was scaling upwards as from a cluster of realities and a tiny beat of a domain of dimensions. It was now incorporating a genuine dimension as it was unknown where it would be at the end of this all. And Noah. He had to figure out the most crucial part of this all as while the sandy golden plane layer expanded in sandy gold cosmos bloomed, dreams and nightmares were finding themselves in this new land as he was getting an influx of new existences. This influx. Eventually would include the dream dimensional rulers. He had discussed it with Eoin before this as the critical moment was soon coming. She had convinced her father, yes, but there was Jajigan, the old dreamer, and the dreamer of ages aside from Eoin and the longest dream. Could Noah really trust to bring nature integration experts he did not have under his control inside the very depths of his home? This. Was a question deserving of answer as while his main body observed the ridiculously quick process of apocalypse and rebirth. The dream dimensional chassis in the dying dream dimension took the spotlight. While everything was being swallowed up by the singularity in the skies, Noah's dream and Avalon dimensional bodies that were backed behind by Avalonian dimensional rulers came to float before the longest dream and the remaining dream dimensional rulers. The authority of Eoin was becoming unshackled, gradually getting stronger as a pristine glow covered Noah. Meetings were bound to take place during this tumultuous time in the dying dream dimension, and even more meetings would occur as the effects of what was currently happening fully settled in the main reality. Within the depths of the hidden location where 12 stellar burning thrones floated pristinely, the wills of 2 beings returned as a light of authority spread out, Althea's voice being the first to ring out as she spoke mesmerizingly. The dream dimension is now accelerating towards an apocalypse. We were only able to erase one dream dimensional ruler. But with the cataclysmic of the dimension, their absolute dream authority will lose its strength to the extent that we can write off any interferences from this dimension. The Avalonian dimensional rulers were not affected much as an unexpected variable appeared. Oh, an even more enigmatic voice stretched out after her words as the throne of the eminent mastermind, Noah, lit up with authority. What held the 2 of you back from fully utilizing this chance? Yes. 2 tribunal rulers sent forth should have achieved an even greater result than this. So it had to be known just what had interfered. This time, it was Aegon who replied with a sharp light. The holder of the Sword of Avalon, Aegon's throne shone with a sharp light as an illusory image showing the Avalon and dream dimensional bodies appeared. The features and details of every part of his body were pristinely clear as the eyes of 12 terrifying beings locked onto him. The dimensional rulers of Avalon revolved around him as even the Khanate Avalonian sacred beast seems to obey his commands. Apart from his image, the scenes from the dream dimension began to play as the hue of cerulean blue of absolute mana authority and everything else that had bloomed just moments ago came under the scrutinizing gazes of tribunal rulers. Chapter 2052 A Dimensional Cataclysm. LLL. They seem to have seen through the weakness of the abominations at first glance. With the holder of the Sword of Avalon being the most unique as he is releasing pure mana containing wisps of absolute fundamental authority with every attack, an inquisitive voice echoed out in the stellar domain of 12 floating thrones burning with authority as a discussion was ongoing on what occurred in the dream dimension. Also, that is not his true face. He seems to be veiling himself as for absolute fundamental authority to not be able to pierce it. He should possess one of the fundamental natural treasures. The voice of the eminent mastermind, Noah, echoed out with grandeur as his throne shone with authority. His words were answered by another ancient voice that had remained silent for the majority of this time. He could be a chosen or destined emperor. But no matter. Countermeasures will be made for him in the future. But you all are missing something crucial in this current situation. The voice was heavy and filled with great weight as an aged and wrinkled hand came out to play with the fabric of reality around it. Yes, before he could even continue, most of the tribunal rulers felt like they knew what he was talking about as this being still continued nonetheless. Absolute dream authority is not weakening. While the concentration of essence and power of natural laws is still rising. And it is rising at an extremely fast pace as if the cataclysm of the dream dimension is not going to happen gradually over an unknown number of years. But in these next moments, the wills of multiple tribunal rulers used their main bodies to intricately sense the main reality and affirm their thoughts as their gazes turned sharp. Yes, the dream dimension perishing should be a slow process. The decretum of dreams should slowly be weakening. But it wasn't. It was like the destruction was not at all happening. But this didn't make sense as the role of the dream dimension as an anchor was gradually fading away in authority as the concentration of natural laws was increasing. So just what exactly was happening here? Magisterial. This was the only word Noah's main body could use to describe what he saw within the gormandizing dimensional reality. The biggest change that he realized at this moment was nothing else but the size. The cluster of hundreds of thousands of genuine cosmos in the infinite dimensional reality was vast, but it was now becoming eclipsed by the golden planar dimension that was being forged below it. The boundaries of the reforming dream dimension had already exceeded the vastness that Noah's normal cosmos covered, and this was a great number of cosmos from Noah devouring multiple emerging and prime realities while the gormandizing dimensional reality roamed the boundary between realities. And the size of the reforming dream dimension only increased further as its expanse soon began to stretch out to the ends of the stellar horizons. Your understanding of the decretum of dreams has increased to 88%. Amidst all this, prompts continued to rise before his eyes as he watched the proliferation and rebirth of an entire dimension, his own origin with a nearly complete fourth dimensional layer vibrating as a sort of resonance also began to occur with Noah's own dream dimensional layer. His path was unique as he himself was forging 9-dimensional realities with his origin, and this was the plan for the gormandizing dimensional reality as at the end of it all. Just what would occur if he could manage to forge 9 dimensions in his origin and also devour the remaining 8 dimensions. Just what glorious future awaited him. His thoughts were pushed aside with the vibrancy around him as the dream dimension was approaching completion as on top of the basal sandy gold floor. Millions upon millions of dream cosmos were forming from ever-budding similarities, quadrillions of dreams and nightmares being brought into these cosmos or in the blowing golden sands of the planar floor as the pace of the process was unmatched. It meant soon enough the entire source of the dream dimension would be used up. When that happened and the last vestiges of the dream dimension crumbled, what would happen to the space it used to occupy? The scene of apocalypse was blooming all around them as in the dying dream dimension. Noah and the Avalonian dimensional rulers faced the somber faces of the dream dimensional rulers amidst all this. Fissures and ruptures of the very fabric of reality were stretching out endlessly. As the only thing keeping the wills of all beings in place was the spinning pocket dimensional reality that sucked in anything to do with dream essence, the fissure that had been stretching out endlessly continued to pulse by itself as its essence was not even reactive to the devouring of the pocket dimensional reality. Everything about it isolated as the crucial thing right now for Noah were two things in this place, roar. One was the cluster of abominations he had trapped in the magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkriegs, with their ridiculous physiques slowly being ground down by him as a few nearly had their bodies half obliterated after being smashed into by unparalleled emperors blitzkriegs multiple times, and Noah getting into close combat with them while reinforced by the beacon of thorny consecration. The other thing was how to deal with the dream dimensional layers, as until he had assurances in his own power, he would not so easily grant them access to his own home, so he gazed at the party of dream dimensional rulers as Guinevere and the others stood beside him. His chest beginning to shine at this moment as a bound consciousness broke more of its shackles, and for the first time ever, her will came out to release a profound brilliance and take form. Tendrils of imperceptible chains of providence and absolute dream authority could be seen stretching towards the skies from her small figure as the visage of a long-lost dimensional ruler that was from the generation that Oppenheimer had nearly wiped out made her appearance. Chapter 2053. Magistracy. After being nearly destroyed by Oppenheimer and bound by the chains of edicts, natural laws, and a decretum, she had finally gained the capability to at least coagulate a form of hers outwards. Her hair was radially gold as she had a simple golden robe draping over her skin, her face fair and unblemished as her beauty was only comparable to a single woman here, Guinevere. Before she even fully formed, the longest dream let out a relieved smile as he floated before her and embraced her, the other dream dimensional rulers gazing in shock towards this scene as they also recalled this figure, Eowyn. Jajigan spoke out in a raspy voice as the others looked forward, Eochain getting out of her father's embrace as she came to stand beside Noah's clones while beginning to speak. There isn't really much time for our reunion as some crucial things have to be taken care of first while the cataclysm and rebirth of the dream dimension occurs. Eowyn's visage was astounding to see as she spoke with royal grandeur and coldness that these dimensional rulers were used to too many years ago. Instead of facing true destruction, the latent dream will decided to rebirth its authority in a different location, made possible by. The old dreamer turned his gaze towards Noah when Eowyn mentioned this as all dimensional rulers focused on him. At this juncture, Noah remained silent no longer as he had allowed events to unfold as Eowyn wished while restraining his authority for too long, so he spoke as a profound air of authority leaked from him, made possible by me. Made possible because I possess a tool that was in the past encroaching upon and absorbing the domains of the dream dimension. The dense quintessential authority that he had just increased in concentration pulsed out with fervor as he continued, escaping the certain destruction of the dream dimension was only made possible due to this and the fact that I am the dimensional animicus, explosive words that some beings like Guinevere in the longest dream already knew boomed out, Morgana and others who had not yet been privy to this changing their expressions as Noah ignored all this currently, yet the latent will of the dream dimension decided to choose my methods in order to survive. As profound as that is, we do not have time to focus on it as now. The focus is on what you all will do after the rebirth and relocation of the dream dimension. What matters is your response to the actions of primordials that caused this and the response of the other dimensions to this action. His voice was steady while staring at powerful existences as apart from his own power, he had backing, after all this. To Noah's voice, the aged face of the longest dream came to focus on Noah as he spoke with grandeur. The quantum dimension will more than likely call a dimensional conclave where the rulers of all dimensions will assemble. A fantastical set of words bloomed from this being as Noah's eyes lit up brightly. A conclave of the 9 dimensions, something only brought forth from dire actions as the destruction of a dimension counted as one. As thoughts of this just bloomed, changes occurred in the surroundings that caused all eyes and wills to shift. They gazed at the land and skies around them to see a massive obsidian void becoming more and more visible from afar. The last golden wisps of the dream dimension surging into the spinning pocket dimensional reality that shone like a blazing golden sun. Within the obsidian void, the gray fissure still remained as it pulsed with an eerie aura that couldn't really expand any further. The dream dimensional rulers watched on with solemnity and melancholy as the last vestiges of their domain disappeared into the spinning golden sun. Their surroundings soon turned entirely black as the only points of light in the midst of all this were 6 cerulean domains that held swirling abominations that would soon be broken down one after another. A sorrowful symphony played as at this moment, the pocket dimensional reality released a blinding light and disappeared, bringing any residual essence within it back to the gormandizing dimensional reality. At this moment, the dream dimension was gone. Silence permeated in the surroundings as providence surged. At the same time, every single being here and many more powerful beings from afar felt their souls blaze with powerful light as the power of natural laws felt an explosive rise within them, away from the black void of the past dream dimension. In the Apollyon dimension, In a region of dense absolute Apollyon authority, Lilith rose up in shock as she felt entropy, mana dynamics, and other natural laws she understood and integrated with begin to scale upwards in power. Impossible. Instantaneous destruction of a dimension? Even the tribunal is not capable of that. Her devilish visage shone with utmost light as her fair hand tore across space, calling upon absolute dream authority to create a dimensional gateway into this dimension, in another region entirely, this time within the desolate mausoleum. The 5 emperal domains of nature blazed with multicolored light and expanded in size and concentration of natural laws in an obscene manner, in the stellar domain with 12 thrones of authority and a pedestal holding a stellar heart. Utmost brilliance was erupting out as the mood was not the greatest, instantaneous destruction. Even the essence of nullity would not be able to achieve that of a dimension this quickly. Nullity, the radiant and incandescent gray essence that covered the powerful weapons that tribunal rulers wielded as well as what covered the abominations. It was mentioned at this juncture as even the tribunal rulers were surprised at the pace of destruction of a dimension that seemed to occur. Within moments, across many light years away from the main reality, another existence felt a reaction as his eyes opened wide. His eyes were the size of cosmos as the extent of his body was utterly titanic. His visage was veiled within the boundary between realities as absolute dream authority surged along with multiple fundamental natural laws, the concentration essence even in the boundary between realities surging as seas of essence began to manifest. The massive existence whose eyes alone were the size of cosmos spoke with an extremely deep voice while hidden in the folds of the boundary between realities. The first key has been turned. Profound wonder in essence rose up all around as far away from this location, in the gourmandizing dimensional reality that was forming seas of golden essence. Noah was also viewing multiple prompts of new information. An irreversible nexus event has taken place. The authority of all natural laws of reality quintessentially increases, the singularities of new realities in the desolate mausoleum quintessentially increases. Chapter 2054 Magistracy. An irreversible nexus event has taken place. The authority of all natural laws of reality quintessentially increases, the singularities of new realities in the desolate mausoleum quintessentially increases, a bubbling source of power. This was what Noah felt as his body was surrounded by surges of authority and light, where his quintessential kainos authority was increased to a stupendous level while his authority of the fundamental natural law of mana dynamics also rode to greater heights. Yet his expression was impassive in all this. It also meant his actions had directly caused the explosive strength of the power of too many nature integration realm existences, one's foundation, emperal transformation, origin, physiques, bloodlines, and many other things went to make their base stats as one person could have vastly different strengthening from the 1000% augmentation to true damage values compared to another. The foundations of existences that had lived for billions of years were too profound, as with the disappearance of the functions of one of the anchors, the strengthening of natural laws allowed the most powerful beings to get even more powerful, especially those who completely understood multiple natural laws, where beings like Lilith would be augmented the most. So Noah took this change in strides as he focused on the utter and complete change before his eyes. A sandy golden glow permeated across all of the gourmandizing dimensional reality as Nka faced many prompts about its elevation, but the most important ones remained what it signified. The source of the dream dimension has settled into your construct. You have gained an unquantifiable authority over the decretum of dreams. Your understanding of the decretum of dreams has reached 100%. You have gained the recognition of the dream dimension and gained the right to be granted the title of a dream dimensional ruler. Once you reach a sufficient ranking, all features of the infinite dimensional reality are undergoing an elevation. The oddlotl of reality has gained the weight of an entire dimension as it undergoes a quintessential evolution. The feature of absolute authority has added the dream dimension under its banner. Row after row of prompts continued to cascade down as Noah brought it to a stop at the words of absolute authority. A new feature to have arisen from this all is what did it entail? Noah's tripupilled eyes focused on this feature as details bloomed. Absolute authority, a feature of the gourmandizing dimensional reality that is applicable to any authority it has devoured the source of. It allows for an instant and complete understanding of the concept of the source and a smooth method of integrating it unto yourself, as well as the authority of entry into the gourmandizing dimensional reality for those who have been branded as the rulers of the source. It also allows for the parameters on the expansion or stabilization of the source to be modified at will. Currently devoured sources, dream dimension, a feature with a simple and concise description. Yet it solved Noah's current biggest problem on how to maneuver around the dream dimensional rulers as well as have aspects with shocking implications. This aspect was the capability of allowing the expansion or stabilization of the dream dimension, what was currently happening that was leading the desolate mausoleum in 9 dimensions towards an apocalypse. It was the constant expansion of dimensions and realities that violated balance, with entropy gaining an ever-increasing edge as Noah's actions today which caused the increased proliferation of realities would also hasten the pace of cataclysm for the desolate mausoleum, but his action had also stopped the cataclysm of one sources for the dream dimension. Noah could choose to stop its expansion and have it stabilize through the gormandizing dimensional realities feature of absolute authority. If he devoured other sources, including the vast realities themselves. Would this feature be the thing to actually stop the progression of an apocalypse? Thump, Noah's heart of mana pulsed in his chest as providence surged around him. He felt the authority course within him while having such a grandiose thought, his eyes watching the radiant seas of gold wading across the stellar cosmos as a dimension fully settled into his home. But in his silent appreciation, his will was brought to attention as a piercing voice traveled up from his lineage. Father, WAA, he heard the voice of his son emanate from his blood as his body quickly disappeared, traversing across the spatial folds to quickly appear in the stellar space of a certain cosmos that shone with seas of dream essence and mana. Here, Noah's will surged out to see the figure of little Henry with the Emperor Penguin, Kazuhiko, and many others who were currently staring with alarm towards a certain spot. A spot that held the visage of none other than the Ender of Reality Hyperion, JAH. This being was currently bellowing out with immense pain and fervor as shockingly, his voice actually held authority, an existence like him who like many of Noah's people had just recently achieved the stage of reality and was traversing the stratas. Somehow emanated authority in his voice. His large draconic elephantine body was undergoing a process of destruction and refinement as around him. Wisps of absolute mana authority were entering his body and causing his aura to rise. What is? Even Noah couldn't fully explain the workings behind this as in the next moment, prompts began to rise before him. Due to your increase in quintessential Kainos authority, you are now capable of reading more about the workings of reality. The desolate mausoleum has regained a significant portion of its past authority and can exert its will more efficiently. The desolate mausoleum has sensed its pathway towards destruction is to achieve balance. It has begun infusing the authority of mana dynamics into its constructs and exerting a greater level of control. An unintended consequence, the desolate mausoleum was unshackled from one of its anchors as it benefited a great deal, but its proliferation of realities was occurring even faster as it would hasten towards an apocalypse, so it utilized this increased authority to do something rather drastic. The creatures it had forged to destroy blooming realities were being strengthened in a shocking manner as the desolate mausoleum actually wished to exert a greater level of control on them, and it infused wisps of the one absolute fundamental authority that could bring balance onto primordial beasts. Chapter 2055 Magistracy. LLL, absolute fundamental authority was being cordially infused into enders of reality. It was a tremendously painful process as for those who were weak, their origins might not even be able to withstand such essence as for the Grotto Haven or Nature Integration enders of reality. Their strength was about to be scaled upwards in a ridiculous manner, so what Noah was seeing before him with Hyperion, it was actually happening to every single ender of reality. Arcs of absolute mana authority surged into Hyperion's body as his aura rose, his trunk blaring out like a horn as his eyes gradually became more and more blank and emotionless as if he was losing himself in his sense of identity. Seeing such a scene, Noah's gaze changed as his figure flittered forward, coming before Hyperion's body and releasing his own domain of absolute fundamental authority, in the pure-blooded domains of the reality Ursity. A massive stellar Ursity the size of a reality was watching the rising concentration of essence around him with focus, the defensive line of this region of the pure-blooded domain staying behind him as he was a powerful primordial at the stage of Grotto Haven that was currently defending this area against a surge of primordial beasts. His adjudicator legions were stationed behind him as he was successful in repelling the enemy suzerain multiple times since their attacks began when the forces of the dream dimension attacked. Yet at this moment, from the opposing side where his enemies should have been, he felt massive waves of authority erupting out as soon after a boisterous laugh erupted that began with joy and gradually turned apathetic, then soon after, the terrifying authority this suzerain Ursity felt neared rapidly as in a show of shock and wonder. A massive 9-winged emperor tiger that the suzerain Ursity had battled too many times appeared before him once more, but this time, its skin looked peeled as in some areas one could see stellar blue glows of authority. The same blue glow that now covered its eyes with a radiant cerulean sheen as on its forehead a runic ecriture depicting a semi-lunar shape shone brightly. This ender of reality didn't even talk when it appeared before the suzerain Ursity as its claws thundered down, claws that carried an undeniable authority that very few would have access to. Terror and dread filled the primordial suzerain that had lived for millions of years as it instantly felt its origin turn absolutely dark. Its innate reality barrier was torn apart like paper as in a speed it couldn't even react. The claw tore down with an authority that instantly distinguished its aspects of existence. Roar! The nine-winged emperor tiger then roared out while looking at the legions and realities the primordials were protecting, turning into a streak of light towards this direction as behind it, waves of enders of reality with newly granted authority surged forth. A shift in power slowly began to bud as the singular action of the death and rebirth of a single anchor. It truly had too many far-reaching effects. Even now, nature integration realm experts were just beginning to react to it. As in the Apollyon dimension, Lilith had a grave expression while her fair crimson-tinted hand slashed at the space before her with an allure of a golden light and allure of absolute dream authority. Yet no matter what she did, she couldn't connect to the dream dimension, she couldn't open a gateway to it. This made utterly no sense. Her mind told her it couldn't be destroyed since she could utilize its authority, yet what could possibly deny her entry into a dimension she has mastered the decretum of? I refuse to believe it. Her devilish visage shone brightly as she now utilized a different method. She didn't try to connect to the dream dimension, but instead the spatial coordinates her soul remembered when she had been roaming in the dream dimension. BZZT. This had a reaction. Her hand shone with a multicolored light as she slashed out, a multicolored rift forming as behind this rift Lilith could only see dense darkness, with her eyes shining with utmost power and brutality. Her true body that always resided in the Apollyon dimension entered the rift. An instant passed. Her surroundings changed as she crossed through veils of spacetime and arrived into nothingness. Impossible, the words escaped her mesmerizing lips as her devilish visage glanced around in all directions. Everywhere she looked that should have sandy golden waves of essence surging had absolutely nothing. It was all a blank void as it ascertained the dream dimension had truly disappeared. As the situation was simply that incomprehensible, she spread her senses far and wide, like a billowing storm. Her will spread out in all directions as in a short period of time. Her eyes brightened. She could see a dazzling point of a cerulean light extremely far away from her current position, 6 points of shining blue lights that seemed like incandescent suns. Near these lights was also a long stretch of a pulsing gray fissure that continued on for many light years. Near these lights were also the auras of multiple nature integration realm experts. Boom, her figure instantly turned into an explosive light that surged towards this direction fearlessly. This wasn't a clone or formed thought or will. This was the main body of arguably one of the most powerful dimensional Hellion rulers. And it now surged towards the point where a certain battle had taken place, and she was not alone. Multiple nature integration realm existences from all dimensions and realities had felt the unbelievable changes as those who utilized similar methods to Lilith. All began to arrive into the void of nothingness at this juncture. From one direction, a verdant light shone as auras of prana blazed with life. In another direction, auras densely powerful with a blue fantasia light appeared, and one after another, auras representing the mirror dimension, Nibelheim, Elysium. And a single abstruse yet dominating aura stemming from the quantum dimension bloomed at this juncture. All of them saw the blank void. All of them then felt the clustering of auras in a certain direction as well as the loud roars of beasts. All of them then surged towards 6 domains of cerulean lights where one man was trying to quickly take down abominations for their loot. Chapter 2056 Rulers from All Dimensions. He had just finished a tough battle that even had the possibility of death, and he just wanted to collect his boons successfully and go home to enjoy the feeling of achievement. But things would never be that easy. Surrounded by the Avalonian and dream dimensional rulers, Noah's visage turned towards certain directions at the same time as them as they felt the terrifying auras of multiple beings burn. Within the magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkriegs, countless infinity symbols had filled up the domains as pure mana smashed into the abominations over and over again, their roars becoming ever louder as for some of them half of their bodies were already destroyed. Noah was close to begin destroying them one by one as ridiculously, these creatures required to be ground down with a total accumulation of a few quadrillion damage values, but he was close, so close, yet, here came shockingly powerful interferences as his clones worked with even more haste. At the same time, the prana-dimensional chassis has advanced in the hero's journey as they are entering the point of death and rebirth. This prompt rose again before his eyes as Noah wanted to Curse, the pristine aura of providence rose around him as the prana-dimensional chassis became wrapped in a spatial light and disappeared soon after, and just in case, the dream-dimensional chassis also did the same as moments later. The first blazing aura arrived. It was wild and filled with power as Noah was actually familiar with it, and he didn't expect to feel it again so soon as the titanic and devilish visage of a demoness appeared near them. Her form seemed to constantly show different variations, but she always settled on an exceedingly beautiful demoness with curved crimson gold horns rising atop her head, her obsidian crimson hair crackling with flames of absolute authority as her figure was wrapped in a fiery, tight-fitting battle dress that screamed heresy. The instant she arrived, the longest dream, Guinevere, and others blazed up with powerful auras while gazing at her with cold eyes, yet this dimensional Hellion ruler did not focus on them as wondrously. Her gaze honed in on Noah's Avalon dimensional chassis and his other remaining clones that were battling with abominations in the dazzling cerulean domains. Her body began to blaze with billowing power as it remained on Noah, waves of stupendous authority shooting out from her in waves. You are also involved in this? That is one too many instances that I'm comfortable with. Boom, she made a move the moment that she arrived. Her soul was pristine and powerful as it told her many things. The two hearts she carried also told her even more as coming into what used to be the dream dimension and seeing this being somehow here after his movements in the Avalon dimension. Lilith could not let it be. Halt! The longest dream bellowed as waves of sandy gold absolute dream authority surged out from him, the other dream dimensional rulers doing the same as fantastical authority rose up like waves. Morgana clicked her teeth as since she could already see Guinevere moving, sending her enchanted nature integration beasts over to defend as well, the enemy being a single being. A single being that after feeling the coming auras and sensing her own wants, her gaze quickly became more stern. As she saw multiple dimensional rulers moving against her, she only spoke with a tone of certainty. No, Hong, not today. Her crimson eyes shone with authority as the fabric of space and time exploded around her. Why was Lilith feared across dimensions? Why was she known as one of the strongest dimensional rulers? The answer lay in the number of authorities she controlled, and at this juncture in particular, she did not have her clone or will present, she had her main body here, and this being that continued to appear at the center of quintessential events. She had to get a grasp on him at this juncture. Boom, from her visage, multiple authorities of Decreta erupted, but they were still overshadowed by the allure of absolute fundamental authority, entropy, mana dynamics, relativity, providence, and two more unknown fundamental natural laws blazed around her along with multiple natural laws as after the rapid strengthening of natural laws due to the disappearance of the dream dimension. It was hard to say where the power of existences like Lilith reached. Hellion reign. Her voice was light and filled with majesty, with her exceedingly beautiful face of her main body that matched Guinevere in beauty. She spoke as the very fabric of reality around here changed, the fundamental natural law that weaved together even this void began to move at her words, turning into weapons against her enemies as the gazes of the dreamer of providence and others changed when they felt multiple stacked authorities of the very spacetime they stood on press upon them and push them away. Oh, her goal was not to battle them, she merely wanted to push them away and focus on a single being. And as if she had released a propulsive force of the very fabric of reality that the dimensional rulers fought against, her figure pressed forward towards Noah's while Guinevere and the others were shockingly repulsed away. Against nearly 10 dimensional rulers, she actually showed such prowess that she was pushing all of them back to just reach a single being. This was a dimensional Hellion ruler who was spreading her reign across dimensions. This was the dimensional deceiver Lilith. When she moved seriously, besides Noah, the recently unshackled Eowyn who was just reclaiming her authority floated in front of him valiantly as absolute dream authority emanated from her and tried to alter the oppressive reality that Lilith released. Why hasn't an old relic like you retired already? Her tone as lavalier was gradually changing as she took on the majesty and grace of the dimensional ruler Eowyn, standing fearlessly against Lilith's assault. As for Noah himself, his origin pulsed as he was just about to make a grand move. Chapter 2057 Rulers from All Dimensions. Noah's origin pulsed as he was just about to make a grand move that involved one of the biggest boons to come from absorbing an entire dimension. He wanted to call upon the revamped feature that was even getting its name altered, but providence shone in his eyes. And he became utterly calm under Lilith's relentless assault that utilized the very fabric of reality to push dimensional rulers away as an instant layer. A singularity bloomed between him and Lilith's hands that were reaching out. She was close, so supremely close as her crimson-tinted fair hands were just about to reach Eowyn in his visage, but a singularity that shockingly unfolded into a maddening reality bloomed before them as it exploded with the absolute fundamental authorities of multiple natural laws. BOM. Someone had wondrously thrown a singularity of a blooming reality as an attack as it was filled with absolute fundamental authority. The impact was reality-rending as it pushed Lilith back, her eyes becoming tinted with an even greater crimson light as she gazed up in annoyance while the dimensional rulers around Noah re-exerted their authority. The perpetrator to have made the move and stopped the advancement of all this made themselves clear as above everyone in the void of nothingness, a kingly existence releasing waves of majesty gazed down with coldness, a unique multicolored essence wrapped around his visage as he was exceedingly handsome, his hair radiantly dark as his eyes radiated starry light. His fair face held a hint of a bronze hue as his forehead was branded with a constantly changing runic écriture that released a multicolored light. He was adorned in a simple gold and white emperor's robe as his voice emanated out. What happened here? WAA, the authority of a unique dimension that seemed to lord over others appeared as it was none other than the quantum dimension. With his entrance, the other dimensional rulers that had arrived after feeling the changes to the dream anchor appeared as their auras blazed powerfully while gazing at Lilith and all others in this location. What happened here? The voice of the longest dream boomed out with anger as his authority raged, looking towards the dimensional ruler from the quantum dimension with the same distaste he showed towards Lilith. What happened here? The beings you all chose to not concern yourselves with. That is what occurred here. His voice reverberated outwards as he pointed towards the massive grey fissure that pulsed with a deadly light, his attention also pointing towards the abominations contained in the magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkriegs. The ruler from quantum dimension gazed at the grey fissure along with the others, the essence of life force rising at this juncture as three existences shining with the essence of prana floated towards the grey fissure as their wills covered it entirely. All three had the appearances of ancient and aged existences as they were in humanoid forms and draped over with incandescent verdant robes, the one at the forefront showing a ranked face that contained more vitality than most beings here as he spoke out calmly. It is the essence of nullity that is born outside of the desolate mausoleum and dimensions. It has the capability to critically injure a dimension and accelerate its pathway towards destruction. But not this fast. Not so instant. The voice filled with life echoed out as once more, the focus came on the dream dimensional rulers as all new beings here wished to understand what had occurred. Why does any of that matter? WAA, the authoritative voice of Lilith boomed out at this juncture as she still released wild waves of power seemingly unfettered even while standing in the midst of all of these rulers. The dream dimension has seemingly been taken out as an anchor as it did not face annihilation, and instead seems to have been entirely shifted away from its current location. So the important question is, who is capable of carrying out such a thing? Because it sure as hell isn't the tribunal. Oh, against her words, the dreamer of Providence rose up with a chilling voice. You would know whether it is the tribunal or not, wouldn't you? Since you have been playing conqueror with them these past years. WAA, authorities raged around rampantly as the might of multiple rulers clashed against each other. In the midst of all this, the wills of these rulers also focused on the 6 cerulean domains that had roaring abominations, a woman with dazzling blue hair and an aura of the essence of Fantasia surging around her, coming close to these barriers and watching the abominations within as well as Noah's figures that were seemingly ignoring the arrival of important dimensional rulers and continuing to attack the nullity beasts. What I find most interesting, this woman had a curvaceous figure and a devastating allure as her blue hair shone with magic, her red lips parting to release more of her words as she focused on Noah's Avalon dimensional chassis and the Avalonian dimensional rulers, is the newly crowned Imperius Avalones. Why is an existence that has not reached nature integration being tasked with handling nullity beasts as he even continues to do so at this juncture? And why was my dear dimensional queen Lilith reaching out towards him? What else do we not know here? WAA, one voice after another was rising. There were too many distinguished beings here, too many beings with their own ideologies and ruling. In the midst of all this, some of their focus came to wrap around Noah, and stood beside him with shining eyes as Guinevere stepped up as the voice of authority from the Avalon dimension. As the Imperius Avalones who was yet to reach his peak of power, he simply asked to train himself against these remaining abominations after 2 tribunal rulers who are responsible for all this retreated with legions of abominations 10 times what remains here. Her austere visage came under everyone's eyes as at this juncture, the authoritative voice of the quantum dimensional ruler rang out again. The primordial tribunal did all this? They are responsible for this unfathomable situation? His question brimmed with an unknown authority as if even amongst dimensional rulers, he was seemingly placing himself above them. He asked the crux of the question that everyone wanted to know as at this point in time, Noah felt his will and heart become exceedingly calm. Only the Avalonian and dream dimensional rulers knew the truth. and at this moment, all of them remained impassive to let their agreement be known. Well, the eyes of Lilith flashed as she had many thoughts she kept to herself, her voice echoing out melodious as Providence began to surge. We can simply reverse the spacetime continuum to gaze upon what happened. Chapter 2058 Reversible. Reversal of the spacetime continuum to gaze upon what happened in the past. It was a shocking ability that only existences like Lilith could speak so freely about, and she said this for multiple reasons. The moment she finished, her will read the expressions and minute changes in essence of the Avalonian dimensional rulers and the dream dimensional rulers. They were the parties that were herein involved, and any negative reaction from them when it came to the reversal of the spacetime continuum would mean they were hiding something. So she watched, and she became utterly shocked, as not every single being did it, but a large percentage of the dream and Avalonian dimensional rulers slightly turned their gazes or shifted their wills towards none other than a single man. The man who wielded the sword of Avalon. At Lilith's words, they actually turned towards him as if they were first gauging his reaction, as if this would decide how they would react and what they would do after, and the imperious Avalones. Looked unfettered. He didn't seem worried in the least about the reversal of the spacetime continuum and others gazing at the secrets of what happened here. After seeing his carefree demeanor, the Avalonian and dream dimensional rulers thereafter also made no moves. But this minute and small moment in time, it caused Lilith to become even as certain that this being was at the center of it all, to the point that dimensional rulers were seeing how he would react before reacting with him, as if it was negative or positive. They seemed like they would do it. It was a shocking revelation. She didn't know how or even fully have all evidence that supported this, but she believed that the disappearance of the dream dimension was involved with this being. Her intuition told her so. Then let us reverse the fabric of reality and gaze upon what has been veiled from us. The authoritative and domineering voice of the quantum dimensional ruler emanated out in support of Lilith's words as his body began to burn with absolute fundamental authority of relativity, a law that stated that what beings perceived as the forces of nature arose from the curvature of space and time. It also stated that the speed of light is constant for all observers, and that these observers moving at constant speeds would all be subject to this fundamental natural law, that the speed of an object through space would reflect how much of its motion through time was being diverted. So the faster something moved through space, the more it was being diverted away from moving through time. So eventually time slows down. Users of the fundamental natural law of relativity could actively interfere with such concepts to not just slow down time or accelerate it but they could cause the continuum of space to shift. As at this moment, the quantum dimensional ruler was utilizing the deep meanings of this law to reverse the spacetime continuum merely to gaze at what happened in the past. He wasn't fully reversing the fabric of reality of this area, but merely wanting to gaze at the events of the past as before everyone's eyes. A multicolored film of light arose like a blanket in the void, but it was extremely hard to materialize as the quantum dimensional ruler sharpened his eyes. Harums echoing out from multiple dimensional rulers as from Lilith and two mirror dimensional rulers that were off to the side. Absolute mirror essence flew out of them to enter this film of light and stabilized its reflection for all to see, and on the film of light, events from moments ago began to rewind. Lilith's ferocious assault came under the gazes of everyone in slow motion as in real time. Her figure had a devilish smile while watching it all. The events then showed her figure moving in reverse as thereafter, moments before anyone arrived. Two of Noah's clones appeared in reverse. It was the prana dimensional chassis and the dream dimensional chassis he had sent away after getting the prompt that just the former was entering the stage of the point of death and rebirth. Yet when they were shown on the film of light, they didn't show the glow and grandeur of green and gold. They didn't show their connection to the dream and prana dimensions as Noah's heartfelt profound ease, the heart of destiny within him shockingly working retroactively to hide what he wanted to hide from the gazes of others. The identities of his clones weren't revealed. But this didn't prevent Lilith and the others from locking onto this moment as her authoritative voice came out. Why did you send two of your bodies away before our arrival? Her voice was sharp and filled with power as Noah raised his head towards her calmly, and without any ounce of authority, he replied with even more calm. It takes a heavy toll on me to maintain so many bodies. Those two could not maintain the same level of power here, so I sent them away. His words flowed naturally as the dimensional rulers turned a part of their wills to his other bodies in the cerulean domains that were still fighting with roaring abominations. Lilith's eyes turned even sharper at this as she continued to watch the figures of the dream and Avalon dimensional rulers parting away on the film of light as a crucial moment came, the moment that would show the ending of the dream dimension in this location, and it began to show as a point of golden radiant light slowly bloomed as the dimensional rulers watched in expectations. But a second later, bzzzt. Crack, the film of light stopped, fissured, and cracked in a mere instant as everyone watched the scene incredulously. They were all existences that had integrated with nature so they could read what nature portrayed at this moment, and Noah could also read it as for him. It came in the form of a prompt: an irreversible nexus event cannot be gazed upon. Chapter 2059 Reversible. An irreversible nexus event cannot be gazed upon. The prompt he had seen the moment that the dream dimension was assimilated into his infinite dimensional reality. The prompt of an irreversible nexus event. One could not reverse the spacetime continuum to undo this event, and it turned out now that they couldn't even gaze at it. This was the reason Noah remained calm when Lilith had proposed the reversal of the spacetime continuum, and now, this was revealed before everyone's eyes as dense silence descended on this location, an irreversible nexus event. Lilith read the fabric of reality as she uttered these words out coldly, her gaze remaining towards the direction of a single being. She knew more than others here about him as the more roadblocks she came across, the more determined she became about him. She knew he was an irregular. She knew in her heart that he was somehow connected to everything here. As if she couldn't find it outright, she would pursue other methods. She calculated millions of things in a mere instant as in the next moment. Her exquisite face adopted a devilish smile as her voice continued to resound. Since we cannot gaze upon an irreversible nexus event, it seems the only thing we can do is believe the words of those who experienced it. Her smile was chilling. She gazed towards Noah's visage as she played along. The other dimensional rulers had their own myriad of thoughts as they didn't voice them out. The recent event being too crucial as the implication was too far-reaching. This was because as the descendants of the existences that set up the 9 anchors, they knew best what their function was. The 9 anchors have been suppressing the desolate mausoleum for all this time. In all the parallel paths that the quantum dimension has monitored, it has remained this way with no change. The booming voice of the quantum dimensional ruler echoed out as he made himself the center of attention, the constantly changing multicolored runic aperture on his forehead buzzing with grandeur as he continued. The parallel paths had never interfered with each other as they ran in conjunction, with the first change occurring with the irregular that was Oppenheimer fundamentally changing the desolate mausoleum. This change spreading to the myriad of parallel paths. This change was also an irreversible nexus event. Boom. For some reason, this existence began monologuing and taking the eyes and attention of all others the moment the irreversible nexus event was introduced as he released information about what occurred when the Age of Destiny ended. The splitting of the main reality. Was an irreversible nexus event. It could not be undone. At least not in the same manner that it was done. One could not just attain the seat of the true emperor like Oppenheimer did and simply reverse what he did to return the main reality to how it was. This shocking truth revealed a great deal of information as to why many of the dimensional rulers and powerful nature integration existences currently. They weren't scrambling towards the seat of the true emperor and waging war across the desolate mausoleum in 9 dimensions. They weren't killing each other and warring constantly like in the past ages when blood flowed like rivers. They knew that what was done could not be undone. But there existed special existences like Lilith who believed differently. They sought for another path to take as for them. Even if they couldn't return things to how they once were, they had the ideology that they could forge something different, something similar to what Oppenheimer had done as they sought for another nexus event that would never be reversed. But that could only be achieved with the seat of the true emperor. Yet at this point in time, an irreversible nexus event had occurred. Such an action emboldened Lilith and those like her. Such an action spurred many changes. Since we have come across another irreversible nexus event, the dimensional conclave will have to be called WAA. The quantum dimensional ruler spoke powerfully as a sheer rose from Lilith at his words. Yes. The dimensional conclave. Because that was so damn useful last time. What did the great leader of the dimensions decide at that time? That Oppenheimer was banished and would be dealt with outside of the desolate mausoleum and 9 anchors, and that before the proliferation of realities and expansion of dimensions exceeded the absolute limit and led everything to cataclysm. The parallel paths would all be reset by your ancestors with our current reality as the center. That sounds about right? Do things currently seem to be taking that fucking direction? Is the disappearance of the dream dimension part of the grand fucking plan? Her words began with a sneer in schadenfreude, but they ended with crimson flames of rage as demonic energy of blood began to burn around Lilith. Useless. All of you are utterly fucking useless. Had you not turned your backs against my father when he stood against Oppenheimer, none of this would have even occurred. Your complacency is the one thing I absolutely abhor the most out of every single thing I've come across in all my years of life. Her emotions were fluctuating greatly as her rage seemed simmering and contained. her absolute fundamental authority raging as she continued. What will the dimensional conclave do? Talk some more? The first course of action should be to put all dimensional rulers on alert within all dimensions that if tribunal rulers can appear and heavily injure the source of a dimension with their usage of nullity, the goal should be to guard your domains against this. But you'd rather waste your time flaunting your authority while everything falls apart. You cannot fathom my endless hatred towards you all. Her authority boiled and bubbled over as the empty void was painted red. The quantum dimensional ruler had a trace of anger cross his eyes as a domineering aura leaked from him, his voice coming out just as powerful as he bellowed out, "Do not overstep your boundaries, deceiver." BZZZT, two wills and authorities intertwined as the clash caused the fabric of reality to tremble once more. The anger and rage contained in Lilith's eyes faded as her demonic form shone with resplendence, turning to gaze at all the dimensional rulers here as her gaze came to lock onto Noah at the very end, speaking complacently thereafter. "You all have your conclaves. I'll do what actually matters instead of believing in veiled prophecies and the words of beings who have no interest in these barren lands unless things go wrong and their own interests come into the picture." Tinged with authority and valor, her words echoed out as her figure disappeared soon after. Chapter 2060 Quadrillion. In a flash of black and crimson lights, Lilith disappeared from the blank void as many faces turned dark with her words. The longest dream had a tired look as he gazed at Eon beside Noah, voicing out towards all beings here, "We will be there for the dimensional conclave and cooperate in giving all the information of what unfolded here. For now, we just need some time." He wanted time with his daughter. He wanted to process and understand what had occurred with the dream dimension. The dimensional rulers nearby gazed at each other and nodded as the quantum dimensional ruler spoke out while being covered with a spatial authority. "Have your forces be on high alert and monitoring all domains for now. The dimensional conclave will be within a day as we discern the truths behind the fabric of reality." While leaving behind authority and valor, his visage disappeared as he nodded towards Guinevere and a few others who knew of the pathway towards the quantum dimension where the conclave would be taking place. From the prana dimension, one of the more ancient dimensional rulers in humanoid form gazed at the domains holding roaring abominations. "What about these nullity beasts? We shall take care of their containment and destruction." Before anyone else could even reply, Eowyn's small figure replied sharply as she knew Noah wanted to isolate these beasts and dilute without interference from others. With these assurances and a plan made for the future, these rulers worried about their own dimensions as they began to return just as quickly as they had appeared. Each of them locked their gazes onto the one existence wielding the sword of Avalon, as well not to the extent of Lilith. They still put Noah under their radar. One by one, they disappeared. The tenseness in the surroundings gradually faded as the situation returned to its level of calm as it was before, where the only issue that remained was with the swarm of abominations remaining in the magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkriegs, an issue that Noah wanted to wrap up before any more surprises as at this juncture. A few things occurred that caused his soul to be bathed with providence. One was the recalibration and restructuring of one of the features of the infinite dimensional reality, and the other was the completion of the fourth dimensional layer. He had given much of his resources to Lavalier for her rapid unshackling as he had gained the ridiculous boon of one of the 9 anchors for it, but he had lost the resources required to achieve the fifth dimensional layer. By the fourth, he had more than enough to finish it, as at this moment his main body continued to undergo yet another set of changes as the color silver permeated throughout his figure while he was still isolating Hyperion in the gormandizing dimensional reality. Within a region of the gormandizing dimensional reality, a domain of absolute fundamental authority surged around Noah and the visage of Hyperion, whose whole body was trembling with arcs of authority, his face undergoing a cycle of immense pain and expressionlessness every now and then. Little Henry and a few other prominent beings were watching in the surroundings as Noah's body at this juncture began to release brilliant waves of silver lights, waves that were followed by a band of starry silver light shining on his body as below it, a band of purple, verdant, and golden light shone with splendor. Even amidst all of this, the prompts cascaded over his eyes. "You have successfully completed the fourth dimensional reality. A version of pure undefined authority has been isolated for your future use above the mirror dimensional reality." Another cluster of pure undefined authority was reserved for Noah in the form of a radiant white bubble, a bubble of authority that floated at the very peak of a silver dimensional layer whose planar floor seemed to reflect its skies and shone with a glimmer of countless extending mirrors. Above this mirror floor, incandescent silvery Kainos royal mirror cosmos rotated with Grandeur and power as the whole dimension looked like a reflection of the things within it, where even the skies and smallest spaces seemed like they were occupied by countless mirrors. Silvery seas of essence swam in the whole dimensional layer as the decretum of mirrors that should have been somewhat foreign to Noah. It felt like he had been understanding it for millions of years, and below this dimensional layer, dazzling ascendancy stanchions and reality passages were stably situated in the other dimensions. As with its formation, these two concepts waited to be connected to this silvery layer as well. With such a grandiose picture blooming inside him, the prompts continued. Your authority as an emperor of this age significantly increases, through your reign over the mirror dimension reality. A level of influence can be exerted in the mirror dimension, the undefined authority under you has increased, your understanding of the decretum of mirrors has been forcefully raised to 50%. Your reserves of the essence of reality have been elevated to the maximum of 3.2 billion, your maximum true vitality values have risen to 4 trillion, your rate of progression in the decretum of mirrors has increased by 1,000,000%. The saturated paramount Kainos mirror dimensional reality grants a base addition of 400,000 dimensional dream damage and defense values, bringing your overall origin base value to 1,300,000. For X pure quintessential Kainos natural decretum seeds has been obtained. A storm of prompts cascaded down as too many things underwent upgrades, and to top it all off, for new dazzling pure quintessential Kainos natural decretum seeds had appeared, apart from dimensional reality panaceas. These were some of the most fundamental loot under Noah. In other parameters, his base values rose up greatly as since he forged 200 trillion Kainos royal mirror cosmos to fully saturate this dimensional layer. His understanding of the decretum of mirrors was instantly brought to 50%. Then, his values for vitality and the reserves of the essence of reality exploded upwards again, as when one applied the augmentations of the understood natural laws and decreta to it would show Noah's power having risen stupendously. Chapter 2061 Quadrillion. And as Noah looked at beautiful prompts with his main body in the infinite dimensional reality, his clone that was moving with Caitlin and approaching an empire of a domain of the mirror dimension felt tremors in this dimension as the same sequence of events to label him the dimensional animicus played out. It was something that would put the rulers of this dimension on even higher alert, with Noah's gaze remaining impassive while moving beside Caitlin's exquisite figure. The mirror dimension strives for truth and power. How exactly will we be presenting ourselves to them? Beside him, Caitlin spoke out serenely as her body let off a royal dimensional glow. Her bloodline being released freely as Noah also didn't shy away from releasing his eyes reflected a silvery glow as his will came down upon this clone, designating the fourth dimensional chassis as a dazzling silvery emperor's robe began to drape over him while releasing glows of authority. We will present strength, and maybe just dribbled of truth, WAA. His pathway in the mirror dimension was being forged just as he fully built this dimensional layer, with his other clones continuing on their own paths as in the Apollyon dimension. Noah's clone that had taken the identity of a demon was currently floating over the massive destroyed ruins of the empire of the Mad Orc Demon Commander. This existence that was barely reaching the cusp of Grotto Haven being an ordeal that didn't even need to be mentioned as he even allowed Hecate to take care of him. This succubus queen had already reached the Grotto Haven realm through hers and Noah's efforts in dual cultivation as within Lilith's own home. Noah planned to silently continue conquering more and more lands and test the waters on just how far he could extend his influence before this clone felt the point of death and rebirth nearing. These were just some of the paths Noah took in the same period of time as he was living through multiple points of the hero's journey, simultaneously, back in the infinite dimensional reality. His main body pressed its will on Hyperion, who opened his eyes with a difficult expression, arcs of absolute fundamental authority flashing within them as he saw Noah's visage first. His expression was maddened and even contained a hint of fear as he could only release a single sentence before he passed out: "It will destroy all branching realities. Every single one, WAA." The imposed will of the desolate mausoleum had grand plans itself as it wasn't waiting for a true emperor to rise. Taking matters into its own hands as primordial beasts were bound to cause massive waves, Noah's will straightened the figure of Hyperion as the domain of absolute fundamental authority around them faded away. Little Henry and others coming forward as Noah spoke lightly: "He'll be okay. But have your clones retreat from the battlefield for now. We shall regroup until the front lines are redefined." His people had their clones moving in the boundary between realities and seeking their own providence in this age of quintessence, and he would have them sit out this initial chaos and unknown from the side of primordial beast as they could set off again once things became clear. As he said this, Noah thought about what would continue to happen to the desolate mausoleum the more Dimensions he devoured and assimilated. He had not even gotten the new quantified boosts for mana dynamics and other natural laws that were strengthened with the disappearance of the dream dimension as an anchor. But how much would the power of natural laws be raised when he devoured a second and third dimension? Just how unshackled would the desolate mausoleum become, as there was a question on whether primordial beasts were going to become one of the strongest forces in the future as more and more anchors lost their functions. It was a terrifying forethought, but it was a worry for later, as his main body was surrounded by his people. Will finished reading the last set of prompts from the boons of the fourth dimensional layer, as well as the feature that would be an answer to the abominations. Your affinity to the natural laws of reality has risen greatly. Your affinity to the decretum of all dimensions has risen greatly. Your maximum number of ascendancy stanchions is now 700. Your maximum number of infinite reality passages is now 1352. The quintessential natural-born infinite mana physique is devouring the mirror essence and refining its authority. Your dimensional body and soul continue to experience a profound strengthening and elevation. His aspects of existence pulsed powerfully as a number of reality passages began to proliferate on top of newer ascendancy stanchions, and to top it all off, there was the wonder that left itself for last. There was the feature of the gormandizing dimensional reality that is the past used to be termed as Otlotl of reality. Now, a different term rose before Noah's eyes that sought this particular feature and its details. Dimensional reality Ziston, a weaponized form of the gormandizing dimensional reality in the shape of a spear. It holds the weight of the accumulated realities and dimensions within the gormandizing dimensional reality, as it has transcended any augmentations from outside sources, with a single swing from it being able to currently release an output of 1 quadrillion quintessential damage values. Wielding it for the quintessential Kainos Emperor is akin to an extension of his will, as no resource requirement is required, with the capability to unleash the weight of realities and a genuine dimension unto others being so significant that its damage output had to be termed quintessential. Every single strike releases the accumulated authorities within the gormandizing dimensional reality, as it is a worthy weapon for its master. Its quintessential damage values will continue to elevate along with the addition of more realities and dimensions, as at end of it all, no being in the desolate mausoleum and dimensions would be capable of withstanding this weapon in its strongest form, with its future damage values only increasing exponentially. Yes, a weapon for the ages, literally. It was actually a weapon that would be unrivaled across the ages, as its current power and potential were already too vast. The dimensional reality Ziston had appeared as its first usage would be on none other than the nullity beasts Noah had contained in the magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkriegs. Chapter 2062 lay waste to nullity beasts. There were a few significant dimensional rulers that appeared in the past location of the dream dimension, as some were involved in the talks, others listened silently, while some, like those from the mirror dimension, had aided the dimensional ruler from the quantum dimension to stabilize the illusory screen that had reversed the spacetime continuum. Then there was the dimensional ruler from the Elysium dimension. She had been silent this whole time, as surprisingly, barely any beings had even spared a glance towards her, and this included Noah. This wasn't by chance or simply because she wasn't powerful, but because this was an inherent ability she possessed that shockingly worked even against dimensional rulers. She was fairly average in her beauty while being a nature integration realm expert, as she didn't even near existence as exaggerated in beauty like Guinevere and Lilith's, her form humanoid while draped with countless golden rings that formed into a dazzling dress. A unique feature that seemed to be more of a fashion statement, as well as holding potent functionality, were golden glasses with clear crystalline lenses that affected the very fabric of reality being supported by the bridge of her sharp nose. On her back, wings forged from absolute Elysium essence illuminated her and released a halo of light to constantly surround her, where even with her average beauty, she still seemed exquisite. Yet this being hadn't said a word this whole time. The Elysium dimension was the one to send word about the appearance of nullity beasts before they began to spread out to all dimensions, and their knowledge was vast, as a part of the requirements to be granted the title of Elysium dimensional ruler was to first have complete understanding and providence. They knew a great deal of information. This was why today's events were that much of a shock through their ranks, as they knew nothing of it. They knew of primordials making moves to hasten the process of cataclysm for the 9 dimensions, but the disappearance of a whole anchor this quickly was unprecedented and unseen by them. Thus, she was here, golden in grandeur and valor. She was known as the Seeker of Knowledge. She knew the history of the desolate mausoleum, 9 anchors, and all the pertinent existences to appear throughout history, as with this knowledge, providence, and more, she could discern much more of the future. so she knew the visage of EON when she reappeared before everyone's eyes as she marveled. Targeted by Oppenheimer in his early days and still survived to actually come back from it. Now, you are shackled and bound to. Her eyes went to him. Actually, they had never left him since the moment she came here, as she didn't make it obvious where due to her inherent ability. Even Noah wouldn't easily know if she was focusing her will towards him. You, she pushed her glasses up as the grandeur of golden light around her continued to amplify. Who are you? The being that Lilith had attacked and sought to grasp, the being that in a field full of dimensional rulers, his other bodies paid no heed as they battled nullity beasts, the being who held the sword of Avalon and had the support of the strongest dimensional rulers of Avalon. Who are you? And why is the providence of the Avalon and dream dimensional rulers surging towards you? WAA, the weaving of destiny and providence was not so easily seen around this being, but she could see a glimpse of the weaving of providence around some dimensional rulers. She couldn't even glimpse at the provide of Lilith, Guinevere, Old Dreamer, and the quantum dimensional ruler among others, but she could see Morgana's and the rest. This alone was a point to cause her to focus on him. But the more shocking thing was that she affirmed that the providence of Dream and Avalon dimensional rulers was connected to this being. For that to be the case, you are involved, if not at the heart of all this. Her eyes shone with a sharp golden light as the glasses she adorned did not display any of this. Her figure remained floating in the blank void as one of the only dimensional rulers remaining apart from the Dream and Avalon dimensional rulers, her eyes following the visage of the Imperious Avalones as in the next moment she felt a change. Her gaze shifted from his figure and into his hands as in the next moment, the purple-clad visage of this being shone with grandeur as the sword of Avalon was shifted to his left hand. He then went on to grasp a radiant and blinding weapon in his right hand that seemed like a massive spear of light. Runic ecritures of infinity symbols carved all over its multicolored stellar cylindrical shaft as the spear point to it was curved and extended upwards like a deadly halberd as it shone incandescent gold. When he grasped onto this weapon, one could shockingly feel that when gazing at both the sword of Avalon on his left and then the spear-like relic in his right. The sword of Avalon somewhat lost in grandeur and luster. And such a reality caused even Guinevere to change her gaze as she couldn't fully ascertain the truthfulness of such a possibility. After all, what could be greater than a sword forged by the very will of a dimension? After undergoing such a sudden change, the Imperious Avalones gazed at the shining points of blue light while uttering with valor, "Give me a few seconds to finish this up." He spoke in such a domineering manner while floating towards the 6 dazzling cerulean domains shining with mana all around as countless infinity symbols smashed into abominations. He told others to give him a few seconds to finish up abominations that were about the same as the legion that Bjorn had led to attack the Dreamer of Providence. Even though the Dreamer had not switched to fully utilizing pure mana, a cluster of these nullity beasts had swarmed him as he retreated from them. Now, Noah had kept them contained in terrifying domains without suffering any injuries, while at this juncture, his Avalon dimensional chassis grasped the dimensional reality Ziston and appeared within a magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg domain. Radiant infinity symbols passed by on either side of him as one phased through abominations, while smashing into its core, the body of this creature now being half broken as it roared out apathetically. While standing before such a creature, Noah's Avalon dimensional chassis grasped the radiant spear brimming with light as its spear point began to simmer with the absolute authorities of multiple laws and decreta. Chapter 2063 Lay waste to nullity beasts. All the authorities within the gourmandizing dimensional reality would surge into the dimensional reality Ziston every time it was swung. The Ziston had transcended any augmentations from outside sources as the boons from laws and decreta did not affect it. The multipliers of the ascendancy stanchions nor Noah's throne of quintessential tyranny did not affect it. No outside sources affected it as the dimensional reality Ziston released the set quintessential damage value of 1 quadrillion. At this juncture, the damage values for beginner nature integration realm existences scaled upwards of 500 trillion as the stronger ones only increased from there. And yet at this moment in time, Noah could reach 1 quadrillion with a swing of his weapon as it didn't cost him any resources whatsoever. The overpowered aspect of the dimensional reality Ziston did not need to be elevated even further. But then there was the term of quintessential damage value that deserved a gaze. How exactly was it different from dimensional, reality, or soul damage values? Since it couldn't be affected by outside sources and Noah's absolute pure mana output would not affect its output of power, would it be useful against abominations? The answer lay in the name, quintessential damage values, an output of damage values that are unmatched in this age and era, standing above other numerical damage values as they will change their nature depending on the target. The nature that the Ziston displays will be altered to be the essence that the target has the least resistance to, with its penetrative abilities ignoring half of the enemy's innate barrier and imposing the effects of resource degeneration, skill lock, absolute authority quagmire, and weight displacement, a unique damage value that could not be matched in this age. BZZZT. The dimensional reality Ziston arcade across space as it seemed like a radiant light of light, its spear point, releasing a shining grandeur akin to a blazing sun as it reached a simian phoenix nullity beast. The gray fur of this beast had already been torn all around when the Ziston reached its chest, when the weight of an entire dimension and multiple realities smashed into it. The most unique thing occurred as even Noah, who grasped the dimensional reality Ziston, marveled as when it touched its target, it didn't just focus its damage on the one point it touched. Arcs of golden blue light bloomed from its spear point as they instantly went to cover the half-broken body of the abomination entirely, and the 1 quadrillion application of the damage was delivered and pressed down on its whole visage. The eyes of the nullity beasts released a bright light of genuine surprise as it felt an unstoppable force grasp everything about it. It then felt this unstoppable force squeeze everything about it, the core of its program simultaneously facing the full quintessential damage values along with its whole body. As the result was whether drastic, pH, like a stellar cosmic train smashing into an egg, the massive figure of the already half-broken abominations instantly had its structure fissure and crack within the beginnings of a microsecond, and before this microsecond could end, its body continued to bear the shocking weight of 1 quadrillion quintessential damage values as its life force was entirely drained out, as its gray structural makeup was turned into dust. BOM, a single point of impact, and in the next instant, the eyes of others saw a shocking force press on the abomination from all angles as it couldn't bear the weight and turned into gray dust. One hit, one kill. The scene caused the surrounding dimensional rulers to squint their eyes as they felt a level of damage that only they should be privy to, released by a being not at their level. Yet Noah's eyes were not on any of them. He was focused on the abomination that was turned into dust as he felt the activation of absolute loot authority. The target this time was a nullity beast. As what loot would such a creature give? A golden bordered prompt descended. It was empty, as if the absolute loot authority didn't fully grasp how to quantify it. HUUM, the low and thrumming symphony of authority in the surroundings gradually began to rise in volume as Providence began to seethe. Another golden bordered prompt came down. The source of a target stemming outside the boundaries of this age and ages past is being broken down and quintessentially elevated in quality and quantity by absolute loot authority. 10 shards of concept modifiers have been obtained. 10 shards of nullity have been obtained. 10 ingots of nullinium have been obtained. 1 all source enhancer has been attained. WAA, the names of fantastical new loot Noah had not come across before came down, and they were glorious in stature as they caused a burst of providence to surround Noah. Wielding the dimensional reality Ziston, his royal purple figure seemed incandescent with authority as his tri-pupiled eyes released beams of hungry light when gazing at the tens of remaining abominations in this magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg domain. The roars turned low and threatening as they came across something new. They had yet to witness another one of their fellow constructs perish. Seeing it now, a hint of caution rose in their apathetic eyes as they were still pulled by the heavy gravitational force within this domain, continuing to spin uncontrollably as another abomination neared Noah from behind. Soon, with a hungry light, Noah turned towards it as his right hand shone with utter glory. A spear carrying the weight of realities in a dimension thundered out to smash onto a beast that rejected the very fabric of reality. Another explosion of dust exploding out soon after as the quintessential Kainos Emperor began to lay waste onto nullity beasts, and the moment another one perished, 10 shards of concept modifiers have been obtained. 10 shards of nullity have been obtained. 10 ingots of nullinium have been obtained. 1 all-source enhancer has been attained. Glorious prompts repeated again, prompts that caused Noah to begin moving ever faster and with more valiance as he peeked at their details and saw just how ridiculous they were. Chapter 2064, the key to the Age of Destiny. His figure looked grand and even filled with a light of hunger and greed, a hunger that gazed at the abominations as if they were the most important things that he had seen. The reason for this was of course due to the details of the loot he had received. The shard of concept modifiers was a cosmos-sized crystal that shone with thin traces of milky white light while surrounded by a circular multicolored incandescent glow. The shards of nullity were also similar in size as they looked like star-shaped gray crystals that pulsed with a light that rejected the very essence around it. Then there were the ingots of nullinium that looked like small gray metal cubes that could fit in Noah's palm. Their glow also radially gray. Lastly was the single all-source enhancer that in his expansive space, Noah saw it constantly changed its form as it was a movable milky light that surged around his emptied-out space. Their details came out with splendor, shard of concept modifiers, an astounding reality-altering authority that is not yet fully understood by the absolute loot authority that brought it to fruition. It allows one to modify any completely understood concept in relation to just themselves. A single shards is enough to modify the augmentations and boosts of any tier of edict, with the more shards one utilizes granting a greater level of change. 1,000 shards are sufficient to even alter the augmentations of completely understood decreta and natural laws. With 10,000 shards being capable of altering the augmentations of fundamental natural laws. Reality can be deceiving, and reality can be modified. Shard of nullity, shards of the condensed essence of nullity. Much is unknown about this essence, as gaining any grasp in it is impossible through normal means, but the absolute loot authority sought a way. Collecting 100,000 shards of nullity should theoretically allow you to add this essence to your source without it breaking down into a lifeless origin and grant you an understanding of what it truly means. Ingots of nullinium, metalloids born from the compressed constructs of nullity beasts and refined to an even greater level. 100,000 shards of nullinium can be smelted to birth nullity armaments of varying quality depending on the blacksmith. All source enhancers, a loot that came to fruition when breaking down and enhancing the source of a nullity beast. It devoured most of the essence of the nullity beast as it is a product of the core that powered it. A single all-source enhancer is capable of doing exactly that: enhance any source under your control, as it can be your aspects of existence, bloodline, halos, reality passages, stanchions, or in the case of the quintessential Kainos Emperor, even the sources of his dimensional layers or the sources of constructs under him like the gourmandizing dimensional reality and whatever may be contained within it. It can also be utilized as an enhancer during the formation of a dimensional layer to be equivalent to 5 obsidian dimensional reality panaceas. Yes, this was why Noah was moving fervently, as first, the loot was absolutely ridiculous, and second, large numbers of abominations would have to die for Noah to truly enjoy the boons of these loot, as they required a great deal of them. In the case of the shards of nullity, it was to be expected. After all, understanding in this concept was what granted Oppenheimer the key to the Age of Destiny. This essence itself was the key that allowed for the rise of his reign and his eventual title as the true Emperor of the Age of Destiny. And it was now most likely grasped by existences like the tribunal rulers that had accelerated the destruction of the dream dimension. Whatever means were utilized and whatever wonders had to be done to make it possible, Noah couldn't just freely grasp it after taking down a few abominations. It was something outside of the desolate mausoleum in 9 dimensions. It was something that went along entirely different sets of rules. Then there were the ingots of nullinium and shards of concept. Modifiers that caused Noah's heart to ache and wanting, and this wasn't to even mention the all-source enhancers. They were too grand, so he had to attain more. A droning sound echoed out as his figure moved and appeared before another abomination. The dimensional reality Ziston thundered forward as its target was an armadillo-like abomination that had its body also worn down from the successive attacks within the magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg, and the result was the same as last time. The weight of a truly shocking construct pressed onto it as a glimmer of dust was produced an instant later, the same place prompts appearing before Noah's eyes and spurring him on. Guinevere and the others were watching this scene with sharp eyes, as it was a marvel to see an existence that hadn't reached nature integration to be swinging a weapon that unleashed quadrillion in damage values so freely. But one particular being had learned to be expectant of this and slowly become immune to Noah's terrifying actions as she watched with a smile. Eowyn's gaze was tender as she didn't question how it was even feasible after knowing the truth of what Noah had just done, and she was about to turn to her father to talk about the next set of actions when the corner of her eyes caught the visage of the undue being that was still here, the being whose body was wrapped in a halo of golden light as the essence of Elysium wrapped around her. Eowyn's eyes instantly flashed with carefulness as she saw the concentration of this existence adorned in golden glasses towards Noah's direction. Seeker of knowledge, WA. So Eowyn spoke out calmly as she wanted to make sure the gazes of too many powerful beings were not directed towards Noah. Others have come and gone. I wonder why you still grace us with your presence. Eowyn particularly chose not to be friendly as there were already too many gazes towards Noah, and he didn't need any additional ones. So she asked in a straightforward manner, as she was also somewhat apprehensive about this being from the Elysium dimension, with the reason being a simple one. She and others knew of her, yet they didn't hear any exploits. She was in the same generation as her Lilith, and existences like hatred, and yet most dimensions only knew her name and distinction but nothing else, and such a thing was more terrifying to Eoin than those that she knew everything about. Chapter 2065 There shall be no aid. The seeker of knowledge was taken out of her trance with the actions of the imperious Avallones as he weaved across the cerulean domain, thrusting out his spear once as a horrendous impact smashed onto the abominations that would be turned to dust after a single strike. To accomplish such a thing would take an effort for even beginner nature integration realm existences, and yet this being was doing it freely multiple times over. And he had not yet integrated with any laws as he was bound to be a particularly powerful 3 distance when he did so. I'm here for the same reason you all are here. Her reply was crisp as she pushed her glasses up without even gazing at Eoin. I'm here because I see and know many things. But I do not know about him. Just, who is he? And even more crucial than that, what is his connection with you all? His position as the imperious Avallones makes sense to have the Avalon dimensional rulers around him, but why is the providence of the dream dimensional rulers also surging towards him? There's no connate relic in the dream dimension as far as I know similar to the Sword of Avalon, so just what? Her thoughts were clear and scattered at the same time as Eowyn's face turned dark from hearing her words. Another problem was making itself apparent as they truly couldn't be left alone today. Lilith and the other dimensional rulers had left, but now this being stayed behind as her focus was honed in on Noah. I'm just curious is all. At this juncture, this being smiled brilliantly as her gaze finally shifted from Noah and onto Eowyn, the longest dream, and other dream dimensional rulers, like for example, you all have just lost your home. I shall act as the representative of the Elysium dimension to offer you a hand and invite you to our dwelling. Unless the Avalon dimensional rulers have already done that? Or do you have another location in mind that we are not privy to? Her eyes shone with glamour and ingenuity as she caught on to the link of the Dream and Avalon dimensional rulers as she didn't let go. She asked the crucial question of what would happen now. Everyone could feel that even though the dream dimension was gone, it wasn't destroyed as the source of the decretum of dreams could still be pulled upon, so to find out where the new location of the dream dimension was, wouldn't one have to just follow the dream dimensional rulers? The seeker of knowledge had this thought as her glasses reflected a hidden sea of providence within them. At this juncture, Guinevere spoke with authority while standing at the forefront of the Avalon dimensional rulers. We were here to aid the dream dimension during the attack and have offered them refuge already. Is there anything else we can help the seeker with? A battle of wills and authorities silently brewed as the seeker continued smiling. Her eyes floated over the rulers before her and the being that was laying waste to nullity beasts with every swing of his majestic weapon as she spoke serenely. You know, we do not have to be enemies. The Elysium dimension has always discerned and foreseen things where we even warned you all of the movements of primordials. We do not support the dimensional deceiver even if her reasoning is justified. Her hatred is too overwhelming. We also do not align with the quantum dimension, as I can tell you something now that the Elysium dimensional rulers have discerned but not shared since the age of quintessence began. The rims of her glasses released shocking radiance as a domineering authority cracked open the space above her and released massive shackles of Elysium, the color gold permeating everything as it was seemingly trying to stop her from speaking her next set of words. Think of it as me taking a step forward in cementing the idea that we do not have to be enemies. We have discerned a future that nearly caused half of the Elysium dimensional rulers to lose hope. Shocking words that caused the other rulers to frown greatly bloomed as the seeker continued. Since the last dimensional conclave, the thought was always that things would be fixed and alleviated by the help of the ancestors who put things in motion so long ago. When the age of quintessence began, we discerned that there would be no aid from above. The ancestors that the quantum dimension rely on so much will not be coming to stop the cataclysm. That is why, even with the connection being stable within the quantum dimension, not a single being has descended in all these years. We have long since been abandoned. Waves of despondency could be seen in her eyes when she spoke, the words she released causing a big shock on all the dimensional rulers here. This was because they knew their lineage was grand, they knew they had powerful existences outside of the desolate mausoleum and 9 anchors that would always be there for them. After all, they had stayed behind to manage the 9 anchors all these years for them. They had aided in suppressing the very source of the desolate mausoleum where everything stemmed from, and now for them to hear that they had been abandoned. No, Guinevere shook her head confidently as she seemingly could not agree with this. No, they said it matters not what they said. The seeker of knowledge cut off Guinevere before she could continue. The essence of Elysium surged around her with valor as she continued with a look of solemnity. The actions of Oppenheimer were unexpected for them, but with the effects they held, they saw another path than the suppression of the desolate mausoleum. They saw its destruction as a means to achieve what their suppression set in place all those years ago. We have discerned all of this as what nearly caused some of us to despair was the fact that from the connection of the quantum dimension, it would not be aid that comes if anyone ever descends. WAA, with her eyes turning more and more solemn by the second. The seeker of knowledge continued, if anything ever descends after all these years, it would be a weapon that further hastens our demise. That is why I seek to tell you all that we do not need to be enemies. We have enemies from among us, we have enemies within the desolate mausoleum and 9 anchors, and we even have enemies much more powerful than us who have chosen another path outside of these barren lands. So why can we not be just a little smarter and start being allies? Her words turned valiant and filled with authority as towards the end, she had stopped directing them towards the dimensional's rulers and turned towards the cerulean domains. There, a majestic visage of the quintessential Kainos Emperor was staring towards her direction while dual-wielding the sword of Avalon and the dimensional reality Ziston. His eyes releasing beams of light as providence surged like a sea around him. Behind him, grey dust of abominations was floating serenely as this whole cerulean domain was eradicated by him in a matter of seconds, his image prominent and full of magisterial grandeur as he now locked his gaze with the seeker of knowledge. Chapter 2066 Enemies and Allies. There were enemies on all corners as even among themselves, there wasn't a semblance of trust, so the seeker of knowledge read the weaving of providence for those around her and delivered a secret that most rulers did not know. With her words, even Noah's Avalon dimensional chassis in the cerulean domain that was entirely cleared out of abominations had to come to a stop. The information was too crucial, the possible future that could arise from it was dreadful. They could try to face it all alone and divided, or they could work together to overcome shockingly impossible odds. It is not impossible. Noah was the one to reply to the seeker from afar as he didn't bathe his words with authority. Even though his body crackled with absolute mana authority and the tip of the dimensional reality Ziston vibrated with waves of blinding authority, let me finish clearing these beasts, and then we can have a conversation in the Avalon dimension. Noah took the lead in answering the seeker as the other dimensional rulers were still in an uproar hearing about the views of their ancestors. This was especially so for beings like Guinevere, and even more so for Eowyn, who had referred to the desolate mausoleum in 9 dimensions as the barren lands. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and confusion as she could only turn to her father, who had a solemn expression while thinking of too many things. She, and many others, would not be finding any answers soon as their choices alone would be what decided the fate of the lands they were in. On Noah's side, he had already wiped out 111 nullity beasts from one magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg as his will turned towards the other 5 domains. His figure then flashed as the tip of the dimensional reality Ziston was outstretched in front of him ready to eviscerate his enemies, across the veils of spacetime, within the Nibelheim dimension. Noah's clone was standing within the depths of a massive deathly mountain that overlooked an endless expanse, an expanse that was currently filled with legions of ancient races that were getting ready to move out. Veldes Tepes had already gone into the ranks of the Kuan-Pangs to relay the words and knowledge of Lilith's true aims and schemes, but it was too late. The ancient races had allied with dimensional races to stand against the primordials, and the domains that the Kuan-Pangs fell under were already the domain that Lilith had taken over, and now, it seemed she had begun to wage a final war for this dimension as just minutes ago, the commanders got the notice to set off. The only change that occurred minutes ago was the disappearance of the dream dimension, this event causing grand changes throughout as things began to monumentally shift due to it. It is impossible. Noah heard the voice of the being he had long felt coming as Valdez appeared behind him with a somber look. The venerable obsidian Kuan-Pang has said it matters not about Lilith's actions, and that we have to follow her lead at this juncture and contribute to taking over the Nibelheim dimension. When I told him of the one who saved me, he said, "You may fight alongside us with your own legion." Noah's eyes turned sharp as the events in the Nibelheim dimension were moving too fast. He didn't have time to establish an identity here as Lilith sensed the many profound changes and made drastic moves. With the information and memories he had attained, her rulership of the Nibelheim dimension was all but guaranteed as the primordials didn't have a strong enough force here, and the only ones left in opposition were the Nibelheim dimensional rulers. With Lilith having the last vestiges of nature integration experts under her along with a few Nibelheim dimensional rulers and the 2 other traitorous dimensional rulers from Avalon, her will could not be stopped here. It was to the extent that when he fought, even Noah would be aiding Lilith. It was a despondent reality as he could simply sit it out, but for forging a strong connection with this dimension to establish it as a layer soon, he would do it, and this wasn't all. In this dimension, he could feel a connection he shared with another anomaly as his understanding of destiny and providence allowed him to very easily see his past connections, so he smiled lightly as he sent a mental communication to the consciousness he was aware of. Eckert, are you moving in the Nibelheim dimension? WAA. His words traversed across the folds of space to travel far from his location, where many light years away multiple suzerain Nibelheim commanders had their eyes releasing brilliant blue radiance. The suzerains were all a myriad of royal undead races of the Nibelheim dimension that led massive undead legions that were currently moving towards enemy lines while being led by a titanic abyssal dragon at the level of nature. Integration as well as an Avalon dimensional ruler, there were many legions behind them, with nobody being the wiser that a significant percentage of the undead suzerains had their minds and souls subjugated under the will of the Great Usurper. The Great Usurper that currently focused on the communication he received from Osmond as he saw its source wasn't too far away. Are you also moving in this war? Which side are you on? The two beings began a communication across the folds of spacetime as Eckert asked a very critical question he needed the answer to. If they were on different sides of the war, he just might have to change the side he fought for, as among all those he could pit himself against, Osmond would not be one of them. As if he could see the smiling expression on Osmond, Eckert relieved his reply soon after. I shall be fighting under the ancient races under the banner of Lilith, WAA. A knowing light flashed across Eckert as he nodded. He would rather face the forces of a dimensional ruler than pit himself against a being more anomalous than himself. Chapter 2067 Enemies and Allies. You could be enemies with many beings in the desolate mausoleum in 9 dimensions, but you should never be enemies with Osmond. Eckert had adopted this motto as every time he tried to see through this being, he was covered by a veil and mystery that he wasn't seeing even around dimensional rulers. It was to the extent that he had to know exactly where this being had now reached as he sent another message. Shall I be looking out for legions following a suzerain or a dimensional ruler? Yes. Was this being still at the same stage as him, or had he somehow already exceeded the boundaries of power to achieve a realm of existences that had lived gorgeous billions of years, a realm that Eckert was trying to quickly grasp himself with these events in the Nibelheim dimension as his destiny told him if he could involve himself in this war and possibly be near a dying Nibelheim dimensional ruler, there might be shocking possibilities with his necromancer system to at least allow him to begin gnawing upon their injured soul to subjugate a single one. But this goal was far away. Eckert didn't even know how things would unfold, as this would only be in the best-case scenario. The words of Osmond returned soon enough. I've been a little slow recently and haven't reached nature integration yet. A few more days might do it though. A terrifying set of words came out that nearly caused Eckert to sigh. The only solace he had was that at least neither of them had reached the nature integration realm. I'll be under the titanic abyssal dragon dimensional ruler in the deathless plains of Van Exon. What are you trying to get out of this conflict? The Great Usurper was the first to reach out as he had many beings subjugated, but not that many allies, and having a few friends to help one in their path wasn't bad, as just possibly, their nearly impossible goals might become achieved. The two allies began to converse as in the Nibelheim dimension, a war for ultimate rulership bloomed, away from a war for supremacy in the Nibelheim dimension, within the main reality, inside the central emperor domain of nature, a small hut could be seen as it was simple in stature and gave off a pristine feel. The multicolored allure of countless amalgamations of natural laws made it radiant and full of wonder, of course, with 2 auras currently being felt inside as they were pristinely powerful. The figures of 2 women could be seen as the first was none other than Althea, her exemplary demeanor of authority nowhere to be seen as she had a calm yet respectful expression when gazing at the woman opposite to her. This woman was adorned in simple white robes as her curvaceous visage was hidden, with hair radiantly black flowing down her shoulders and eyes filled with power holding ecritures of providence simmering within them. Her fair skin gave off a crystalline feel as she looked ethereal to gaze upon, with the natural laws in her surroundings gravitating towards her as she spoke. We'll encounter greater challenges from primordial beasts now as we have to divide some of our forces between them and the dimensions we wish to accelerate the demise of. It is not strictly as planned, but it is fine nonetheless. Her words weren't filled with abundant authority as Althea nodded lightly, the respect she and other tribunal rulers granted to this woman being great as she had a status none of them could. In the Age of Destiny, she was simply known as the Empress, the one who stood beside the true emperor. Althea looked towards her expectantly as she said her next set of words carefully. Has he said anything? He, the great commander that had led them to victory in the last age, was mentioned as the Empress released a blooming smile that caused the surrounding natural laws to vibrate. The ancestors have changed their stance towards the desolate mausoleum. They see its destruction and the destruction of all parallel paths capable of achieving the same result they want. What they couldn't decide on ages ago, they have decided now. WAA, the voice of the Empress was filled with authority as she spoke the words she said, seemingly not hers. This was what he said to me not too long ago. Her fair hands grasped the particles of natural laws around her as she continued. Althea's face changed to become utterly enraged, the natural laws around her also seething as she spoke out with distaste. It is always much easier to do nothing. They have veered away from who they were. Disappointment was prevalent in her eyes as the Empress nodded, yes. But our goal has not changed. We will release the desolate mausoleum from its shackles and let the natural laws reclaim their place once more. We will connect to the myriad of parallel paths and use what they sealed against them. WAA, other sides wanted destruction, other sides wanted to save what was in place. But multiple factions bloomed within these planes of existence as the target they wanted to save was vastly different for each of them. Within the ever-growing gourmandizing dimensional reality, Noah's main body gazed at the slumbering figure of Hyperion after he talked with little Henry and others, letting a clone continue to accompany them as his main body returned to the depths of the dimensional Holy Land. Here, he could see all of the gourmandizing dimensional reality and the radiant dream dimension within it as he took a pause to just observe everything. He had many cards up his sleeves as his will was overseeing a great deal of concepts, and there were even more to focus on now with the advent of loot from the nullity beasts. But his sight currently was locked onto a grand concept he wanted to complete during this period when a great conflict had ended and new ones were about to rise. It was one of the periods of time that Noah could design concepts and grow at a ridiculous pace before he proceeded forward, and now that he was looking at the concept of the Golden Forge to be rewritten as another construct of his infinite system. Chapter 2068, a revamped Golden Forge. The infinite system was a construct that contained subconstructs of the infinite resources, infinite dream, and infinite dream physique that had already evolved multiple times over. With the addition of multiple constructs, Noah's soul had to pause adding any more as after the past days of constant strengthening. The breadth of his soul was something already dancing in the bounds of nature integration, so his next step while his clones were clearing abominations was to enact the fourth construct of the infinite system with the reality-altering construct of the Golden Forge at its base. The forge was something that a past true emperor built, something that passively generated connate relics, panaceas, lineages, and many other forms of loot, as this being had just utilized all this loot until she became the strongest existences of that age. But this wasn't purely by chance or just by time, as this being had continued to elevate the rank of the Golden Forge and attain even more ridiculous things over time. This was the construct Noah wanted to emulate and improve upon, as everything was already set in his mind, so he simply had his will give the command, break down the methodology of the construct of the Golden Forge, calculate the cost and gear its workings towards the fourth subconstruct of the infinite system, the Infinite Forge, HUUM, the Infinite Forge. This was the name that Noah granted it as providence among many other essences magnetically swam around him at this juncture. To forge even the Golden Forge itself, a terrifying authority had to be brought into the picture, as the true emperor of the Age of Fortune had even continued to elevate this reality-altering construct over time. As a construct to alter reality, the essence of reality was crucial as a base, and when it came to Noah, he wanted to construct his infinite forge with the authorities he had accumulated so far geared towards such a concept: absolute loot authority that granted him the stupendous loot to move him forward, absolute dream authority that could turn dreams into reality. I am still also here and even more powerful than ever with the uses I've accumulated from the treasures you've allowed me to devour. Then, Eowyn's voice rang out beside Noah, as this being that was still bound to him could also uniquely utilize absolute dream authority to make the impossible possible. Noah nodded towards Eowyn silently, as apart from this there was also an authority that was generated during the formation of a dimensional layer that he directed to focus on his traits, bringing about features like skill succession that birthed his quintessential emperor's annihilation techniques, and I am the main character that allowed him to view different segments of his path. This authority was not utilized at all during the formation of the fourth dimensional layer, as Noah had put it aside just for this. All of these were just some of his preparations, as another absolute fundamental authority he would have loved to be capable of utilizing was providence, but he just began on this path, as even if he devoured all the pure quintessential Kainos natural decretum seeds, he could not achieve its completion unless he had an additional 4 pure quintessential Kainos natural decretum seeds from the formation of another dimensional layer. HUUM, his origin began to bubble as his will surged out. begin the formation of the fifth dimensional layer. Yes, he was forced to take a pause due to giving all his mountains of loot to Lavalier in order to attain the whole dream dimension, and he now sped along to resume on his path as he was beginning to replenish his loot with the deaths of nullity beasts. A single one granted a myriad of ingots of nullinium, shards of nullity, shards of concept modifiers, and what he would utilize for the formation of the fifth dimensional layer. The all-source enhancers were a single one was equivalent to 5 obsidian dimensional reality panaceas. The fifth dimensional layer required 16 times the resources as Noah would need 684 golden panaceas or 68 obsidian panaceas. Or in this case, just 14 all-source enhancers. From the over 100 abominations Noah had just turned to dust, he had over 100 all-source enhancers, as even though he felt it was a shame to use them for the formation of a dimensional layer due to their uniqueness, they were still unmatched currently. His origin began to seethe as a dimensional reality seed wanted to be formed. It asked him what dimensional essence would be utilized as the source of this layer is from Noah's body. A crimson obsidian light began to shine. Yes, the light of Apollyon. He had the lineage of the prime Apollyon igneous demon and an understanding of the decretum of Apollyon as his origin could generate the essence of this dimension. He had only held back on forming this layer before due to not wanting to draw attention from Lilith as the dimensional Animicus, but this existence was already locked onto him with a focus that no other ruler showed as the tyrannical nature budding within Noah let go of his restraints, so he designated Apollyon as the fifth dimensional layer as a hellish light of grandeur began to bloom. An event like this was what made Noah unique compared to others in this age, what made him quintessential. Others would have to take a pause or break after exploding in power, and Noah would have also done the same as he had run out of resources to proceed forward. Then, the nullity beasts he had contained in his magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg domains provided him the loot he needed to proceed forward. So why wouldn't he? Boom! Fantastical seas of crimson black essence began to surge as the movable stellar milky light that was the all-source enhancer left Noah's expansive space and came to bathe his origin. The formation of the fifth dimensional layer began as at the same time, the modus operandi of the Golden Forge was being broken down while Noah designed the Infinite Forge simultaneously. Chapter 2069 A Revamped Golden Forge. At the depths of Noah's soul, a lemniscate epitaph pulsed with grandeur as a fourth construct began to be etched into it. This occurred at the same time as a dimensional reality seed was budding in his origin, the all-source enhancers working at a ridiculously rapid pace as in mere seconds. The seed was already established and blooming into a dimensional reality. The Apollyon dimensional reality is forming at a rapid pace. The introductory prompts of the formation of the dimensional reality had only just begun, but the number of Kainos Royal Apollyon Cosmos already jumped to 10 trillion in another few seconds as the loot of all source enhancers seemed so much more pristine and easier to utilize, its stellar liquid form very quickly proliferating into Kainos Royal Apollyon Cosmos. As the speed was unmatched, it was much harder and more arduous for Noah to continue forging more dimensional realities as he needed a great deal of more resources, but he seemed to only be forming them at a faster and faster pace as his valor was unmatched. At the same time that trillions of cosmos bloomed, absolute loot authority and absolute dream authority were surging around Noah as he pulled upon the 10 units of absolute authority that the heart of mana paid for with no cost. All of this surged into a portion of the radiant blue lemniscate as blinding gold ecratures began to be etched, the reality-altering construct of a past true emperor. Noah reformed it for himself as he was expectant to see what the result of all this would be. Because apart from absolute dream and loot authority, there were multiple other sources he was planning on infusing into the Infinite Forge, and in a short period of time during all this, 50 trillion Kainos Royal Apollyon Cosmos were already formed as a certain threshold was reached. It was a threshold that would allow for the genuine Apollyon dimension to identify that the dimensional Animicus had appeared. Within the Apollyon dimension, seas of absolute Apollyon authority seethed as at their depths, all rose in waves of anger. Waves that went to circle around a devilish demoness whose figure warped the very curvature of spacetime. I know, her exquisite features and exceedingly beautiful face had a tinge of annoyance as she talked to the latent will of Apollyon in such a manner. The dimensional Animicus had now targeted the Apollyon dimension. Bold fucker, aren't you? Her eyes glinted with shocking light as from her knowledge. This made it the fifth dimension that this being had begun encroaching upon the authority of. It was first the dream dimension, then Prana, Avalon, Mirror, and now Apollyon. Lilith's eyes shone with grandeur as she laid down all the possibilities on who the dimensional Animicus was. Any of the members of the Tribunal or Nature Devourers, the most direct enemies of dimensions, would be among these two groups, as the Tribunal had just declared war and attacked the dream dimension, with the encroachment of the authority of dimensions possibly stemming from them. then there were the nature devourers. Enders of reality that had reached nature integration realm, and they could devour nature itself, as they were very tricky enemies to face. The will behind them was the desolate mausoleum itself. As to unshackle the anchors that bound it, it might finally be taking direct action to target dimensions. Lilith tapped her chin with a frown as she continued to speak to herself. Apart from primordials or primordial beasts, the only other possible candidates are irregulars. Irregulars? Providence billowed chaotically. Her thoughts became exceedingly calm and collected as they went towards the irregular she continued to come across recently. It can't be, can it? Her eyes were filled with incredulity as this thought sprouted and cemented itself in her mind, her intuition buzzing as once it did. She couldn't let it go. She didn't have any actual evidence, but she couldn't let it go. This has to be confirmed. Her will vibrated with power as she moved. Providence surged behind her. The fabric of reality shook at her grandeur. 70 trillion. 100 trillion, 130 trillion, the Kainos Royal Apollyon cosmos continued to proliferate as above the silvery mirror dimensional reality. A planar layer of obsidian crimson light was already established, hellish pillars of Apollyon essence forming into pillars of crimson magma-like light shot up like apocalyptic flames that coiled around the Apollyon cosmos that were shining a resplendent grandeur of crimson obsidian light. From the formation of this dimensional layer as well, there was a rising authority that sought Noah's directive. He didn't hold it back this time, as he commanded this authority and the one he had saved from the fourth dimensional layer to all surge into his lemniscate epitaph to bring about even grander results for the infinite forge. Hung. Lustrous seas of crimson black light surged within his origin as the proliferation of the Apollyon dimensional layer was much too quick. 170 trillion. Kainos Royal Apollyon Cosmos, 190, 200, shirring, like an incandescent volcanic eruption of authority and grandeur. Beams of crimson obsidian light were illuminated from Noah as if he was a connate treasure. The fifth dimensional layer of his being completed with such profound ease that it made one shake their head in unfairness. Hereafter, fantastical prompts began to descend. You have successfully completed the fifth dimensional reality. A version of pure undefined authority has been isolated for your future use above the Apollyon dimensional reality. Your authority as an emperor of this age significantly increases. Through your reign over the Apollyon dimension reality, a level of influence can be exerted in the Apollyon dimension. The undefined authority under you has increased. Your understanding of the decretum of Apollyon has been forcefully raised to 50%. Your reserves of the essence of reality have been elevated to the maximum of 6. For billion, your maximum true vitality values have risen to 8 trillion. Your rate of progression in the decretum of Apollyon has increased by 1,000,000%. The saturated paramount Kainos Apollyon dimensional reality grants a base addition of 1,480,000 dimensional Apollyon damage and defense values, bringing your overall origin base value to 3,120,000. 5x pure quintessential Kainos natural decretum seeds has been obtained. A great deal of prompts came down as Noah's tripupilled eyes focused on a strict few. One of them was the addition of 5 pure quintessential Kainos natural decretum seeds that he immediately and domineeringly commanded to elevate the fundamental natural law of providence to completion. Chapter 2070 The Infinite Forge. Multiple prompts had come down as Noah focused on the pure quintessential Kainos natural decretum seeds and commanded them in a certain direction. And then there was one more prompt that be focused on. A version of pure undefined authority has been isolated for your future use above the Apollyon dimensional reality. This, make no mistake, this wasn't the same authority that was utilized during the formation of a dimensional layer to boost Noah's traits or something similar. The pure undefined authority was something that in the past, during the establishment of his first 2 layers, it had brought him to a unique space that showed a visualization of 9 anchors and the desolate mausoleum. He utilized this authority to tug on these anchors and cause a slight change in the concentration of essence within the desolate mausoleum. As this essence was connected to many secrets, it was getting isolated above the recently forged dimensional layers as Noah didn't utilize it, and he actually wanted to throw it into the designing of the infinite forge as well to build just a ridiculous reality-altering concept that would even surpass the past true emperor. But there was a question of whether this authority could even be used for this. Noah didn't know, nor did he have an inkling of an understanding. But he could feel the waves of providence whose understanding he had begun scaling upwards of. So his origin buzzed as he tugged on these points of authority of the Apollyon dimensional layer, mirror dimensional layer, and the Avalon dimensional layer to float towards his soul, towards the lemniscate epitaph. He didn't know what the results would be, but he would allow providence to sort it out. the fundamental natural law that was a prerequisite for all Elysium dimensional rulers before they were granted the title. It was a natural law that allowed one to peer into the weaving of destiny, karma, fate, and fortune of those around them in an unbelievable way as it went further to alter and control these concepts to affect providence itself. At this juncture, Noah burned 8 pure quintessential kainos natural decretum seeds to bring it towards full understanding. A fundamental natural law that took others millions or billions of years he would learn and complete within a few hours, but of course, no other beings were forging dimensions within their origins like Noah. Waves of lustrous golden light permeated everything as 8 pure quintessential kainos natural decretum seeds burned. Noah was akin to a bystander in all this, along with Eon as the unshackled dimensional ruler could help but reflect as she felt providence around Noah go towards completion. With you continuing to do things like this, it only convinces me more and more that your ridiculous goals might be feasible. Devour the realities and dimensions while standing against beings that had lived for billions of years. It seemed far-fetched for Lavalier before when she also accounted for those outside of the barren lands, but with what Noah continued to do, it may just be possible, because, you have seen the way, boom, because prompts like these continue to come, you have gained access to utilizing 100 units of absolute providence authority, within the same day that had yet to end. Noah added a second fundamental natural law with full understanding to his tally, and its description was glorious as fundamental natural law, providence, a ruling authority that governs the absolute workings of reality. Understanding it to completion means comprehending this aspect of reality as you can easily influence it in an unimaginable manner. With the understanding of providence, one can come to the realization that fortunes, destinies, karma, and the fate of all beings under the fabric of reality are interconnected. Altering the fate of one can alter the fates of all, and a master of providence will be capable of reading the weaving of this concept across all those under the fabric of reality. Through absolute providence authority, one can alter their own providence or that of others, the changes being applicable across the spacetime continuum. The essence of providence and its fundamental absolute authority can also be infused into concepts, events, or existences to change or favor a more providential result. Current understanding of the natural law of providence 100%. Current boosts granted to abilities infused with the essence of providence 2000% augmentation to your own providence value, true damage values, true defense values, and true vitality values. In the event of a true death, absolute providence authority will automatically activate once in your lifetime to reverse your providence and the very fabric of reality in order to achieve a different result. With a full understanding of this fundamental law, another one of the keys of reality has been attained, a description that told many things. One of the most important ones was that the augmentation of the fundamental natural law was at 2000%. This was not because providence was somehow greater than mana dynamics or any others. It was due to the dream dimension losing its role as an anchor as not just the fundamental natural law of providence, but mana dynamics and all other laws had their augmentations doubled. In the case of entropy, its augmentations experienced even greater changes in elevation from what Noah could tell even though he didn't have this law completed. These changes in augmentations were great for Noah, but they were ridiculously stupendous for others as Noah's enemies were also getting that much stronger. Take Lilith for example. Noah had not yet ascertained how many natural laws she had integrated with an action that likely brought even greater boosts to nature integration experts. But it meant that her augmentations to her already boss-like foundation were increased by the thousands if not tens of thousands as Noah could not estimate just where in the quadrillions her values would be, and the more pressing thing was that if Noah managed to fully devour another dimension for a second time, natural laws would be made even more powerful as beings like Lilith would experience this exponential rise in strength once more. Chapter 2071 The Infinite Forge. Through his own actions, his enemies would only get stronger. The only way for him to keep up or exceed their augmentations was for him to have stronger base values, and for him to have understood many more laws. His foundation continued to grow stronger and stronger the more dimensional layers he held, his base values being increased explosively along with the loosening of the restrictions on the number of ascendancy stanchions and reality passages. The number of these concepts were also altered as while Noah infused all the authorities he could into the Lemniscate epitaph for the forging of the infinite forge and waited for the results, he finished reading the rest of the prompts for the boons of forming the fifth dimensional layer. Your affinity to the natural laws of reality has risen greatly, your affinity to the decretum of all dimensions has risen greatly, your maximum number of ascendancy stanchions is now 1000, your maximum number of infinite reality passages is now 1680, the quintessential natural-born infinite mana physique is devouring the Apollyon essence and refining its authority. Your dimensional body and soul continue to experience a profound strengthening and elevation, like a weapon. He continued to be forged in the most pristine manner as he truly didn't know where he would be when he had forged all 9 dimensions, and now, he just wanted to increase the number of his resources to rely on as after preparing everything. His full attention went on the blooming reality-altering construct, a construct that tool in multiple absolute authorities at this juncture. The question was about its stability, with the essence of a decreta, a fundamental natural law, a pure undefined authority, and even authorities under Noah. The mixture of it was very volatile. They now mixed and clashed, trying to achieve harmony as Noah wasn't stumped or out of ideas on how to do so. How does one achieve balance? How does the very fabric of reality keep in check its myriad of essences? Noah's body was already giving off many grand rays of light, but he now began to release beams of blue as absolute mana authority came into the picture. The fundamental natural law that was utilized by the very fabric of reality to keep a balance and had a constant concept of essence conversion into different forms. Essence was neither created nor destroyed, simply changed into different forms. At this juncture, Noah wanted mana dynamics to fundamentally change and transform the many mixtures of authorities at the core of the infinite forge into something bound only to it, into something unique that had the chance to even exceed the previous true emperor that had designed the golden forge of blinding and luminous rays of light shone with Noah at the center. They expanded to cover the vast cosmos and went to the far reaches of the newly established dream dimension. It was a light of grandeur announcing the arrival of something shocking, something fantastical. It bathed Noah's visage and everything around him as over half of the cerulean lemniscate epitaph became painted gold, and then, the prompts rolled in. You have designed the second greatest reality-altering construct in the age of quintessence that surpasses constructs of the olden era. Your authority as an emperor of this age significantly decreases. Your authority as an emperor of this age significantly decreases. The holder of the strongest reality-altering construct of the age of quintessence has also been notified of a construct near theirs in power. Noah's grand will as well as the Owens became utterly shocked. Everything came to a pause as even though a radiant light continued to permeate from his figure, it seemed to have lost some of its luster. Prompts he had never before seen or expected bloomed as for the first time ever his direct actions actually caused him a significant decrease in his authority as an emperor. He had achieved something grand, but he actually lost authority instead. It was for no reason other than the fact that even though his construct was ridiculous and even unique across the ages, it was not unmatched in this age of quintessence. It was not quintessential, so he as the quintessential Kainos emperor, shockingly lost some of his authority. Impossible. Eowyn's voice echoed out in a stupor as even she couldn't believe it. It wasn't feasible. It wasn't probable. He had utilized so many authorities, as well as an essence that had metaphorically unshackled some anchors from the desolate mausoleum. So how could an existence have already forged a reality-altering construct that even he only came close to in terms of power? A tremendous setback came at a point of great achievement and joy as Noah's eyes shone with tyranny. It doesn't matter, WAA. Noah spoke out grandly as his will went towards the infinite forge. It was only in its initial stages as it could be developed further. It could be enhanced further, even though shocking possibilities now bloomed with this new information. Noah could still design something that in the future would be unmatched, that it would be quintessential. Far away from Noah, within a dimension, billions of stellar cosmic suns floated endlessly for light years as they rotated in a unique manner with one another around an established center, a center that held a bright singularity that was ever-changing. The visage of an existence barely being made out as their will was roused at this juncture. It was roused as before its eyes. This being could feel the fabric of reality relay information to him through his authority, information that roughly translated to, a reality-altering construct nearing yours in power has been forged. Your reality-altering construct remains quintessential in this age, your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. The billions of sun rotating released stupendous beams of light as they were instantly sucked into the center they were rotating around, the being at the core of it all having his eyes and will veiled, but one could sense genuine surprise from him. Chapter 2072 The Finite Forge. A somewhat somber atmosphere permeated the radiant surroundings as seas of violent essence calmed down around Noah. The lemniscate epitaph in his soul pulsed with authority and grandeur, the fourth construct added into it causing providence to surge around Noah. When one looked at all the radiance around him, they would not believe that what he had forged was actually only second best in this age and era, and even he accepted it with a tinge of doubt and open-mindedness, as it was just that unbelievable. It has to be something that resulted from augmentations not found in the barren lands. WAA, Lavalier's voice echoed out as one could still feel her shock. Otherwise, it would make no sense with the authorities you have utilized to construct your infinite forge. Her theory was a simple yet grand one as Noah listened silently, the possibilities being many as his eyes flashed. No matter, his will surged as it rushed into the depths of his soul to see the lemniscate epitaph that half shone with a grandeur of gold. Let us first see the construct that is unique across the past ages. He would see, he had placed his designs and aided in its formation, but he still did not know just what boons it could have as his will commanded the construct to unveil itself at this juncture. Infinite Forge, a reality-altering construct with its foundations etched in absolute loot authority, absolute dream authority, absolute providence authority, absolute mana authority, and other forms of undefined authorities. As it exceeds any constructs from previous ages and only comes second to a construct formed at the beginning of the Age of Quintessence. It was based on the designs of the reality-altering construct of the Golden Forge that Katerina the Great had built, which eventually aided her in obtaining the seat of the true emperor. The starting point of the Infinite Forge is much greater as it exceeds its predecessor, with the possibility of advancement making it possible to entirely exceed many reality-altering constructs across the ages. Its purpose is to weave the fabric of reality daily to release providential loot across the ages, with the many authorities placed into this forge allowing for the chance to attain ultimate loot that rarely arose across the ages. Every 24 hours, the following loot will be passively generated in the Infinite Forge that the user can enter to remove or allow to passively accumulate over time. 10 Transcendent True Vitality Flasks, 100% chance to generate 50 Obsidian Dimensional Reality Panaceas, 100% chance to generate 500 Golden Dimensional Reality Panaceas, 100% chance to generate 10,000x ingots of Mananium, 100% chance to generate 1x Random Transcendent Dharma Relic, 100% chance to generate 1x Random Absolute Dimensional Relic, 100% chance to generate 1x Random Connate Dimensional Relic, 25% chance to generate 1x Random Transcendent Skill Tree of a True Emperor, 25% chance to generate 1x Modus Operandi of Previous Ages, 25% chance to generate 1x Random Zenith Dimensional Lineage, 10% chance to generate, 1x Random Zenith Reality Lineage, 10% chance to generate 1x Natural Decretum Complete Understanding Crystal, 1% chance to generate 1x Absolute Connate Reality Relic, 1% chance to generate 1x Absolute Connate Dimensional Relic, 0.01% chance to generate, and 10x Crimson Dimensional Reality Panaceas, 0.01% chance to generate. Your own fortune and providence will determine which loot you will attain daily, where those with a high providence value can enjoy ultimate loot that has a small percent chance of generating daily from the River of Providence. The types of loot will also undergo changes and variation based on the loot that you come across every few days. A lengthy description with bundles of glorious loot showed itself as it showed an overabundance of possibilities. Everything listed above, Noah could attain daily for the loot that had a 100% chance to generate, and the ones that had a low chance to generate would all depend on his providence value. The value that was increased by 2000% by the fundamental natural law of providence. What exactly was Noah's providence value? Similar to his destiny, fate, karma, and fortune, it was undefined, so Noah truly did not know where he stood, or if in the coming days he would ever get his hands on the loot that had the 1% or 0.01% chance to generate. The first utilization of the Infinite Forge will grant the loot of a full 24-hour cycle. Would you like to receive the generated loot? With his eyes focused on the lemniscate epitaph, this loot arose as the first grand surprise revealed itself. The birth of this system was a unique one as it already had the rewards of a 24-hour cycle at its conception. And Noah wanted to see just what would come out of the Infinite Forge as his will agreed to receive its rewards. A profound light of resonance and providence shone as Noah's figure became covered by a spatial light and began folding in on itself. The lemniscate epitaph in his soul shone brightly as it sucked in Noah's whole body, his visage disappearing from the dimensional Holy Land and appearing in an entirely new location. When his eyes opened, he found himself in a radiant domain, filled with golden luminescence and grandeur. His feet were sunken into a floor of crystalline golden stellar liquid that had mountains of loot rising throughout it, where Noah could see seeds of realities, grotto nacres, grotto panaceas, and many other lesser loot that wouldn't grant him much. It wasn't listed on the description of the Infinite Forge, but loot like this was on this location forming mountains. The light of loot shone on this golden stellar floor that stretched out endlessly as the surrounding skies were a stellar void of space, the stars being points of shining light from different loot as the brightest area of all. Was directly before Noah's eyes, where he could see a massive spinning golden lemniscate epitaph, a spinning golden infinity symbol that released vibrant waves of loot light, the two circles within it covered by a luminescent golden film of light that began to shine at this moment while the symbol spun. The loot of a 24-hour cycle shall be generated. Chapter 2073, The Lefinite Forge. LV, the loot of a 24-hour cycle shall be generated. A booming voice and prompt appeared in the stellar golden void as, while surrounded by mountains of loot, Noah began to see shining bundles of light fly out from the spinning infinity symbol, bundles of loot that smashed onto the golden planar floor he was on that already had mountains of loot. 10 transcendent true vitality flasks have been generated. 50 obsidian dimensional reality panaceas have been generated. 500 golden dimensional reality panaceas have been generated. 10,000x ingots of mananium have been generated. 10 verdant gold flasks that shone with the grandeur of life sunk onto the liquid gold floor, along with 50 obsidian dimensional reality panaceas. 500 golden dimensional reality panaceas, and 10,000 incandescent cerulean metalloids that looked like blue cylindrical cubes that released profound waves of pure mana. All of the loot that had a 100% chance of being generated was generated, as while the rest of them came, Noah's figure arrived before the cerulean ingots of mananium that were vastly different in size compared to the ingots of nulinium. Ingots of mananium, advanced metalloids born from pure mana that has been condensed and refined to an even greater level. 10,000 ingots of mananium can be smelted to birth mana armaments of varying quality depending on the blacksmith. This loot has a 100% chance to generate daily in the infinite forge of the quintessential Kainos Emperor. Metalloids that could be utilized to smelt mana armaments. It meant Noah would be returning the blacksmith's forge of the infinite dimensional reality soon, as apart from making new weapons, he wanted to see if materials line mananium and nulinium could be utilized in addition to relics to refine ruination into a grander relic. Shuring, while in his thoughts, the light of loot shone as after the loot with 100% chance of generating came, the time to see which, if any, of the lower percentage chance to generate loot would appear, and Noah's providence was not so low as the spinning infinity symbol that was the representation of the infinite forge spat out vibrant points of light that landed on the golden loot floor. The connate dimensional relic halo of Elysium has been generated. The Zenith Nibelheim dimensional lineage of the Imperial Undead Goo has been generated. A pause appeared after these two bundles of light as the golden infinity symbol trembled with authority. From Noah's body, seas of providence erupted at this juncture as they bathed the mountains of loot. A prompt rising before his eyes as one more bundle of light began to form. Providence is shown upon you. 1 natural decretum. Complete understanding crystal has been generated. WAA, the generation of loot has ended for the previous 24-hour cycle, with an arc of a profound light. A loot bundle that held a hexagonal crystal the size of cosmos floated in space. The crystal was swirling with pure white and gold essences that seemed to morph into different colors every second, Noah's eyes not being able to leave it as he focused on this loot. Natural decretum complete understanding crystal, grand and true to its name to some extent. This loot will allow for the instant and complete understanding of any decreta or natural law, while granting 50% understanding to fundamental natural laws. It has a 1/100 chance to generate in the infinite forge of the quintessential Kainos Emperor, a single loot that would allow one to fully understand a decretum or natural law. It was a ridiculous thing to have access to, as Noah only got a limited number of pure quintessential Kainos natural decretum seeds when he was forging his dimensional layers. And this loot was even more obscene than that. This dot was what came from the infinite forge. This was the second best construct of this age, as apart from this ridiculous loot, Noah also got a connate dimensional relic and a zenith dimensional lineage. One was a dazzling golden halo of light that had sunk into a mountain of grotto acres to the left of Noah, while the zenith lineage was contained in a bundle of a circular crystalline object that had surging obsidian green blood bubbling within. It was a dimensional bloodline with connections to the Nibelheim dimension, as it would be absorbed by Noah's own zenith quintessential Kainos Emperor bloodline. All of its boons assimilated into him as Noah walked to this loot next after he took the natural decretum complete understanding crystal. His tripupilled eyes were filled with stellar light as he appeared next to the obsidian green crystal and placed his hands on it, a devouring force erupting out to already devour this zenith lineage as Noah peered into its description. Imperial Undead Goo, a mutated royal lineage from the Nibelheim dimension that appeared in the Age of Misery. This lineage had risen unexpectedly and extremely fast due to their unique nature. coming to control all undead races within the Nibelheim dimension within a million years as a dimensional Hellion ruler was born from it with the goal of spreading its influence across dimensions. The mutated nature of the Imperial Undead Goo was deemed a threat by the Dimensional Conclave due to its destructive nature and base desire for domination and destruction, which prompted the Imperial Undead Goo dimensional Hellion ruler to face the might of the Eighth Dimension as its whole lineage was cleansed and eradicated from the eons of history. An Imperial Undead Goo was a unique mutation of an undead prion insectoid whose attacks carried neurodegenerative Nibelheim damage values that were especially penetrative against the soul of undead beings, implanting itself into its enemy mind and slowly eroding it to its bidding, a unique and horrendous lineage that was shockingly deemed a threat by all other dimensions eons ago. The vicious obsidian green blood was all devoured clean into Noah's body as his visage began to tremble at this juncture. His golden grandeur was momentarily overshadowed by a verdant black light as even his tripupilled eyes released a grandeur of back and green. The zenith lineage of the quintessential Kainos Emperor is assimilating the zenith lineage of the Imperial Undead Goo. The standing of the quintessential Kainos Emperor is rising in the stage of zenith. Chapter 2074 Wars and Alliances. The zenith lineage of the quintessential Kainos Emperor is assimilating the zenith lineage of the Imperial Undead Goo. The standing of the quintessential Kainos Emperor is rising in the stage of zenith. These prompts bloomed as a lineage that the Dimensional Conclave agreed to wipe out was assimilated into Noah. Noah did not know what lay beyond zenith as a bloodline with this rank was assimilated into his own, nor whether such a ranking was achievable in the desolate mausoleum or entirely outside of it. What he did know was that any lineages that had reached this stage were not to be underestimated, especially ones that were eradicated due to their nature. So what exactly would the zenith lineage of the Imperial Undead Goo grant? The bloodline of the Imperial Undead Goo was broken down and fully assimilated as its best features have been added to the quintessential Kainos Emperor, with all negative aspects removed. Noah's regal humanoid body released stellar waves of obsidian green power as his very skin was pulsing rapidly. It was his visage asking for permission to transform, even if it was just once, and he granted it permission. His magisterial figure ripped open as a form with obsidian green scales bloomed. Its size massive as still within the domain of the infinite forge, Noah's size began to increase towards something far vaster than even a cosmos. The feature of quintessential pathogenicity has been granted. The feature of neural encroachment has been granted. The zenith lineage of the Imperial Undead Goo has been fully assimilated. Like a blowing of a horn announcing in return, the titanic visage of a monstrous beauty that Noah was currently adorned is bellowed out with fervor. Its scales shone with a stellar obsidian green grandeur as the bottom of this body looked like a sharp insectoid stinger, the whole body enlarging as it went towards the top as it seemed triangular in stature. Midway, wings of pure green stellar light could be seen as they had traces of a gray-black essence, a dimensional essence as it could only be Nibelheim. Towards the top, a head-like circular structure formed as its two eyes up front took up the most structure, over 100 pupils shining dangerously within these eyes as it was extremely eerie to look at. Yet even in this grotesque-looking form of an Imperial Undead Goo, 10 green illusory crowns dripping with venomous essence rotated above its head and gave this form immense grandeur and authority for any that gazed at it. Noah's voice was raspy and filled with sharpness as he gazed at himself. What he loved the most about this form being its innate link to the Nibelheim dimension, as its body alone had parts that were supported by this essence. It meant that he could generate this essence now as the sixth dimensional layer was decided, and at the completion of this layer, a major crossroads would present itself to Noah, because the completion of the sixth layer presented the chance of integration to the decreta and natural laws that Noah fully understood, to the extent that the process would actually be natural. But after seeing the efforts of a previous irregular that ended in failure, would Noah really choose the same route as everyone else? Would he truly integrate himself with nature? Or would he stand by his tyrannical nature and integrate nature himself? Well, there was the issue of true death when this was attempted ages ago that he had to solve. This was a thought among many surging within Noah's mind for his next steps as his focus came back to the Imperial Undead Goo and the features it added to his lineage. Quintessential pathogenicity, your will has gained the recognition and form of a pathogenic will that can innately invade and dominate the souls of those it is exposed to. Even a small exposure of your will can silently latch onto others as if it is not eradicated. It can grow stronger in potency and eventually begin dominating the intended target. Your will has birthed the feature of neurodegeneration to achieve this, as your damage values have gained the capability to transform into neurodegenerative Nibelheim damage values, a subset of dimensional damage values achievable by those closest to the source of Nibelheim. Neurodegenerative damage values are capable of lacing near pathogenic will onto others, as if 80% of their true vitality values are erased with this damage value. Their minds would already be heavily encroached upon by your will, as they will come under your control. Neural encroachment, an active ability to spread and encroach your will onto others. Those whose soul strength is much lesser compared to yours will be greatly affected as their minds fall under your reign, with those stronger capable of denying your encroachment. If your encroaching will is not erased by those stronger than you, the feature of quintessential pathogenicity will display over time with an increase in potency and the gradual breakdown of the target's will. This ability is extremely effective against undead races due to its resonance with the imperial undead goo, with the base cost to cast being 1 billion units of the essence of reality, with the cost ranging upwards depending on the soul strength of the intended target. A single cast can apply to one being or a wide range of beings clustered in a single area. Two shocking abilities were born from the assimilation of the imperial undead goo lineage as Noah gained ridiculous boons that would make his aims in the Niflheim dimension move in a much easier fashion, as he had gained a powerful weapon against the undead. The only caveat was that Lilith was enacting a final war for this dimension, as all her forces were moving on to a grand conflict, and Noah saw himself using this time to learn more about the strength of this being and just how ridiculously stronger her strength was brought to after the dissolution of the dream dimension as an anchor. Chapter 2075 Wars and Alliances. At this juncture, Noah was still in his relatively peaceful period of break before jumping into any major conflicts, as his clones were finishing the nullity beasts and securing loot on this side. He collected the loot from the Infinite Forge while continuing his plans on using this peaceful period to accomplish many things and optimize his power. When he stepped out into a major conflict again, that his strength had to be strides where it was now. Essence exploded out as the massive form of an imperial undead goo disappeared, Noah's stellar humanoid visage taking its place once more as he began to give out commands to his own will and to the infinite dimensional reality. The first command was a heavy one, as he would follow it closely, and maybe not even bring it to completion until he decided what he wanted to do. His fair hands moved his fingers as the gray-black essence of Niflheim arose from it, his words flowing out serenely. Designate the Niflheim dimension as the sixth dimensional layer. Begin its formation, WAA. He had the resources, so he would begin to build it. As it went towards completion, he would decide just what path he wished to take when it came to the integration of Decreta and natural laws. Thereafter, let the blacksmith's forge burn brightly once more, recall ruination and prepare the sacrificial relics and the ingots of Millennium and Mananium. Noah took a small pause at this as he gazed at the smoothly spinning golden infinity symbol inside the infinite forge, continuing soon after, bring the Oathkeeper and the primordial disk as well. Let us see if Providence has anything in store. More and more commands came out of him as he planned to get many things accomplished in this period of time. Infuse the essence of Providence into the nomological edicts of the opulent Emperor, Pathfinder, and the causal Nexus Emperor. Yes, he had seen how fantastical Providence was, as he had to make it more pervasive in his concepts and utilize it to the fullest. Along with this thought process, strip polarity from the nomological edict of the Dictum Emperor and infuse Providence into it. Command after command left his mouth as many pieces began moving. Even more actions were bound to be completed during this juncture as stanchions were filled while reality passages were built towards the maximum number. Noah did all this as in the desolate mausoleum in 8 dimensions. The weaving of destiny became chaotic as Providence was silently divided across countless existences. Alliances were bound to be forged, and wars would continue to reign. This was the truth of reality itself, as in the long history of many ages, war was always the one constant. In the Niflheim dimension, the very cold and deathly waves of grey essence seemed to be churning and moving as countless legions of dimensional races moved, along with them. Some of the ancient races that used to reign over the desolate mausoleum at the beginning of the Age of Destiny also moved with them, as there were those on the side of Lilith, and there were others that had made their alliances to the Niflheim dimensional rulers. All legions moved at this junction to decide the fate of the Niflheim dimension after one of its most influential rulers decided she could not wait any longer. The Niflheim dimension was unique in the manner that it didn't have reigning dimensional rulers loyal to this dimension, and it instead had the influence of multiple dimensional Hellion rulers who sought to expand their influence, as it was a true land of death. It was why undead races thrived the most among all others in this dimension, as over the years, the conflicts were too many and the deaths were countless. All those who did not face true death simply became part of the legions of Lich Emperors and other royal races of the Niflheim dimension. Currently, Noah was mixed within the legions of the Kuanpangs as a commander, the visage of Valdez Tepes beside him as they watched the grand and majestic crimson gold colors of the Kuanpangs actually mixed in the middle of undead legions that currently gazed with killing intent towards seas of other legions opposing them from afar. The numbers were well over quadrillions when it came to the scale of this war, as all three-dimensional Hellion rulers were involved for supremacy. The position that Noah and Valdez were in seemed small when looking at the number of legions as the forces that Lilith had amassed and the Nibelheim dimensional rulers she had put under her dominance. Their forces stretched out for countless light years. The only thing that currently separated all these forces was a massive, deathly cold gray river. That was a focal point in the Nibelheim dimension. It was a landmark that was only known as Thanatos, an endlessly churning river holding dense Nibelheim dimensional essence and even arcs of absolute Nibelheim authority at its depths, as one could see it constantly expanding from one end of the dimension to the other. Even weak undead could be lost in this river, as it was a movement to many wars in the past, and it was the same thing now as quadrillions of existences of many races stood on either side, where in the deathly gray skies above them the illusory forms of astounding authorities were displayed like massive cosmos. It was the auras of dimensional rulers that acted as support for the many legions on the ground below. On one side of Thanatos, a crimson gold aura could be seen standing at the forefront, as it was bigger and more resplendent than any others here, with 2 purple auras of Avalon beside it and 6 gray-black auras of the Nibelheim dimension spread out alongside them. It was Lilith with 8 dimensional rulers fighting beside her, as opposing them on the other side of Thanatos were 2 blazing gray auras that lost to her in grandeur. But they were powerful. It was the other 2-dimensional Hellion rulers who wished to spread their influence in the Nibelheim dimension and other dimensions, as since they stood on the same side at this moment, it naturally meant they were standing together to match the terror of Lilith in order to not hand her the keys to reigning over the Nibelheim dimension. Behind these 2-dimensional Hellion rulers, the auras of 10 nature integration realm existences blared madly in the gray skies, as in terms of pure numbers, they exceeded the forces of Lilith through this alliance. Is this all you have, Mad Queen? You cannot pull your other pieces from Avalon or Fantasia to face us? Or leave your home defenseless with your main body to come here? This is why you shouldn't stretch out your influence so much to try and achieve things like your father. A resonant and deathly bellow emerged from the other side of Thanatos as one of the dimensional rulers released waves of mental attacks forward. At the same time, Providence began to surge, as amidst the countless legions below, Noah couldn't help but raise his head as he noticed the wills of dimensional rulers beginning to move. Chapter 2076 Wars and Alliances. LLL. The fight for a dimension was accelerated in timing as tremendously powerful forces stood on each side of the endless river that ran across the Nibelheim dimension. Thanatos, 3-dimensional Hellion rulers that always fought for dominion in this dimension, were now gazing upon a final conflict. As to stand a chance, 2 had to join hands in order to withstand the tyranny of the dimensional deceiver of the Mad Queen. The one who had spoken in a derisive tone was the dimensional Hellion ruler born in the Nibelheim dimension, the Emperor of Undead Legions and the Lich Emperor of Nibelheim Moors. He was the dominating force in the Nibelheim dimension before Lilith's influence gradually increased over time. His illusory form in the skies was massive, as it showed a magisterial enshrouded skeletal emperor with a throne of bones behind him, countless flaming skulls forming a sea of bones behind him as they varied in races and forms, almost as if it was all the beings he had killed over the years. His skeletal form itself was enshrouded in magisterial obsidian smoke, as only his pristine flaming crimson eyes could be made out. His voice raspy and cackling as he continued, "I feel like breaking a legend today. Do you care to allow me the chance to do so, Mad Queen?" His confidence was high, his grandeur was glorious, as behind him, he held legions that also totaled quadrillions, as they included many Nibelheim dimensional races as well as a portion of the ancient races. But more than this, he stood with another dimensional Hellion ruler. The Mirror of Death, Calican. A dimensional Hellion ruler that was actually a product of the imperial dimensional mirror lineage of the Mirror Dimension and the golden undead dragoons of the Nibelheim dimension. His true form was a massive silver gold dragon that could encompass the vast skies of this region. But he was currently in the form of a dashing middle-aged man with a sharp expression, his will seemingly ready to attack at any time, the 2 of them and 10-dimensional rulers behind them, while Lilith only had herself and 8 rulers in total. With the nature integration realm experts she brought occupied, both he and the Mirror of Death could siege Lilith's body along with 2 other rulers, as today was not a day that they faced defeat, so the Lich Emperor of Nibelheim gazed at Lilith with eyes burning with confidence and grandeur as at this juncture, the massive form of Lilith became clear. Her visage seemed to always have variations, as a demoness with 4 crimson gold horns rising to the skies could be seen. Beautiful butterfly-like wings stretching out behind her with majesty and potent auras of fundamental natural laws, her expression was a cold one filled with apathy as before her own legions and the legions of the dimensional Hellion rulers. She spoke nonchalantly. Apart from Oppenheimer, many of you neglect the parallel paths and the many bundles of knowledge and opportunity they provide. Her words began cryptically as a devilish authority began to pulse around her body. My father grew proficient enough in parallel paths that he was even able to call other versions of him to fight alongside his battles. I don't have the talent he had, but I was able to peer across the many paths and learn some things. I was able to know of many secrets and renowned existences whose movements shaped the ages past. The many legions in the surroundings began to move in an unsettling manner as even the dimensional rulers, both standing beside her and those opposing her, began to feel the winds of tenseness. This was especially so for the Lich Emperor of Nibelheim, Mors, and the Mirror of Death, Calican. They felt the tides of destiny shifting, they felt the weaving of providence begin to surge, they felt a radiant and heavy essence being released from Lilith as the absolute Nibelheim authority was actually embroiled within it, all of it going together to form a massive gateway before her figure. A particular existence I came across was particularly different from the rest as their providence set them up for something greater. One of the candidates who would have become the true emperor in the past age. Had Oppenheimer not existed. In some parallel paths, he was even destined enough to attain the seat of a true emperor. The will and destiny of such a being is grand as even in death, they can find no respite. Her eyes turned utterly chilling as a devilish smile bloomed on her lips. On the cold grey earth below, amidst the countless legions, Noah's own heart began to beat wildly as he also felt the changes in the very fabric of reality, the gateway before Lilith expanding massively as a heart-shaking aura began to come out from it. Today you shall see what a being who had become the true emperor in other paths is capable of. A being that was destined to become the true emperor had Oppenheimer not existed. A being that did become the true emperor in some parallel paths. Such an existence stepped out of the massive gateway as the essence of Nibelheim was potent, the aura of an extremely powerful undead being present is on top of this heavy aura of death. Incandescent golden flows of destiny and providence wrapped around the very feet of this being as his visage slowly became visible to all. It was the visage of a commander who at the end of his life, his body became wrapped in a dimensional gateway and disappeared. What happened to his body? The answer to who had gotten their hands on it was revealed at this juncture. Hung out surges of providence whipped into storms as clad in an obsidian armament shining with waves of fundamental absolute authority and holding onto a massive obsidian sword releasing the same ecstatic waves of power, the profile of an existence lost through the eons of history reappeared. Chapter 2077 Wars and Alliances. LV. His skin was pale and cold with a bit of dim radiance as his eyes were apathetic and had lost their bright luster, but the dignified and royal grandeur he carried himself with could not be lost even in the ravages of time. You ask me what cards I have up my sleeve. The devilish voice of Lilith continued to resound as her fair hands came behind this dignified figure who was surrounded by a deathly aura, wrapping around his head as if he was her possession entirely. I give you a figure lost in the vicissitudes of providence and time. I give you the great commander whose status has been elevated greatly by the ancient races since his death. I give you the would-be true emperor of an age that is past. I give you Emperor Phone. Boom. The legions below that were filled with the remnants of the ancient races gazed forth in complete stupor. The faces of the Lich Emperor of Nibelheim, Mors, and the Mirror of Death, Calican, became extremely somber as the aura that could be felt from the figure revealed before them was extremely unsettling. Besides Noah, Valdez Tepes was trembling as the great commander whose will he thought had been carrying this whole time the same will that was actually passed down by Lilith. The it actually seemed to hold some truth. It cannot be, within the far reaches of Noah's mind, a tiny remnant sliver of the olden will that Noah found in the forgotten reality that had not been fully assimilated by the infinite dimensional reality echoed out. It was this will that Noah had withstood and resonated with the will of the great commander. It was the will that wanted to find out the fate of Commander Phone. For his body to be desecrated as an undead it cannot be. The torn and hurtful weight resonated outwards as Lilith's single move was a shock to all. Noah's origin also buzzed as the destiny link he had formed when he resonated with Commander Feng's will weeks ago pulsed in wonder, his eyes releasing luminous waves of light as he carefully activated, I am the main character, to peer into the many mysteries before him. As he did this, the ability that would be activated any time that he came across the will and destiny of Commander Fong activated. Emperor's aged remembrance, activated as a portion of Noah's consciousness was pulled away into an entirely different location. It was pulled into a memory that occurred in the passage as it affirmed for him that what he saw before his eyes was nothing but the truth, sometime within the age of destiny, in the folds of space between the desolate mausoleum and dimensions. Arcs of multicolored essence weaved around a certain scene that showed an exquisite demoness twirling her fingers around the body of an existence whose very blood that continued to leak pulsed with life force, every volume leaking out having dense secretures of vitality burning within them, as this being didn't seem dead with such an abundant life force in his blood. I was wondering what this fundamental natural treasure in providence would lead me to. But I've seen you in some parallel paths. You should have not at all perished at this stage with such a destiny. Let's see, the one who did this to you was called Oppenheimer, was it? The eyes of Lilith shone with grandeur and providence as she pulled up the scenes of what she saw before, her crimson-tinted fingers taping her smooth chin as she gazed at the body of the commander before her. How did an existence that wasn't a destined emperor, much less a chosen emperor, kill someone like you? She sought knowledge, she sought to understand the workings of reality and peer into the many secrets. Well, no matter. If I can just take you and other chosen and destined emperors I've collected to the sources of multiple dimensions, especially Nibelheim. Her eyes were vibrant with plans and joy as before she continued any further. At this juncture, the fabric of reality trembled as Lilith's gaze that was on the body of the great commander shockingly turned towards Noah's direction where he was gazing upon everything. Violent essence surged as the remembrance was shattered into oblivion, Noah's portion of soul being thrown into a continuum storm as before everything disappeared. He was shown the body of the great commander one last time. He saw the eyes of this being that should contain no trace of life open for a brief nanosecond as they locked onto him. These eyes displaying an immense will that relate a message towards him, a message similar to the last time when he first attained Emperor's aged remembrance, in the forgotten reality. It is still possible to undo it all. One of the keys are the suppressed natural laws. Lift their suppression and the path shall open. A message that was a bit clearer than the one he received last time bloomed as everything shattered soon after, back in the Nibelheim dimension, above the endless river, Thanatos. The visage of the great commander shone with absolute fundamental authority as he turned into a glimmer of light that instantly arrived on the other side of Thanatos, the targets being the shocked dimensional Hellion rulers as Lilith herself. Her eyes gave off a dangerous glint as she gazed critically at the dimensional rulers behind her and then those on the other side of the endless river, her eyes eventually gazing at the endless legions below as she spoke to herself. The means and power of this being were unique, as even when someone gazed at a scene from too many years ago, her gaze could still reach all this way as she showed tremendous care and attention to detail while she went for something she had wished to attain closeness to this whole time, the source of Nibelheim. Chapter 2078 Wars and Alliances. The Great Commander. It was a unique title that, after realizing his actions against Oppenheimer and his past status, the ancient races had kept and even exemplified this title for Commander Fong. Then, there were the Primordials who, among many other titles towards Oppenheimer, they also called him the Great Commander, two different beings sharing the same title. It would mean nothing if it was just this, but Lilith D just mentioned that if Oppenheimer did not exist, Commander Fong would have been the one to take the seat of the true emperor, as frankly, he had even done so in other paths. This begged the question: not just what anomaly was Oppenheimer to change everything so drastically in the last age. It was a question that didn't have much light shed on it, as at this juncture, the undead titled as Emperor Fong moved apathetically under Lilith's orders and swung his obsidian sword that released arcs of entropy. His current power begged a lot of questions, as he was nowhere near this point at his death, the power that this undead Emperor Fong wielded only being a testament to the power of Lilith and her expertise with the undead. The identity of the being in question was crucial, yes, but to allow an undead under you to wield absolute fundamental authority? Difficult. I will take no prisoners today. Lilith's voice was resonant as it bellowed out like a horn across the battlefield. Either bend the knee and join me or face true death and be reborn as an undead. This is the only path. With the Lich Emperor of Nibelheim, Mors, and the Mirror of Death occupied by a shocking visage of undead Emperor Fong, Lilith's body only blared forth waves of authority as she didn't even attack the 10 nature integration experts brought to oppose her, with her figure floating forward and speaking in a threatening tone as she didn't even attack. Below them on the glacial grey earth and the raging endless river, suzerain Nibelheim commanders on her side bellowed out with fervor, while the suzerain ancient race commanders still had blank looks and somber expressions, as many felt like they were slapped on the face. To see the person they revered desecrated as an undead. And they couldn't even speak up for him, as the power of Lilith was something that even nature integration experts feared, the weakened ancient races of this age. They only had connections to one or two nature integration experts, and they were all bound behind Lilith at this moment as they moved across the skies, desolate. This was the feeling to be described as in the whole battlefield. The grandeur of a single demoness was shining brightly as her voice boomed out again. Why fight to the death for the war and gains of another ruler? When I dominate Nibelheim, I will ask you to fight for me, but I will never ask you to put your life on the line. My battles do not require that, as you can see. Make the decision now before my patience runs out and I join the battle. Exceedingly beautiful and grandiose, extremely deceptive, deceiver. The Lich Emperor of Nibelheim bellowed out as he conjured up multiple nature integration remnant undead around him to withstand the heavy entropy surging around an apathetic undead emperor phone who was weaving between him and the Mirror of Death smoothly. The Mirror of Death had already transformed into a radiant silver-gold dragon with raging grey flames of Nibelheim in its eyes as against the titanic visage of undead Emperor Phone. They were both kept at bay. Below, the fervor reached a crescendo as the legions that made up Quadrillions surged towards the endless river and its cold waters, a glorious war beginning above Thanatos. As in the midst of all this, Noah was watching coldly. He roused Valdez and didn't let anything show, as in this battle. He couldn't do too much to rouse Lilith's attention, but that didn't mean he couldn't get a lot of things done: quintessential pathogenicity and neural encroachment. The two new abilities he had gained from the zenith lineage of a creature in this very dimension who was deemed too dangerous by all other dimensions. They bloomed to fruition at this moment, as with their extreme usefulness against undead, Noah planned to silently attach his pathogenic will onto the legions of Quadrillions under Lilith and her dimensional rulers before they even knew anything, if he wanted to stand out here to attain loot or authority. The risks were nowhere near worth the rewards, as unless he tried to take down dimensional rulers, mere suzerains would not satiate him while putting his clone in danger in a straight path of Lilith. But there was one being who was moving with ferocity. As Noah's pathogenic will was spreading, he stopped his advance towards a certain direction where he saw an undead suzerain Dullahan commander with blazing cerulean flames in his eyes. He knew those blue flames. The visage of the great usurper was mixed in the Quadrillions of Nibelheim lineages, as he didn't have the same restriction as Noah and ran free. Multiple other suzerain undead commanders showed similar blazing blue flames that showed this anomaly that was Eckhart silently pressing his dominant will across many legions. Noah choosing to not fight with someone who aided him in the past, as the legions here were many. There were more than enough for each of them. It was just that sometime in the future, Noah planned to have all of this under him: the Nibelheim dimension, the mirror dimension, Avalon, Elysium, all the remaining 8 dimensions. He planned to have under his infinite dimensional reality, as even unique beings like Eckhart would become part of his forces. His tyrannical will raged with majesty as his eyes overlooked the battle of the Nibelheim dimension, his will spreading out to dominate silently. It seemed that the result of this battle was already set in stone, away from this dimension. In the void of space where the only dream dimension used to be, a low symphony of victory and dominance was dying down as the blue domains of the magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg's roster with beautiful infinity symbols. But the roars of abominations could not be heard. Only the buzzing sound of grandeur was emanating outwards as the clones of the quintessential Kainos Emperor floated silently within these domains, one in particular releasing waves of valor as he wielded the dimensional reality Ziston and the sword of Avalon. His authority whipped around madly as all around him, the only thing left remaining of the abandoned abominations was mere dust. Chapter 2079 Wars and Alliances 6. His valor was glorious as dimensional rulers talked amongst each other when he was moving before. Morgana was shaking her head while she spoke sharply towards Guinevere. No damn way his true realm was at Grotto Haven, and nor is it now. With his distinctions and titles, he should rank in the same stage as nature integration realm existences. Morgana had accepted the strength this being showed that entered into boundaries of nature integration existences, and she now focused on the aspect that he was always this powerful when they met him. Otherwise, the truth would make others feel too inadequate. The cold eyes of Guinevere raised at Morgana's words as she replied while gazing at the faraway figure floating amidst the cerulean domains. No matter what his power was or currently is, it doesn't change the distinction that he revealed to us before, nor does it change his status as Imperius Avalonis. If you don't have anything constructive to say or contribute, just fall in line. Her words were filled with authority as Morgana stared at this being she nearly considered as an older sister in shock. Did the title of Imperius Avalonis truly mean so much to her to continue treating the holder of the Sword of Avalon like this? Were all Avalon dimensional rulers supposed to follow his words unquestionably from now on due to this? It was a hard concept to grasp for most nature integration realm existences who were experts of the desolate mausoleum and 9 dimensions. For them to be placed and follow the lead of another, yet the being that had risen this time around was just, their eyes went back to him. The cerulean domains began to fade as his clones did so as well, only one clone as well as the Avalon dimensional chassis wielding the dimensional reality Ziston and the sword of Avalon coming back where the dimensional rulers were waiting, but his eyes weren't even on them. They seemed to be thinking of innumerable things as at this juncture, his will was reading the total number of loot he had attained and accumulated from 897 nullity beasts that he killed today. 8,970 shards of concept modifiers have been obtained, 8,970 shards of nullity have been obtained. 8,970 ingots of nullinium have been obtained, 897 all-source enhancer has been attained, a hefty bundle of loot, especially the all-source enhancers that equated to 5 obsidian dimensional reality panaceas. And could be utilized for many things as they ranged from elevating dimensions all the way to Noah's newly forged infinite forge to increase its loot output in quality, as well as making it quintessential, from Lavalier's words, the being who exceeded Noah to make a quintessential reality-altering construct had to have used something outside of the barren lands. If that was the case, then the all-source enhancer had their source as the nullity beasts that also stemmed outside of the barren lands. So Noah would soon be upgrading his construct with similar resources as the unfathomable being that exceeded him in this aspect. The boons were abundant as his main body would be the one to organize and utilize them. His Avalon dimensional chassis had dimensional rulers to rein in and talk to. As wars bloomed in some areas, alliances were forged in others. An existence known as the Seeker of Knowledge had granted them shocking information while seeking an alliance between dimensional forces. Her golden visage with wings of light and a pulsing halo made one feel an air of reverence and suffocation, but Noah came close without being affected by her reverential air and smile while he spoke calmly, the sword of Avalon moving to open up a gateway at the same time. Why don't we have a dialogue in the Avalon dimension? You can attend the official anointing of the Imperious Avalones. He spoke grand words while the eyes of Avalon dimensional rulers flashed, Guinevere also raising her brows as this was something new Noah was ushering forth, but she was among the first to go towards the dimensional gateway leading to the Avalon dimension as they were finished here. The Seeker of Knowledge smiled with her eyes as her vibrant authority spread out to gaze towards the direction of golden-clad dream dimensional rulers who had cold expressions, and the rulers from the missing dream dimension. They may be joining us later. The other clone of Noah to remain behind now stood beside Eowyn and the dream dimensional rulers as the Seeker only smiled deeper seeing this scene. As if she had affirmed just how high the status of Noah was as his words affected the path that all dimensional rulers here took, as she had seen with the connections of providence surging towards him before. Very well, carrying her vibrant authority, she floated across the dimensional gateway into the Avalon dimension along with Noah's Avalon dimensional chassis and Avalon dimensional rulers, shuring. The gate closed soon after as only dream dimensional rulers were left behind. The aged and prominent face of the old dreamer and others turned towards the remaining clone of Noah. The longest dream released a brilliant luster of absolute dream authority that bloomed into a circular domain that covered all of them. He then gazed with luminous eyes towards Noah's figure that his daughter remained close to as he asked, "Where is our home, W.A.?" Yes, the dimensional rulers still had no more idea than other rulers just what state the dream dimension was in right now, as since they knew the being who everything centered on, they now sought their home. But this brought about a certain problem. Your home is near my home, BZZT. Noah's eyes shone with brilliance as he waved his hands and caused a film of light to erupt that showed a portion of the infinite dimensional reality. It showed the vibrant and reformed dream dimension. It showed the grand-looking sandy gold planar floor and vibrant golden cosmos that all swirled with the decretum of dreams and gave off the sense of familiarity that they knew. As dimensional rulers of the dream dimension, I have no right to deny you entry to your own homes. There is only the issue of me being extremely overprotective of my own home as I've hidden it away where others cannot easily access. To allow you all free entrance and access into this region, I would need some assurances. It was only a single clone present, but the waves of tyranny were palpable as Noah had grand designs that Eowyn could feel at this moment as her eyes carried a trace of nervousness as she gazed between Noah and her father, as well as the rest of the dream dimensional rulers. This was because she knew Noah's nature, and she saw that at this juncture while he had already attained the dream dimension, he wanted to put the dream dimensional rulers under his heel, or else they would not even get to step foot in their home dimension again. Humph! A snort rang out as a ruler blazed with authority. I tire of this childish power play. even if you hold the ears of the Avalonian dimensional rulers and Eowyn stands beside you. Do not you really think you can even deny those who have gained the recognition of the source of dreams into the dream dimension itself? Waa, the aged slumber, the dimensional ruler of nightmares Jajigan, spoke out as his constantly changing form was the first to challenge Noah's tyranny. Chapter 2080 Undeniable, Dimensional Ruler. This wasn't simply a mere title as to gain it. One had to have the recognition of a dimension while achieving the stage of integrating with nature. They had to have the capability to bear the distinction from a source of nature. The dimensions were sources of nature, as all dimensional rulers upon being granted this title were granted a link to the source. Jajigan was a variation of a nightmare from the dream dimension as he was connected to the source of dreams. It was difficult to connect to the newly reformed dream dimension before, as everything about its old structure had disappeared, with the source being the only thing preserved, as the dream dimensional rulers were not able to feel the source that easily, but now that they were shown scenes of it before their eyes, their inherent link to the source of dreams strengthened. Jajigan was the first to heavily grasp onto this connection he had as he spoke freely before Noah's visage. I have lived for too many billions of years and seen many existences that wish to stand above all others. I have dreamt for trillions of more years as I have yet to bend my knee to any others. If that is the assurance you sought, you will not be receiving it from me, as I shall simply flow towards the source of dreams I am connected to. Waa, the wills of nature integration existences were powerful and hard to bend. Guinevere was a special case due to her link with the Sword of Avalon, as all others. It would be extremely arduous to get them to bend the knee. So Noah watched on coldly as he stopped Eowyn from saying anything while Jajigan tried to access the dream dimension. He gazed at the radiant golden cosmos above sandy golden dunes in the illusory scene that Noah showed as in a short period of time. Shirring, a golden dimensional gateway began to form in this blank void as Jajigan released a harumph, but at the same time his experience also caused a foreboding feeling to bloom. He saw the gaze on Noah's expression remain placid. He saw the longest dream, the old dreamer, and others look on carefully as even they were seeing just what would occur next, but he was confident in his connection to the source of dreams. This gateway before him would lead one directly into the dream dimension. So he floated towards it and stepped in to wipe away any feelings of hesitation, and an instant later, the dimensional gateway trembled and shot out his regal figure with utmost authority. The visage of Jajigan reformed from an ever-changing nightmare and onto an exceedingly handsome middle-aged man with tendrils of smoky hair, his expression showing utmost shock and disbelief. The rest of the dream dimensional rulers became somber as their gazes locked onto the dimensional gateway that remained calm, showing everything was working as it should, but shockingly there was a rejection from the very source that Jajigan was trying to reach. Impossible. The aged slumber didn't believe it as he shot towards the gateway again, only for the same result to repeat as he truly faced an undeniable authority that would not allow him entry to the source of dreams he was connected to. How is this possible? He could only stare forth in shock as he eventually turned his eyes towards the calm existence who seemingly knew all this would happen. And how could he not? After all, the feature of absolute authority was working and displaying its undeniable authority. The feature that granted Noah the authority of allowing or disallowing entry into the gormandizing dimensional reality for those who have been branded as the rulers of the source. It displayed its power now as it left dream dimensional rulers utterly dumbfounded. The longest dream and the dreamer of providence were the ones retaining their calm as Eowyn's father spoke out coldly. You said you wanted assurances. Assurance. This word could be used for many things as Noah retained his grandeur amidst all the dimensional rulers while speaking calmly. Assurance that my home you all will also have access to will be safe and remain hidden. You don't even have to make this assurance with me if it seems like I am trying to stand above you all. You can make this assurance with the very source of the dream dimension you all are already connected to. That is all, a simple task. Noah even removed himself from the equation as he told the dream dimensional rulers to bind themselves to merely the source of dreams. But they didn't know how fundamental of a change the dream dimension had undergone. They did not know that the very source of dreams would fall under Noah's full control in only a matter of time, as his gormandizing dimensional reality was already assimilating the latent will of the dream dimension. Bzzzt, absolute dream authority began to rage as the longest dream was the first to make a move. He reached into his authority as a dream dimensional ruler to connect to its source and make a binding agreement with it while putting the very title and understanding of the decretum of dreams on the line. After the longest dream, the old dreamer followed soon after. Besides Noah, Eowyn couldn't watch. She sighed as she truly had to remain quiet while her father and other dimensional rulers bound themselves to something they didn't fully understand. the source of the dream dimension it would all fall under Noah in time as the dream dimensional rulers bound to it. Yet she watched it happen. In fact, she even facilitated it as she stood beside Noah as a sign of trust until absolute dream authority wrapped and bound the dream dimensional rulers here in a unique manner. When it was done, Jajigan had a somber expression as he was the first to go into the dimensional gateway again, and this time, there was no rebound or denial as he passed through. The old dreamer's aged face was sharp as he was the next one to go in along with the injured dreamer of ages. Yoan then floating towards her father and nodding towards him as the two of them followed soon after. Waves of providence shone brightly as on this day, multiple nature integration realm experts passed through a dimensional gateway to arrive in what they believed to be the new location of the dream dimension. They instead stepped into Noah's gormandizing dimensional reality. Chapter 2081 Visitors. He had lived for a long time. He had seen the passages of ages and emperors rising and falling. He was the longest dream, the child, and one of the hopes of the dream dimension after a few others like him became true emperors and left their home, so he had seen his share of marvels. Yet nothing prepared him for the inexplicable wonder he witnessed when he stepped through the dimensional gateway to arrive into what he expected to be the relocated dream dimension. But the moment he saw it, he instantly understood it was nothing as simple as a relocation. Vibrant seas of essence rages around them as they appeared above the skies of this dream dimension, where radiant rotating golden cosmos could be seen spinning with grandeur around them as they swirled with milky gold light that dripped to the earth below, an earth that was filled with crystalline sand dunes that rose and fell like treasures as the moment they arrived. They were instantly able to tell a change that shocked them. This change was the concentration of dream essence. It was at least twice as dense as the dream dimension they remembered, as even the source of dreams it felt more potent and stronger here. But this wasn't all. When they spread their auras out, they felt the endlessly expansive golden plains of this dimension stretching out on all sides as ultimately there stretched out wolves felt golden borders in the far distance, borders, massive golden boundary-like borders that stood stably, and unlike the dream dimension they knew, these boundaries were not pulsing and expanding. They weren't stretching out endlessly even at a slow pace, as the process that thinned out the source of dreams and led it towards an apocalypse was gone, impossible. The others were speechless when they realized it, as it was the longest dream who spoke out. Yes, what he saw was an impossibility. The stoppage of the apocalypse of dimensions was an impossible thing unless one attained the seat of the true emperor and found a way to undo what Oppenheimer had done in the last age. So what was this reality they saw at this juncture? It was so unbelievable, as this was part of the reason why the source of dreams felt so much stronger and so potent, to the extent that it felt like it would only continue to get stronger. It was a marvel that even the longest dream, who had dreamed for trillions of years and made many dreams into realities, could not fathom. Eoin, just what is? He could only turn to his daughter for some answers, but at this juncture, welcome, WAA. Booming voice filled with calm and reality resonated all around them, as it was none other than Noah. It boomed around them even though it held no authority, the dimensional rulers following its source as they finally realized something else that caused their expressions to change greatly. The golden planar dream dimension they had spread their auras to observe was only one area. The source of the voice came above the dream dimension, as when they looked up, they saw countless dazzling multicolored cosmos stretching out endlessly, the cosmos that came from too many devoured realities, and cosmos that were naturally formed from singularities that were blooming constantly even at this moment, singularities that had increased in frequency and number ever since the authority of anchors was reduced, and they even further exploded upwards when the dream dimension was assimilated into the gormandizing dimensional reality. Their number was utterly astounding, as amidst all this, seas of multicolored essence surged around these cosmos. The voice they heard seemed to stem at the center point of all of these cosmos, as Eoin was the first to shoot towards it, the longest dream and the others coming out of their stupor to move and spread their wills out to observe more and more, as they saw something that made them raise a shocking question. This question was raised as while they passed radiant multicolored cosmos, they saw the source of the voice stem from a vibrant area of domain that swirled with dense seas of all types of essence. But this wasn't all. Amidst the vibrant multicolored essences, they could see particles and tendrils of natural laws, of fundamental natural laws, and of absolute dream authority. It was a shocking scene, as it caused the dreamer of providence to pull his golden beard hairs while voicing out incredulously, "This isn't the main reality." A shocking question, but there was only a single reason why it would be raised. It was because the domain they saw, the dimensional Holy Land they gazed at, it seemed eerily similar to the emperor domains of nature they knew of in the main reality. This was because it was currently densely swirling with concentrated invisible waves of natural laws, fundamental natural laws, and even streams of absolute dream authority. It was the dream dimensional rulers being one of the first to witness the truly grand changes to the gormandizing dimensional reality after the assimilation of a wild dimension. It wasn't just the act of assimilation, but also due to this anchor losing its function on the desolate mausoleum, it was causing grand and fundamental changes that the dream dimensional rulers now followed while being pulled towards the source of the voice within the dimensional Holy Land, to the blacksmith's forge that was only a small part of the many constructs to look at in the dimensional Holy Land, and here, the main body of a glorious existence with his stellar chest laid bare could be seen surrounded by incandescent golden forges. Radiant metalloids of mananium and nulinium were stacked up beside the forge he was on, as he wasn't alone. The figure of a not recently seen oathkeeper floating nearby with a vibrant disc, as well as the visage of an apathetic crimson-tinted ruination, who all raised their heads to the oncoming array of dimensional rulers who became even more shocked at what they continued to see as the main body of Noah was not covered by a veil. His authority was laid out in the open as the longest dream, and other rulers were able to gaze upon his distinction. Upon a dazzling crown with vibrant ecratures, as well as the ridiculously dense backbone of a throne that was shining with even more radiance at this juncture. The reason for this was because the binding of the rulers to the source of dreams and their entry into the gormandizing dimensional reality had caused an elevation in authority that was quantified before Noah's eyes. Without even attaining the seat of the true emperor of this age, you have begun to act upon an authority privy only to true emperors. The origins of multiple nature integration realm existences have been bound to a source under your control. You have embarked on a quintessential path of ruling over those at the peak of power in this age. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Chapter 2082, The Conclave of Quintessence. You have embarked on a quintessential path of ruling over those at the peak of power in this age. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. These were the prompts that Noah saw, but to the dream dimensional rulers, all they saw was his kainos authority surging with splendor as the backbone of his throne became even more solidified. But what caused these aged beings to come to a halt were the ecratures burning brightly around the crown that sat slightly forward and above the empty backbone of a throne, quintessential dimensional emperor. It caused each of them to pause and look at each other as they then locked their gazes onto the being in question that Yoan went to stand before. He was currently wielding a hammer of light with his chest laid bare, his stellar skin and visage being visible as his lower half was covered by a multicolored armament swirling with rivers of reality. Surrounded side by side with mananium and nulinium, his visage screamed of regality and grandeur as when looking at him and his title, the Dreamer of Providence was the first to speak. The age of quintessence has just begun with no emperor being the clear winner. How do you have such a title? Out of all ages past, this age is the hardest to become a champion in, so how is your distinction possible? Noah was a marvel that had to be answered, as when they asked him this, his eyes only shot forth an air of tyranny. An interested smile became etched on his lips as he floated to sit atop a golden anvil while gazing towards Eowyn's exceedingly beautiful figure in a quizzical tone after the recent words of the Dreamer of Providence. And as if she knew Noah's question, she spoke out calmly, when an age ends and the authority of the true emperor disappears, the authority of that age and all candidate emperors also slowly disappears, as there exists a small internalization of this authority in all candidate emperors of this age. When the next age begins, this internalized authority can reveal some information to its holder, with the most crucial being a quantification of just how difficult or easy it would be to become an emperor of that current age. When the age of quintessence arrived, the past candidate emperors of the age of destiny all learned that it would be even harder to become an emperor of this age than it was for 10 of the previous ages combined. This is why most beings are not rushing to fight for authority, as in this landscape of apocalypse and cataclysm, they know the chance is an impossibility. Eowyn's words stood true as Noah twirled with the golden hammer while he thought, eventually nodding and turning towards the old dreamer to reply. The reason for my distinction it seems it was also the reason that attaining rulership in this age is considered an impossibility for others. His words were explosive as they caused somber lights to bloom in the eyes of the dimensional rulers as they realized this being before them seemed to be truly unique. Off to the side, Ruination and the Oathkeeper did not display any emotions as they watched on. But there were still even more questions within the minds of the dimensional rulers. What this place was, what the essence of abomination was doing in metalloid piles. Just more of a dialogue had to occur for them to understand each other, so Noah continued with a brilliant smile as he didn't push too hard nor start demanding fealty from some of the most powerful beings in the barren lands. they were already bound to the source that was now bound to him as in a short period of time. All the pieces will fall where they should, so a dialogue began in the dimensional Holy Land that was wondrously misconstrued as an emperor domain of nature of the main reality with dream dimensional rulers. And another dialogue took place in the Avalon dimension where Noah met with an Elysium dimensional ruler and Avalon dimensional rulers. He was forging connections with the strongest beings of this era freely as while he made his movements, destiny continued to unwind elsewhere. Uniquely, since the events of the Kuan-Peng's cataclysm nest, a bit over 4 days had passed as too many things had occurred in his period of time, Noah moving with many identities and accomplishing too many things as his clone of Alexander could be considered falling behind in accomplishments. He had been taken in by the primordials and enjoyed the emperor domain of nature for a day, setting off with their legions for another day to fight the forces of the dream dimension when he himself rose as the dimensional Inimicus. Retreating and regrouping with the adjudicator legions and even meeting suzerain commanders who controlled a few abominations, but the greatest power he did display and could display at this juncture was the peak of Ultima and approaching Grotto Haven is currently. His position in the primordial legion was stagnant until more battles came, and even though it was only a period of days into the flourishing age of quintessence, battles were aplenty as after the forces of the dream dimension. Legions of empowered primordial beasts and the factions of ancient races that had not emigrated into dimensions began to move across the pure-blooded primordial domains, even though it was a short period of time into the age of quintessence. A dimension had fallen as grand changes occurred in the desolate mausoleum, and on the side of dimensions. A rarely seen conclave was called forth after the drastic actions caused by a certain someone. A conclave had never so quickly been called upon this early into the start of an age. It was a conclave with grave uncertainties and decisions that even those with abundant knowledge could not predict. The stance of the Elysium dimension will be to see what position the quantum dimension is taking. Whether they know the will of the ancestors. And what they plan to do. In the Avalon dimension, Insula Avalonis was transformed into an isolated domain of wonder as over half a day had passed since the rulers here met with the seeker of knowledge. At this juncture, they had all gotten notices for the location and timing of the dimensional conclave as they would soon set off into this grand affair. Chapter 2083 The Conclave of Quintessence. Half a day. This was how much time had passed since the anchor that was the dream dimension had been destroyed. As in this period of time before the dimensional conclave was convened, a shocking event had taken place in the Nibelheim dimension. The dimensional deceiver had moved with shocking speed and power as she revealed an unbelievable card up her sleeve, a renowned commander that was prominent in the last age returning as an undead emperor as he wielded power that was enough to best two-dimensional Hellion rulers. Her battle did not have any suspense as before she even made a move, her mere words had moved half of the opposing dimensional rulers to surrender as no nature integration expert wished to put their long life on the line for the sake of those they were merely allied with. This left the two-dimensional Hellion rulers of the Nibelheim dimension besieged on all sides as the result of this. She is a cruel danger that we must wipe out first. It was a result that caused a certain voice to rise with the deepest parts of the main reality. 12 blazing thrones of authorities rotated around each other as the tribunal rulers of the desolate mausoleum had their wills focused on a particular scene, a scene taken from the point of view of the legions standing opposite to Lilith, as some undead suzerain commanders within these legions were actually under the banner of primordials. Their reach was deep and absolute in nature, as even in the Nibelheim dimension, they had extended their influence and forces, as getting a recording of how reality played out in the past was the least that they could do. The current recording showed the might of Lilith as after multiple dimensional rulers from the side of the Lich Emperor of Nibelheim, Mors, and the Mirror of Death, Kalikan, had defected, her voice had emanated out across the endless river Thanatos. Others may be spared, but those who led the incursion to stand in my way will not. Those newly allied to me. Prove yourself by wiping out those standing against us. WAA. She truly did not lift a finger. Her demonic form with her dazzling butterfly wings emanated valor and regality as after causing the dimensional rulers on the enemy side to defect, she then pointed them as the sword against those they previously allied with. Deceiver. The bellow of the Lich Emperor of Nibelheim was piercing as the astounding absolute Nibelheim authority had surged from him. Countless obsidian gray flames spread out and washed over the undead legions below that had begun to rage within Thanatos, these flames pulling up in their very aspects and life force as they then surged to the undead dimensional rulers, surging towards them in a bid to control them and rein them in. Boom. But a cold snort from Lilith that surged with absolute fundamental authority dispersed the absolute Nibelheim authority as multiple nature integration realm experts besieged the Lich Emperor and the massive draconic visage of the Mirror of Death on all sides. As beings proficient in destiny and providence, they could only shake their heads and wills with unwillingness and disbelief at the situation playing out as they knew how it would end, making a bid to escape an instant after as both dimensional Hellion rulers shot into different directions. At this juncture, the figure of the titanic undead Emperor Foam standing against them flashed as he appeared before the Lich Emperor of Nibelheim and smashed him back. A few dimensional rulers went towards the direction that the Mirror of Death was escaping in. The legions that used to follow this being with a connection to the mirror dimension also seeing the situation and retreating as gateways filled with mirror essence began to rise. It was a retreat of a dimensional Hellion ruler and his legions that began a chase, legions on the side of Lilith also roaring over Thanatos and giving chase to those seeking refuge in other dimensions. As among the suzerain commanders of these legions, a few with shining blue flames chased after the path of the dimensional rulers. This left behind a maddened Lich Emperor of Nibelheim who heard a deathly verdict from Lilith, who gazed down at him from above. Thanatos, separate him from nature and show those standing against the dimensional queen what awaits them, a verdict of death. As the undead Emperor Foam surged with entropy while descending, other rulers swarming in to show their might. As in all this, Lilith had her hands behind her back as her blessed chest rose proudly with grandeur. Her demonic air was tyrannical and mighty as under her gaze. What followed next was the horrendous public execution of a dimensional Hellion ruler while the other one was being chased by multiple nature integration realm experts, his path going forward to seek refuge within the mirror dimension. But with the conclusion of this event, it meant another dimension had fallen under Lilith's influence. That this existence had now gotten close to the sources of multiple anchors as her power would only elevate to greater levels. We can put her on the same designation as that being in the quantum dimension. A voice from a tribunal ruler arose while the scenes of the Nibelheim dimension played out, the ecstatic figure of Lilith being focused on as near the end of the illusory recording of reality. The screen showed the demonic and enticing visage of Lilith turn to directly stare at the center of the screen, as if she could see the eyes of the being recording all this. As thereafter, she smiled devilishly and blinked her eyes, winds of absolute fundamental authority raging out as the screen went black. Soon after, she will cleanse our influence out of Nibelheim soon enough. As if she gathers more and more dimensional rulers under her banner, she might just be able to hinder our plans in a major way. The voice of Althea was heard this time as another one soon arose, this one booming with even greater authority. Our source has relayed to us details of the coming dimensional conclave. Shall we have a dance with Providence? The fabric of reality twisted and churned as a shocking thought bloomed, and the tribunal continued a meeting as even they were now focused on the dimensional conclave in the quantum dimension, a conclave that was bound to be glorious, a conclave of quintessence. Chapter 2080 for the conclave of quintessence. LLL. Within the gourmandizing dimensional reality, the surroundings flowed with sandy gold light as massive golden crystalline cosmos spun beautifully above. The figures of Noah and Eowyn being seen floating above the sandy dunes of the dream dimension. Noah was surrounded by waves of providence after the nomological edicts bound to destiny, karma, fate, and fortune were now all filled with providence, his path becoming ever clear in his eyes as he now took a stroll in his new lands. He wasn't the only one, as in the past half a day, the dream dimensional rulers had traversed across the reformed dream dimension to choose their domains as they also explored the intricacy that was the gourmandizing dimensional reality. Thank you for not making it difficult. Eowyn had her golden hair flowing down to her shoulders, her figure not as tall and robust as some of the women Noah was currently around, as she seemed smaller and perfectly proportioned in all the right places. A golden cloth wrapped around her body in a unique fashion, covering everything as she surged with absolute dream authority. Her sharp nose complemented her dazzling gold eyes that anybody would be drawn into if they stared enough, but none of this had an effect on Noah's as he smiled and nodded at her words. There are many ways to play things. Rushing is not always the best. As they talked, the sand dunes they floated atop of shifted and radiated golden light as ahead of them, an exquisite empire made of sand bloomed where the life forces of living dreams could be felt. The two of them stared at this as Eowyn continued with stern eyes. Have you thought of how you will move in the dimensional conclave? The beings involved in the forces there will be the deciding factor for many of the things to come in the barren lands. Yes, this walk Noah was taking was a unique one, as it was his method of calmly discerning destiny and providence on what path he should take, or if he was floating in the skies or on the golden earth, he would take a metaphorical step on which direction he wanted to take for himself. His path was currently led to come across this massive golden empire of sand filled with skyscrapers and a radiant fountain at the very center that he remembered very well, a smile forming on his lips as he didn't answer Eowyn and instead floated towards the center of this domain. The living dreams within it gazed upwards with interested eyes as from the fountain at the very center sprouting waves of golden sand. The visage of an existence began to rise and form into the head of a smiling cat. It was something Nia had met when he first entered the dream dimension. Little Emperor. Well, seemingly not so little anymore. For me to feel a greater sense of undeniability towards you than even the dream dimensional ruler beside you. Are you the one responsible for the recent changes? And why would you be traversing these lands again? Are you seeking something else? The face of the smiling cat spoke as this was an existence that had lived in the dream dimension for a long time, his realm degenerating since the age of misery as he became lost in dreams. His age could match some new dimensional rulers even though he didn't hold this power. It was the dream of fractured wills that had guided Noah before he attained lavalier and was seeking for a method to form an ever-ending physique refinement technique. Noah smiled at this creature while Eoin gazed at it coldly, something to that extent. And I know what I seek this time. I'm simply gauging the many paths and seeing which will provide the best results. Yes, Noah had already been viewing many things from the feature of, I am the main character, and he saw multiple futures playing out in parallel paths as he was discerning which ones to take. The dream of fractured will smiled even brighter as his visage changed into golden sand that reformed into an old man with a cane that walked towards Noah. Then if you already know what you seek, it is not in line for me to advise you on much. The only thing I can say is from my many years of dreaming and the emperors I have seen fall across the ages. You've reached a stage now comparable if not higher than dimensional rulers, and it is why you are taking some time before making a decision on the path you wish to take. Noah's brows raised as Eoin actually sneered on the side. This being was filled with experiences, yes, but was he really so bold as to think it could advise Noah more than those currently around him? But Noah only smiled at this as when he took the steps today. Providence steered him and brought him here, so he nodded for the dream of fractured wills to continue as the form of the old man changed to become a young teen full of youth and life. This visage gazed at the empire of sand around it and the vast stretches of dreams all around as it spoke freely. What I've seen the most is that when beings approach greater stages of power, they inadvertently bind themselves to other existences as their dominion increases, many more responsibilities falling under their laps. Responsibility, authority. They go hand in hand as it is what binds all dimensional rulers. The voice wondrously became filled with a unique authority as it soon changed once more into a different living dream and continued. It is why I never made the bid to become a dream dimensional ruler, as I saw only a massive weight landing on my shoulder as my freedom to dream would be cut forth. Look at the dream dimensional rulers now. Most were butchered in the Age of Destiny by Oppenheimer. And others are living in pain with no purpose but to protect the dream dimension. Chapter 2085 The Conclave of Quintessence. LV, the words of the dream of fractured wills caused genuine surprise and caution to rise from Eoin as she gazed at this being coldly, but the dream of fractured wills paid no attention to her and just continued. Responsibility. Duty. The stronger you are, the greater these become as they weigh you down so much that before you make any decision, you have to consider every single thing below you and how it would be affected. Instead of gaining more freedom with power, you instead become bound to it. This is best exemplified by the nature integration realm where beings literally bind themselves to power. They bind themselves to nature. The only advice I can give you on the paths to take is for you to forget your duties and responsibilities, or what would happen to them or what dangers could befall them depending on which path you take. Forget the many things you are bound to and all those weighing you down and simply go back before all this. When you used to decide what you wanted and acted on without accounting for the dominion below you and how the countless others you are connected to will be affected. The path you should take becomes all that clearer when you follow your heart without accounting for duty and responsibility. It may seem selfish or neglectful, but it leaves you with the freedom that after you take the path, those under you will end up benefiting so long as you stayed true to yourself. The many things that bind someone down, the allure of power and how one only becomes more and more restricted the stronger one become, this was shown the greatest with nature integration realm existences as those who were the strongest. Were integrated with the most laws and decreta, HUUM. These words caused the providence around Noah to surge as his eyes released beams of luminous light. It affirmed his path of seeking to not be bound by laws and decreta as the paths he was thinking of taking became reduced a great deal. He had the gourmandizing dimensional reality to consider when it came to how wild he would act in the upcoming dimensional conclave in the quantum dimension. He had to consider the dream dimensional rulers and Avalon dimensional rulers. He had placed too many factors in his decision-making as the more dangerous paths with even greater rewards weren't so easily chosen as he truly had too much to protect. But if he forgot all this, what path would he truly take? What path did his very heart pulsing with mana and abundant authority veer to? What would his tyrannical will want to do if it wasn't bound to anything and did not care for the thoughts of rulers? Bzzzt tendrils of providence began to vibrate around Noah as Owen had a stern expression in the middle of all this. She stared at the dream of fractured wills whose power should be much lesser than her by many magnitudes as she asked with authority. What are you, merely a dreamer lost in the eons of time? The reply was quick as a smile made of sand and radiant white teeth formed and disappeared, the many grand structures of this sandy gold empire also beginning to fade along with all the living dreams here. Absolute dream authority erupted around Eowyn to press down and contain everything, but nothing remained behind. An instant later as only a voice echoed out. The source of dreams should also have an answer for you. Become close to it and see what you can attain, and how much more weight you wish to put on your shoulders. With these words, everything about the dream of fractured wills disappeared while Eowyn's body rose in the skies to continue searching with a cold light in her eyes. Come down. Surrounded by tendrils of providence, Noah called out to Eowyn, who shook her head with frustration and came down towards him again. I haven't come across another being who can pull upon the decretum of dreams like that and not be a ruler. You're okay with them living in your lands like this? Her eyes shone with caution for something even she didn't know, as Noah only smiled with quintessential tyranny as he had decided upon his path. As existences began to head to the dimensional conclave, Noah's own path and actions would be glorious ones as he would move unfettered even while amidst the most powerful beings. My dream dimensional chassis will set off with the dream dimensional rulers to the quantum dimension. How is your power now? The path before his eyes became clear as a clone was mobilized, the path into the Nexus event that was the dimensional conclave beginning as Noah focused on Eowyn next. This golden-haired treasure and ruler blinked and sighed in exasperation as she relied, only a few minor shackles I'm finishing off in my aspects of existence. I have my absolute dream authority, but my destroyed aspects are slow to rebuild as I don't wish to take any more loot from you. I'll continue using absolute dream authority to slowly rebuild. Let's change that and have you attain your full power. Noah spoke with surety as his body began to blaze with power and authority. I've been bringing multiple beings to the Grotto Haven stage with the dual cultivation techniques you gave me. I've modified them into the quintessential dual cultivation technique series as reforming your destroyed aspects of existence should be a breeze. And I have yet to see the rewards of dual cultivation with a dimensional ruler. Your main body should be focused on finishing the upgrades of ruination and that primordial disk. Alarm rose in Eowyn's eyes as she replied without too much confidence. The process of smelting is now in a passive process as I await more mananium and nulinium. Should also be focusing on elevating the infinite forge before another half a day passes so you can obtain even more. I can multitask. A dazzling golden domain erupted around this area as Eowyn held a hint of hesitation, things being different in her perspective as she had formed a bond with this being just for the sake of regaining her old power, and she had not expected him to be a being with such shocking capabilities that from her earlier thoughts of his status in these barren lands, he was now standing at a point where his decisions could affect many things within these lands, as even though she knew of outside, he might just become able to affect them as well in time. She had also seen his usage of the technique she had given him when she supported the path of dual cultivation with Hecate and Caitlin, as this being truly knew how to use them to the fullest. But she was a dimensional ruler. Was she truly fearful of falling under this being's spell as she had seen those around him? Her golden visage illuminated greatly as her confidence returned. It's just a newly formed skill tree. Let's see what effects it'll have. She let aside her reservations while a golden domain wrapped around them to mask anything in this area from prying eyes. After his path was illuminated, Noah began making many moves to achieve what he wanted, as other decisions included: finish the saturation of the sixth dimensional layer. Let us see whether I shall bind the Decreta or if they shall bind me. His will commanded his origin as Kynos Royal Nibelheim Cosmos continued to propagate rapidly once more. But this wasn't all. Away from the gourmandizing dimensional reality, in the Avalon dimension, the Avalon dimensional rulers were about to set off towards the quantum dimensional as they wrapped the coronation of the Imperius Avalonis on Insula Avalonis. When the eyes of Avalon dimensional chassis shone brightly at this moment, in the center of the idyllic floating landmass, he grasped the sword of Avalon and turned towards Guinevere beside him. He had held back before, but he now made a move to do what he did with the dream dimension. The Avalon dimension as well. Chapter 2086: The Conclave of Quintessence. The events in the Avalon dimension had ended with meetings and discussions, as at the end of it all, The seeker of knowledge had left behind a means of communication and alliance with the Elysium dimension and reviewed the many paths that could unfold in the upcoming dimensional conclave. Then, Insula Avallones only had the Avalon dimensional rulers remaining for the coronation of the Imperius Avallones before they all set off to the given coordinates, but at this juncture, Shuring, the Sword of Avalon buzzed as its holder suddenly blared with authority. He and Guinevere were floating above the lake that contained the stone which held the Sword of Avalon in the past, their eyes overlooking this idyllic floating landmass and the hazy purple waves of essence in the skies around it. Yet at this juncture, an isolated domain rose from the Imperius Avallones to wrap around Guinevere alone, as he seemed to have words only for her. The strands of purple hair on this dimensional ruler released waves of radiance as she turned her gaze towards Noah's Avalon dimensional chassis. Her pupils retained their coldness and exceeding beauty that could draw the souls of weak beings, as her red lips were actually the first to open. So you have come to a decision. Noah was the one to set up a domain to bring up a proposal, but this being had spoken first as if she knew exactly what he was thinking. Oh, so his brows raised with interest as he saw the gaze of this being go back into staring at the royal lilac lands around them. We just watched you somehow displace the whole dream dimension yesterday. Knowing your true nature, you did not do it out of the kindness of your own heart or to save the dream dimension from apocalypse. You did it because it benefited you in some way. Her eyes shone with brilliance as Noah could only smile at her words. Not too long ago, he had revealed his true nature, which allowed him to gain the full acceptance of the Sword of Avalon and a few hidden features, one of them being the fusion of the sword and the being it was connected to Guinevere herself, as Noah could wield a top-tier nature integration expert in his very hands. She understood a major aspect of his personality and how he worked, so at this juncture, she could already see some things as she spoke freely. When the situation unfolded like this, Noah also spoke freely. Yes, I benefited greatly from it in a way you won't be able to fully fathom. But the end result was the same. The essence of nullity would not spread havoc as the process of a hastened apocalypse would stop. But that is not all. Oh, her eyes flashed grandly as providence began to surge around her. Feeling like something crucial was about to be uttered out, all dimensions and the desolate mausoleum are heading towards cataclysm. All of them but the dream dimension at this moment. Absolute Avalon authority shot forth from Guinevere's eyes with immense radiance. Her whole figure became wrapped with this essence as the gravity in the words that were just said had too many implications. I want to say it is impossible. And it should naturally be impossible, but many beings keep on being wrong about you. With her eyes shooting out beams of purple light, she chose her words carefully. As her words gradually became more monotone and mechanical, Noah's face became serious. At this, as he nodded and continued, yes. So if your goal remains to protect your home, I offer the ultimate protection that not only hides the Avalon dimension from the attacks of primordials and nullity, but instantly stops the path of endless expansion that is slowly weakening the source of Avalon and bringing it towards destruction. His words truly had too grand of implications, as in the center of Insula Avallones, the enclosed domain they were in, amalgamated with a shockingly dense absolute Avalon authority that even the rulers nearby that were preparing to set off couldn't help but turn their eyes over. This was because they could feel a large concentration of the source of Avalon currently descending onto this area. In his hands, Noah felt the Sword of Avalon vibrate with intensity and valor, as in the next second, the enshrouded figure of Guinevere becoming revealed once more, as this time her eyes shone with an intense white light. They were not her eyes. From her lips, a mechanical voice dripping with authority that Noah remembered every time a latent will of a dimension screamed about him being a dimensional animicus. Show me. The latent will of the Avalon dimension spoke directly to Noah as it wanted to see the truth in Noah's words. With his heart of mana pulsing and surging with providence, Noah waved his hands to show the scene of the dream dimension in the gourmandizing dimensional reality, as well as its enclosed borders that were not expanding. He also utilized a feature of the gourmandizing dimensional reality as the pocket dimensional reality appeared in his hands. What you see here is reality, and you can affirm it by sending a part of yourself into this. It will be the construct to deconstruct and reconstruct the Avalon dimension from this location and into another. With your source remaining entirely intact, as at the end, it will go back to its strongest heights. The pocket dimensional reality was like a singularity that spun and began to devour some of the nearby absolute authority, all being carried during this swallowing as the reality was affirmed soon after. The logical and mechanical latent will took a single second. Thereafter, do it. Coldly and without an ounce of emotion, more absolute Avalon authority surged into the spinning pocket dimensional reality as Noah smiled lightly. The light within Guinevere's eyes gradually returned as she truly came back to herself, her eyes carrying somberness as they came to lock on Noah. The gaze was heavy as she voiced out while watching the spinning pocket dimensional reality and what it would mean, one way or another, we are binding ourselves to you. The purposes our ancestors left behind for us, the ancestors were the first to abandon you all. Now, it is only survival. Noah rose up while clasping the sword of Avalon tightly, his voice continuing soon after as he didn't revel in this shocking accomplishment. Let the transference of the Avalon dimension take some time. In the middle of the dimensional conclave, we can complete the full relocation. We do not need to give others any more things to be cautious of before the conclave. Let us inform the Avalon dimensional rulers of what is to come and move out. A fantastical accomplishment was achieved in the Avalon dimension as Arthas, Morgana, and the other rulers would only be told thereafter, with over half of these same dimensional rulers bound to set off to the quantum dimension soon after. Chapter 2087, The Conclave of Quintessence. 6. Forces from all dimensions were moving towards a singular direction as a nexus event that would decide the future of many things would soon begin. In the Nibelheim dimension, the visage of Lilith stood deep below the endless river Thanatos on an illusory grey throne as dense waves of Nibelheim surged around her. Her devilish charm was just as mighty as the figure of the undead Emperor Fong stood beside her calmly, his eyes burning with obsidian flames as he grasped his sword tightly and didn't make even a single movement. Lilith herself was extremely close to the source of Nibelheim as other dimensional rulers were with her in this location deep below Thanatos, their eyes surging with destiny and providence to see which path this terrifying being before them would take. The 9 dimensions have lost their ways, she began with a shocking assertion as she continued thereafter. The dream dimension has been displaced as this leaves 8 anchors under the control of rulers. This makes things that were not possible before inevitable as it is time. Dominance shone in her eyes as they swirled with immense majesty and veiled wrath. It is about time for a change in leadership. This conclave seems about perfect to depose the unruly and weak rulers who wish to do nothing. Set off for the quantum dimension. Let us see this conclave. Waves of providence surged below the endless river at such a juncture as rulers here also began to make their way into the quantum dimension. Above the endless river Thanatos, legions were scattered and moving about as the suzerain commanders finished calculating gains and losses, with the enemy legions broken and dispersed to join the legions of Lilith as it was a wondrous sight of dominance. Yet even at this moment, there were unseen changes occurring underneath as a vast majority of these legions. They had a silent and dominant will beginning to dominate them as there were even a significant number that were fully infected and encroached up with Noah's quintessential pathogenicity. The tides of destiny rose and fell, the river of time continued to flow as among all dimensions, one in particular stood out above the rest. It was the quantum dimension that had a legitimate, unopposed rulership that wasn't truly talked about, but it was known by all. The reason for this was none other than the fact that when the ancestors left, the pathway to elsewhere lay within the quantum dimension. But what did quantum mean anyway? In layman's terms, quantum was the smallest unit that made up a concept or phenomenon. It meant that it was the smallest amount of something that was quantifiable, with the decretum of quantum focusing on the concept of altering the nature and reality of things from the atomic or subatomic levels, as one could achieve a profound change by focusing on the smallest quantifiable makeup of an organism or reality. In other words, the quantum dimension truly translated to the smallest possible source that could make up a dimension. It was the first dimension. Its size was vaster than the smallest 3 dimensions combined, as the number of existences within were immeasurable, with the number of dimensional rulers also being much greater as their power was incomprehensible. At this moment, multiple entrants sought to enter the quantum dimension through given coordinates as they found themselves crossing the veils of dimensions to arrive in a point of space that was filled with brilliance and multicolored light. This wasn't all as just in this region of arrival. The auras of 3 rulers could be felt constantly having their will spread out and confirming all those that entered. At this juncture, forces that were clad in golden grandeur of dreams appeared as the visage of the longest dream was seen side by side with none other than Noah's dimensional chassis, with all the remaining dream dimensional rulers behind him as their appearance here truly affirmed to others they had no home to protect when they all came here. There was some suspicion that they knew where the dream dimension had been displaced to, but would they really leave it unprotected if that were the case? Dream dimensional rulers. This way. The voice of a quantum dimensional ruler echoed out as in the space that Noah and the others had arrived in, things began to brighten up as all around this space, massive smiling rings of light lined up left and right, top and bottom as they created a magisterial tunnel of multicolored light, this tunnel leading towards a point of dense quantum essence as the auras of many others could be felt further in. Noah curiously gazed at the unique multicolored spinning rings of light as their figures moved forward at high speeds, the regal tunnel they were in slowly opening up as from the linear path they were in before. The spinning rings of light began to line up in a circular pathway as the space opened up to a massive dome-like domain that held potent auras within it. Auras that were currently seated on floating multicolored thrones, beautifully floating in space and assembled in circles to face a single center where dense absolute quantum authority was buzzing with grandeur. The thrones were sectioned off into 9 regions as below them. 9 different films of light glowed as they indicated members of which dimension were sitting where. The longest dream and other dream dimensional rulers had many eyes fall on them as they made their way towards 100 multicolored thrones with a golden film of light beneath them that they could only fill the first row of. The many dimensional rulers from other dimensions that were present focusing on them due to their unique circumstances, and the gazes of powerful beings were radiant as in other sections. The magisterial seats shining with a verdant light below them had 6 prana-dimensional rulers seated together in humanoid forms and buzzing with life force, with rulers from Elysium also seen in their section as halos of profound light wrapped around 8 Elysium dimensional rulers. Then there was the section for the Apollyon dimension that currently had 4 dimensional rulers congregating around a single being, the one from the same lineage as Lilith. The Supreme Pontiff. The seats for Avalon, Mirror, Fantasia, and Nibelheim were still empty as from the tunnel of light where the dream dimensional rulers just came from. More and more vibrant auras could be felt as droves of dimensional rulers arrived to participate in the dimensional conclave, in the conclave of Quintessence, Chapter 2088, to bind or be bound. As the dimensional conclave was about to start with many parties arriving, Noah was still absorbed in his own things as his clones took care of the grunt work while his main body focused on his progression and elevation of power. Currently, he had divided his most precious resources by half. The all-source enhancers he had gained from the nullity beasts were nearly half of them were going into the saturation of his 6th dimensional layer. This was the equivalent of over 2,000 obsidian dimensional reality panaceas to forge the 6th layer. The 5th dimensional layer required 16 times the resources as Noah had to put forth 684 golden panaceas, or 68 obsidian panaceas. The 6th dimensional layer required 32 times the resources as the number of obsidian dimensional reality panaceas required was 2,176. This was equivalent to 435 all-source enhancers as it was half Noah's reserves. But he still put them forth into the completion of the 6th dimensional layer as today. The answer of where he would be bound to the decreta and natural laws or if he would bind them would be answered. As his origin churned and produced trillions of singularities, his will was trying to figure out exactly what he would do as currently, he was trying to closely feel and resonate with the source of dreams after receiving the words of the dream of fractured wills. An answer lay in the source of dreams for what he wished. He just had to find it, so his will connected with the gourmandizing dimensional reality and its slow but gradual assimilation with the dimensions within it. Currently, above the dream dimension, a royal purple planar floor had begun to be built as the pocket dimensional reality seed swallowed the Avalon dimension. Noah's will gazing at this briefly before he went on to focus on the core of the dream dimension. On the source of dreams, at the same time, his main body was connected tightly to Eowyn through the quintessential dual cultivation techniques as his vibrant life force in essence rebuilt her shattered origin. But his focus was also on the laws and decreta this being was integrated with, while he was connected to this dimensional ruler. His will covered her entirely as he tried to understand the intricacies of her aspects of existence and just what integration with nature meant for her. A profound resonance blooms through the utilization of a unique method to peer into the secrecy of reality. A low symphony was buzzing in the surroundings as in the golden domain veiled in our eyes. Absolute dream authority surged with many other authorities around Noah and Eowyn as at this juncture, the source of dreams became particularly more prominent and shot forth from their 2 figures like a pillar of incandescent light. Your eyes are deconstructing the connection of the integration with nature and gazing upon it freely. Your authority as an emperor of this age significantly increases. Your authority as an emperor of this age significantly increases. Time slowed and became warped. Eowyn's heart and aspects of existence trembled as they felt Noah's will grasp upon something only she should be able to. As he truly came to gaze upon the intricate connection of integration with nature as apart from this, the connection was so dense that he could even understand and read her thoughts, everything about her laid bare. Such an action caused this dream dimensional ruler to become flustered as before she could even do or say anything, she felt his will wrap around her connection to dreams as her consciousness could only blank out. In this unique state, Noah saw exactly what it meant to be bound by nature. He saw the integration with dreams that Eowyn had as he saw her aspects of existence akin to a single line, a line that reached out and connected to a massive golden source as she became integrated with it. Noah could only see the illusion of a single line that represented Eowyn connected to the source of dreams, but he could almost imagine countless other lines that represented all of the dimensional rulers that had integrated with dreams to all be connected and integrated to the same source. The line that represented Eowyn was pulling power from the source of dreams, but at the same time, it was bound and had no leeway to do anything else. It was also this line that when others sought to kill a nature integration expert, they would use their power to segregate and cut off this line of integration in order to grant one true death, so long as all lines of integration, whether they be natural laws or decreta, were broken. One would be able to perish as the source they were bound to would continue on, but what if one didn't simply connect, integrate, and become bound to the source of decreta or law? What if one did not bind themselves to the source and instead bound the source to them? It would mean no segregation. BOM. Wild waves of essence surged as providence went haywire. Prompts arose before Noah as he arrived at a shocking truth. You have gazed upon a truth. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Yes, if one was successful in integrating nature into themselves, others would never be able to segregate or separate them from the source. Unless they destroyed the very dimension and its source, they could not destroy him. And if he integrated the very fabric of reality, if he integrated natural laws and fundamental natural laws into himself, others could not destroy him until they destroyed the very fabric of reality, until they destroyed the very desolate mausoleum itself. It was a shocking finding with even more shocking implications. But there remained the question of how to make it possible, and Irregular had tried to integrate nature unto themselves in the past as their aspects of existence had disintegrated due to it, the laws and decretas simply being too vast for the origin, body, and soul of an existence to contain. Chapter 2089 To Bind or Be Bound. 2. Ages past, Noah wasn't the only one who sought a different path compared to the norm, but even such illustrious beings had perished as the action of doing the opposite of what everyone was doing did not always mean greatness. There was a reason why everyone else followed a certain path. It was simply following nature. It was the set status quo, as going against it, going against nature, was truly too difficult. So the problem for Noah remained how to make it feasible for him to not integrate himself to a source of nature, but instead, integrate a source of nature into him. And at this juncture, while surrounded by waves of providence and connected to a dream dimensional ruler that he freely observed the source of. During all this stuff, he felt his thoughts all fade away as he gazed at the source of dreams. A light of boundless luminosity radiated from him at this juncture as a profound epiphany bloomed, an epiphany so profound and yet at the same time so damn simple. BOM. Providence surged as Noah moved to affirm an epiphany that promised him greatness and quintessence in this age and in ages past. While a part of his will focused on this, another part took half of the all-source enhancers to be burned as fuel for elevating a construct of his that was actually not quintessential in this age. He had told Eowyn he could multitask, and his robust and strong soul could do more than this as the stellar multicolored milky units of the all-source enhancers flowed into his soul and onto the half-gold lemniscate epitaph, bathing the gold portion with utmost splendor as the Infinite Forge was elevated in function. The Infinite Forge's capabilities are being enhanced to a greater level. The percentage chance to generate certain loot is increasing. Tens of all-source enhancers flowed in serenely as the lemniscate epitaph shone with splendor, and at 100 all-source enhancers, shirring, brilliance overflowed as a major milestone was passed. New loot has been added to the Infinite Forge, a grander selection of loot rose as even now. Noah was not impatient and did not view the details of the Infinite Forge yet. He allowed it to continue as the number of all-source enhancers utilized then exceeded 200. 300.400. Glorious light spilled out as Noah came to a stop here, the all-source enhancers drying up as his will came to focus on the changes. The reality-altering construct of the Infinite Forge has made great advancements. The Infinite Forge still retains its second place in the age of quintessence. Even after the enhancements from the boons of hundreds of dead nullity beasts, it wasn't enough to so easily overtake the quintessential reality-altering construct that another being in this age had. Noah was unfettered at this as he gazed at the changes of the Infinite Forge instead, knowing he had a lot of time and chances to continue elevating this construct higher. Infinite Forge, Every 24 hours, the following loot will be passively generated in the Infinite Forge that the user can enter to remove or allow to passively accumulate over time. 50 Transcendent True Vitality Flasks, 100% chance to generate. 250 Obsidian Dimensional Reality Panaceas, 100% chance to generate. 2,500 golden dimensional reality panaceas, 100% chance to generate 50,000x ingots of mananium, 100% chance to generate 5x random transcendent Dharma relic, 100% chance to generate 5x random absolute dimensional relic, 100% chance to generate 1x random connate dimensional relic, 100% chance to generate 1x random transcendent skill tree of a true emperor, 100% chance to generate 1x modus operandi of previous ages, 100% chance to generate 1x random zenith dimensional lineage, 50% chance to generate, 1x random zenith reality lineage, 50% chance to generate 1000 all source enhancers, 50% chance to generate, 1x natural decretum complete understanding crystal, 5% chance to generate 1x absolute connate reality relic, 0.05% chance to generate 1x absolute connate dimensional relic, 0.05% chance to generate 50x crimson dimensional reality panaceas, 0.05% chance to generate. Fantastical differences came with its advancements, as it seemed like many things were multiplied by a factor of 5 within the infinite forge, from having a 25% chance to generate. Noah now had a 100% chance to generate a connate dimensional relic, a skill tree of a true emperor, and a modus operandi of previous ages. The loot selection of all source enhancers was added, as it had a 50% chance to generate 1000 for him daily, and the chances to obtain the rarest loot were also elevated by a factor of 5. It was an addition of too many wonders that promised Noah a grand reality-altering construct in the future, where he had to only continue elevating it. This part of his will had achieved its purpose, as around the same time, another construct achieved completion. It was the sixth dimensional layer for Noah to add, as the Niflheim dimensional reality became fully forged and saturated with 200 trillion Kainos Royal Niflheim cosmos. Vibrant and unending waves of light began to emanate from Noah's figure as he radiated pure absolute authority. The visage of Eowyn connected to him was roused fully as she felt her shattered origin race upwards towards full restoration. Noah's process of elevation while performing dual cultivation, holding unexpected and fortuitous boons at this juncture. 6 layers of light, 6 vibrant bands of gold, green, purple, silver, crimson, and a gray light shone with an unblemished stellar grandeur as they radiated power. On the formation of the third dimensional layer, grand changes bloomed. For the formation of the sixth dimensional layer, even grander changes came to fruition as before Noah's eyes. Golden bordered prompts descended, the pathway towards integration has opened. All completely understood decreta with an established dimensional reality can undergo a process of automatic integration, WAA, proceed with the automatic integration of dreams, a prompt that sought Noah's permission, and towards it. No, Noah did not proceed with the automatic integration of dreams, as after his epiphany, he had found a different path to integration. An irregular had perished in the past when they tried the same thing, as no being could hold the source of a decreta or law within them. No being. Noah was also a being, but he was connected to something that was not. He was connected to the gourmandizing dimensional reality. And the gourmandizing dimensional reality was connected to the source of dreams, as it was even assimilating it fully at this juncture. So he would not integrate himself with nature. He would instead take the source of nature that was bound under his gourmandizing dimensional reality as his first step into nature integration. Would be to bind the source of dreams to him. Chapter 2090 Integration. You have successfully completed the sixth dimensional reality. A quintessential milestone has been achieved. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Noah was currently in a very unique state, as many prompts cascaded over his eyes. His was fully connected to the gourmandizing dimensional reality as he focused on its assimilation and connection with the source of dreams, turning the feature of his own dimensional realities being capable of automatically integrating with their decretum in this direction as he tried to do something quintessential. The automatic ability to integrate his layers, he was trying to wrap it around the source of dreams instead of being wrapped by it. He did this while the boons of the completion of six-dimensional realities came in. A version of pure undefined authority has been isolated for your future use above the Niflheim dimensional reality. Your authority as an emperor of this age significantly increases. Through your reign over the Niflheim dimension reality, a level of influence can be exerted. In the Niflheim dimension, the undefined authority under you has increased. Your understanding of the decretum of Niflheim has been forcefully raised to 50%. Your reserves of the essence of reality have been elevated to the maximum of 12.8 billion. Your maximum true vitality values have risen to 32 trillion. Your rate of progression in the decretum of Niflheim has increased by 1,000,000%. the saturated paramount Kainos Nibelheim dimensional reality grants a base addition of 2,960,000 dimensional Nibelheim damage and defense values, bringing your overall origin base value to 6,080,000. 12x pure quintessential Kainos natural decretum seeds has been obtained, even with the continued prompts of wonder. Noah's gaze remained focused on the process he was trying to currently initiate. If he tried anything remotely close to the irregular in the past as he somehow fitted the source of dreams into himself, he would perish and be granted a swift death due to the sheer gravity of the thing he tried to swallow. But at this juncture, the source of dreams was already swallowed up by the gormandizing dimensional reality. What Noah was doing now was commandeering the connection of the source of dreams as instead of the latent will of the gormandizing dimensional reality continuing to assimilate with it, he would send forth his will in this process to integrate it into himself and not the gormandizing dimensional reality. He would not be carrying the sheer weight of the source as the gormandizing dimensional reality would do this for him, he would only encompass the source and have his will integrated with it. As the gormandizing dimensional reality was akin to a backdoor that Noah was utilizing to make this a possibility. His visage shone with boundless luminescence as he communicated with the gormandizing dimensional reality. A large portion of his will cascaded out and silently shot towards the source of dreams, masked with the latent will of the gormandizing dimensional reality, as it was like a multicolored shadow that wanted to wrap around the pulsing circular source. It was not a line like all other nature integration experts that simply integrated themselves with this decretum. It was a shadow that wanted to cover the source of dreams and control it fully. What authority would come from this? What shocking boosts could be expected? Much of this was unknown as Noah continued, while more prompts from the boons of the sixth-dimensional layer continued. Your affinity to the natural laws of reality has risen greatly. Your affinity to the decreta of all dimensions has risen greatly. Our maximum number of ascendancy stanchions is now 1,500. Your maximum number of infinite reality passages is now 2,040. The quintessential natural-born infinite mana physique is devouring the Nibelheim essence and refining its authority. Your dimensional body and soul continue to experience profound strengthening and elevation. The insurmountable milestones of the 7th, 8th, and the 9th dimensional layers have opened. An insurmountable path opened ahead as the closer Noah got to the 9th dimensional layer. The more impossible his task became as the resources were unimaginable. After the 2,176 obsidian dimensional reality panaceas required for the 6th dimensional layer, the 7th layer would require 64 times as many resources as Noah needed to accumulate 139,264 obsidian dimensional reality panaceas, or simply, 27,853 all-source enhancers. When accounting for Noah's infinite forged IT would only require him to do nothing but collect loot from it for 28 days if he relied on the all-source enhancers alone. A mentality like that was what the true emperor who held the golden forge had, as she had remained hidden and absorbed the loot from her forge until she became the strongest. But that was that emperor, and this was Noah Osmost. His will carried a domineering tyrannical nature as he wasn't even daunted by the words insurmountable for what came next. His heart watching with utmost silence as his will came to envelop the source of dreams under the aid of the gormandizing dimensional reality, as he tried to touch upon nature integration. If he was successful in this, there was a grand and unbelievable path for him to take. As to continue on this path, he had to have swallowed the chosen dimension first and already have its source within the gormandizing dimensional reality. It meant he could only try to integrate the source of dreams currently as thereafter. He would only be able to do so with the source of Avalon when this dimension's source was here as well. If he wanted to integrate all 9 dimensions, he had to have all of them swallowed by his gormandizing dimensional reality, as it was a truly daunting task. But even more so were the natural laws. The source of natural laws was the very fabric of reality. It included both the 9 dimensions and desolate mausoleum. So what specification or requirements would make it possible for Noah to integrate a source of a fundamental natural law? Or multiple natural laws thereafter? Chapter 2091 Integration 2. There was still much to understand and learn as on this path. The specifics were still not laid out, but Noah simply took the first step as his will bathed the source of dreams. He didn't try to take it upon himself or contain it, leaving all of this to the gormandizing dimensional reality as he simply utilized it to achieve the integration, the binding, or a source to him. Waves of pristine authority were surging at this juncture as around Noah's body, liquid gold absolute dream. Authority was converging to paint and surround his whole visage. Gold, Eowyn, who was currently connected to him, felt unprecedented changes as her haven had been fully restored already. But it didn't stop there as it experienced further refinement and elevation. The liquid gold absolute dream authority permeated across everything as it was so dense that it went to bathe Noah's aspects of existence fully. It bathed him from the quintessential cells that made up his body all the way to his established six-dimensional layers. The viscous gold light washing over all of his current dimensions in a unique manner as he truly experienced integration, dreams, the tool that used to be one of the most powerful among dimensions, the capability to turn one's elusive dreams into a reality. It was a fitting source for Noah to bind and integrate as he turned his own wishes and dreams into a shocking reality. Your construct of the gourmandizing dimensional reality bears the source of dreams as your will integrated with it through an established and unbreakable connection, an unprecedented action. A quintessential action, you are walking upon a path no others have taken. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Boundlessly radiant prompts came down as at this juncture. The absolute dream authority around Noah had built up onto a dense sea that covered him entirely, this sea beginning to churn and bubble at this moment until it shot upwards like an incandescent pillar of glorious light. The source of dreams has been opened, the source of dreams has been bound by the quintessential Kainos Emperor, a shining pillar of light. It blocked out every single thing as within the dream dimension he stood on. Noah felt like an anchor that connected everything in this dimension. The weight of its source was unimaginable, but he didn't have to bear it. The gourmandizing dimensional reality did this for him, suring. The shining golden light became even more radiant at this juncture as Noah felt like his soul was becoming electrified. You have integrated your will into nature as you gaze upon the profundity of dreams. You can freely utilize absolute dream authority to the extent that your soul can bear. The augmentation from the source of dreams has been greatly elevated. You have gained an unprecedented level of control over the source of dreams and those it is bound to. Boom, one prompt that caused everything to explode into a shocking golden radiance as even Noah's soul only saw blankness. When he came to again, his vision had changed. He found himself in a massive nexus of information as he was an endlessly pulsing mass of golden light. This mass, had many distinct golden lines connected to it as it pulsed in harmony with it, a relationship of give and take being formed as both sides benefited from a connection, from an integration. Noah's soul was shaken as he only truly affirmed what he saw when his will saw one particular golden line. It shone with familiar radiance as apart from being connected to this pulsing golden mass, he was feeling a familiarity with it as his body was currently connected to the existence that this line of integration represented. He could say with confidence that the line before him represented Eowyn's integration with the source of dreams. It meant that the many other lines of integration he could see were all the existences that were integrated with the source of dreams. It was an unbelievable concept to fathom as his will went forward to grasp onto Eowyn's line of integration, suring, a radiance shown as the image of none other than the woman he was connected to was displayed, along with information flowing in about their name, location, and the amount of time since they were connected to the source. After ascertaining this, Noah then focused on his connection with the pulsing golden mass and Eowyn's line of integration as he focused more of the source into it. Brilliance overflowed as this line became ever brighter, the connection with his main body faint. But he was still able to receive feedback of feeling Eowyn's visage release even greater radiance as her power rose by a level, her augmentation to the source of dreams. Could be affected and elevated by Noah as he had integrated this source into him, and Noah could affect the augmentations of all others that were bound to the source of dreams as at this juncture. Thump, his heart began to beat with increased frequency. Thump, an idea arose in his heart that burned with utter glory and incredulity as once it set in, it could not be wiped away. His will actually felt great joy and wonder as if he could manage to pull off what he theoretically thought possible. As he looked at the many lines of integration, he called out with quintessential authority. He used droves of the absolute dream authority that he could now utilize as much of as the only limitation was what his soul could bear, then, quintessential pathogenicity. Neural encroachment. Yes, his will surged with power as it latched onto and flowed onto the many lines of integration binding multiple nature integration realm existences with utmost silence and discretion. He wanted to encroach upon the wills of these beings who were integrated with the source of dreams that he now bound under his will. Massive and titanic waves of providence rose and flourished in a shocking show of wonder. The boons of the imperial undead goo that were transformed by Noah's zenith lineage of the quintessential Kainos Emperor being utilized in an unbelievable manner as Noah made a bid to dominate all those integrated with the decretum of dreams. Chapter 2092. At his time, utmost discretion. This was what Noah needed to carry out what he wanted to do at this moment, as he was paying the price of his actions purely with absolute dream authority, since he could spend as much as his soul could handle. He wanted to very discreetly spread his pathogenic will onto the very souls of nature integration experts before they realized anything. Of course, he knew that this would be an insurmountable ordeal, as some of those he targeted were truly powerful existences. Even though they were integrated with the source of dreams, they might still be able to catch on if another will try to encroach upon them, even if Noah was doing it as discreetly as he could, so as his pathogenic will latched onto multiple lines of integration. He identified some that shone with brighter splendor than all others. 15. Out of all the lines of integration, 15 shone with utmost splendor as they represented existences that had integrated with many more sources. Noah could instinctively feel this as the truth, and out of these 15, 9 lines of integration pulsed with shocking grandeur, as Noah knew these were the strongest nature integration realm existences who had bound themselves to the source of dreams. Noah knew that Lilith was among these 9, as each of them shone with shocking levels of intensity. It was a shocking affirmation of power, but it also told Noah that out there in the 8 remaining anchors and desolate mausoleum, there were 8 others at the same stage as Lilith, and with even more accuracy, there were 8 others apart from Lilith nearing her power or having the same stage of power. Who had also connected to the source of dreams. There could be existences just as powerful or possibly more who simply did not integrate with the source of dreams. Noah had to carefully navigate all of this, as his will had already begun descending down all of the lines of integration except for the 15 brightest ones and a few chosen exceptions like Eoin. This was because he didn't want to get caught so easily and so early. He moved carefully as he discerned with providence whether he would succeed or possibly alert the 15 most powerful existences if his pathogenic will began to latch onto them. He had many cards up his sleeves, as just for now he could afford to move with a level of care and caution when he obtained such a reality-breaking tool. He didn't need to get overconfident and slip up. He focused on latching onto the dozens of lines of integration that represented nature integration realm existences across the dimensions and desolate mausoleum. A distinction to keep in mind was that all dimensional rulers were nature integration experts, but not all nature integration realm existences were dimensional rulers. There were those in the desolate mausoleum, and there were even those within dimensions that didn't take on the distinction of a ruler, but at this time, Noah cared not for who they were, as apart from the strongest ones he didn't wish to alert, all others experienced a silent assault on their minds as a quintessential pathogenic will surged forth. At the same time, Noah continued to gaze upon the shocking boons all this provided him. Decretum of Dreams, current boosts granted to you after attaining absolute dream authority and integrating with the source of dreams. 5000% augmentation to true damage values, true defense values, and true vitality values. Every time you fall into a slumber, there is a 100% chance to experience the dream of the oniric that allows you to delve into the dreams and realities of the possible immediate past and futures of selected targets. Even if an existence is exceedingly powerful and highly proficient in a decreta or natural laws, so long as they are connected to the source of dreams, there is only a 1% chance of them perceiving your gaze. You can also freely utilize absolute dream authority to the extent that your soul can bear, as through your connection to the source of dreams, all damage containing dream essence of absolute dream authority is nullified by 75%. A transformation of your soul is currently occurring due to the integration with the source of dreams, as the result is yet to be quantified. Pristine wonders that Noah knew were not granted to others who had merely integrated with the source of dreams. As someone who could view the lines of integration of others, he knew that their percentage augmentations were half of his, as they didn't have free access to the utilization of absolute dream authority. Nor did they have 75% nullification to anything related to the decretum of dreams. It was an advancement that told Noah so long as he integrated the source of dreams into him that he did not have to be afraid of any dimensional rulers. Their values ranged in the quadrillions, but he was steadily climbing up these values, as well as he wasn't too far off from matching some of the truly strong dimensional rulers. But to gauge his strength and truly understand which stage he was at, he would need to match himself against a genuine nature integration expert, not one that was near death and bound for him to kill, not against abominations that he had a specific weapon against, a genuine nature integration realm expert. And there was one place where he might just get his wish, as his will experienced the shocking connection to the source of dreams, and he silently sent his pathogenic will to dominate over average rulers. The reflection of events occurring from a faraway dimension played. It was within the quantum dimension where vibrantly surging rings of light made a grandiose circular domain filled with rows of thrones, the most prominent beings from the 9 dimensions filling up these thrones as due to the nature of the issue at hand. Only dimensional rulers were here, as their suzerain commanders or any others were not present. It was why the sight of dream dimensional rulers was garnering the gazes of others as within their group. An existence that didn't have the aura of being integrated with nature could be seen, but those currently present chose not to say anything as the situation around the dream dimensional rulers who had lost their home was too unique, so nobody present said anything. But there were many more rulers entering every few minutes, and at this juncture, over a dozen auras of rulers appeared all at once from afar as their auras vibrantly shone of Nibelheim and Apollyon dimensional essence. Chapter 2093. It is time. 2. All rulers had the right to participate in the dimensional conclave. This included dimensional Hellion rulers, as after her words in the blank void that used to be the dream dimension. Many were under the impression that Lilith would not make her presence here, yet at this juncture, her devilish visage and charm appeared while back behind with the auras of over a dozen dimensional rulers. Among the rulers with her, there was a wondrous diversity of Nibelheim, Apollyon, and even Avalon dimensional rulers, as she truly had her reach in many places. Her arrival instantly caused the air to turn chilly as she was adorned in a crimson gold empress's robe that was inscribed with ecratures shining with absolute fundamental authority. Her head showed crimson black hair shimmering down brilliantly as the demonic horns were not currently present, her eyes shining with a violent light of calmness and power as she gazed at all those here. The thrones of the Avalon dimensional rulers were still empty as her eyes breezed over this area and came to land on the thrones designated for the dream dimensional rulers. Here, her eyes shone with brightness as they locked onto a certain being. The rulers around her also followed her gaze as they locked onto the dream dimensional rulers and the being in their midst. One of the newly allied undead rulers in human form saw Lilith's gaze towards the dream dimensional rulers and more. Specifically the visage of Noah, whose aura did not match the rest. As soon after, his eyes flashed as he spoke. He spoke as he simply wanted to show his loyalty to the being he had just allied with and took her motion of just looking as a sign. After failing to protect your dimension, you even bring beings lesser than us here. The environment was simmering with authority and power, with most beings talking amongst each other telepathically, but this unruly Nibelheim dimensional ruler spoke out loudly and without decorum as many eyes turned towards this direction. The eyes of this ruler burned with flames of death as his words caused Noah's dream dimensional chassis to turn and focus on him, the dream dimensional chassis that was currently being transformed with an astounding authority after Noah bound the source of dreams unto him, as everything was contained when Noah was sitting silently, but now that this was disrupted, a billowing and maddening aura began to leak from him as waves of power that were only around special existences began to rage around him. It was the aura of a being that had closely integrated with nature. But this wasn't all, the potency of the aura. The potency was so dense that it seemed like it stemmed from an existence that had integrated with multiple decreta and laws in existence, whose aura potency exceeded even rulers like the Nibelheim dimensional ruler who had spoken so rudely seconds before. The eyes of the dream dimensional chassis shone with such unexpected grandeur and authority that the eyes of the Nibelheim dimensional ruler felt a shocking pressure from it, the deathly flames within them being shaken just a little. After all, the hockey of the quintessential existence who had just bound an entire source of nature into himself was not to be trifled with. Boom, a snort of authority rang out as the face of Lilith shone with displeasure towards the Nibelheim dimensional ruler who had spoken, as she turned towards him and caused his elevated visage to dim, his head bowing down as he moved to the back of the group around Lilith. With an ashen expression, his intention to suck up had backfired, as it had only exemplified the splendor of a certain being, a being that Lilith turned towards with her eyes utterly locking onto him and nobody else as she flew towards the thrones of the dream dimensional rulers. Rulers who became solemn at her actions, their bodies blazed with power, but Lilith didn't make any moves apart from coming forward. From afar, the hidden figures of the quantum dimension watched on with sharp eyes. From the thrones of the Apollyon dimension, the Supreme Pontiff Lucius watched on with interested eyes at what his sister was doing. At the same time, the auras of more rulers from the remaining dimensions also began to arrive, as even the Avalon dimensional rulers began to appear from afar. During all this, Lilith's figure floated calmly as she arrived before the thrones of the dream dimension. She gazed at Noah with such vibrant light and interest in her eyes that it was blinding. With the dream dimensional rulers about to rise beside the thrones next to Noah as he raised his hand, and the longest dreamer of providence. The rulers of the dream dimension shockingly settled down and didn't make a move, a simple action, but it was an action that shocked many nature integration existences here, as it seemed like this existence was being listened to by the dream dimensional rulers. Lilith had a dazzling smile and eyes full of power as floated ever close to the throne that Noah sat on. The bodies of the longest dream and the dreamer of providence beside Noah pulsed with grand power as they stared forward, Noah himself calmly gazing into the eyes of Lilith as he tried to grasp this being. This being that after coming face to face with him on the golden throne, she leaned in as her strands of hair fell over Noah's shoulders, her lips coming close to his ear as she whispered words only he could hear. "You're the dimensional Animicus, aren't you, WAA?" Her voice was mesmerizing and directly only towards Noah, as she didn't need to lean in and whisper in his ear like this, but the dimensional deceiver did as she wished, as she had her own aims. "I wonder what would happen not if I told everyone here that you are the enemy they're all seeking? An irregular that is moving around doing as he wishes." Chapter 2094. It is time. 3. Dangerous words were transmitted from Lilith to Noah while more and more rulers arrived in this pristine location with vibrant spinning rings of light that released a light of majesty. Multicolored milky stellar light pulsed from the many rings encircling the thrones representing the 9 dimensions as the rulers situated within or floating in space were emanating pristine authority, yet the gazes of many focused on the visage of Lilith at this juncture, as among dimensional rulers, she was a unique one. Those newly arriving also came across the scene as Guinevere arrived just in time to see Lilith whispering in Noah's ears. The scene caused her eyes to flash with brilliance. As she turned to the Avalon dimensional chassis beside her coldly with brows raised, before she could even say anything, Noah sent a message to her alone as they floated towards their royal purple thrones. "Don't worry. The dimensional deceiver is simply doing her thing. My promise with you still stands. When attaining the true ownership of the Sword of Avalon and the support of Guinevere while reaping the life of the Heliotrope Lion Emperor, the prerequisite was that Lilith and her forces would only be treated as enemies in the future." Guinevere didn't want to see an Avalonian life lost because of an allegiance to a faction, and then somehow in the future they ally with that faction. The actions of the dimensional deceiver could be misconstrued in many different ways, but very few actually had it correct in discerning that Lilith was actually making a threat currently, at this moment. Her astounding visage pulled away from Noah's side as she came to face him with her devilish smile. She read his eyes that retained their utmost calm, as if Noah did not at all take her threats seriously. At this, her smile only became wider as she now sent a telepathic message without any flowery motions. "No. That would be too boring. I don't want them to know. I don't want to aid them in any way whatsoever. Let them be blindsided by the Animicus. Continue doing whatever it is you're doing as so far. The changing landscape you're contributing to has made many, many more things possible for me." Her words were chilling as they blazed with ingenuity, and she didn't leave it there as she continued. "Whatever your involvement is in the disappearance of the dream dimension, it has made me more powerful than you can imagine. The disruption that caused rulers to scramble and care about their own homes and even call this dimensional conclave allowed me to target and win over an entire dimension without any interference. So truly, thank you, and keep doing what you're doing. And if you're ever ready to sit down and have a chat, you know where I am, WAA." With such words, her figure floated away to rejoin the many dimensional rulers that went towards the thrones designated for the Nibelheim dimension. The figures of the 2 traitorous Avalon dimensional rulers were under a close gaze by Morgana, Arthas, and other Avalon rulers that came as at this junction. Most dimensional forces were here as all of them gazed at destiny and providence for what would bloom during this conclave. The answer was always not so easily discerned. After leaving the area for the dream dimensional rulers, Lilith nodded to the rulers around her as they all went to sit in the thrones for the Nibelheim dimensional rulers, her figure moving along to come to the area for Apollyon dimensional rulers. As she didn't even gaze at the Supreme Pontiff, Lucius, she didn't gaze at him or the Apollyon dimensional rulers around him as she grandly found a throne behind them and sat on it freely. It was a unique scene to see, as she could have chosen to sit at many places. But she sat alone, surrounded by nobody else, as her lone visage with an exceedingly beautiful face seemed extremely desolate. From the Fantasia dimension, the woman Noah had seen before in the blank void of the old dream dimension appeared with 6 other Fantasia dimensional rulers. The Seeker of Knowledge could also be seen on the side of Elysium with 5 other Elysium rulers that shone with grand halos and wings of light, hung. At this time, waves of multicolored light shone as on the thrones designated for quantum dimensional rulers. 9 figures of varying sizes and forms appeared with grandeur. Their aura potency was maddening to come across as they all released a light of power that wasn't achievable by normal nature integration realm existences. And these weren't even the most powerful rulers of the quantum dimension. At their forefront was a man that showed a celestial charm. His skin shone with a multicolored stellar quantum glow as his eyes had triangular pupils that looked to contain layers of grotto havens. His hair danced with a calm multicolored glow as he emanated immense confidence and regality. the illusion of a solidified crown and the backbone of a throne barely visible behind and above him as vibrant ecratures swirled around his crown that read, "Insurmountable Dimensional Emperor," insurmountable, impossible to overcome. It was an existence that was a crucial figurehead of the quantum dimension, and he didn't stray at showing his kainos authority and title. From afar, Lilith and others looked at this being with scrutiny and sharp expressions as he sat on the throne as 8 other rulers sat to his left and right, his body illuminating the surrounding rings of light as his voice echoed out on all sides. "I welcome you all to the conclave of quintessence. Though I do wish it was under better circumstances, WAA." His voice was magnetized as his triangular pupils shone with glory and power. His face was so regal that the very natural laws around him seemed to bubble and flourish. "Before we begin," as his voice barely settled, another one just as vibrant rose up as the dimensional deceiver put her crimson-tinted hand on her chin as she continued with a smile. "I wanted to affirm who would be leading the discussion of this conclave. As the rulings of this conclave will affect all dimensions, it has to be a leading figure of these dimensions to steer the discussion. I do not believe that is you, WAA." Her words were dangerous and laced with authority as the insurmountable dimensional emperor smiled back at her with a calm reply. "Oh? And who else would be fit to be the voice of the anchors?" His voice was utterly calm as if he had expected all this, watching as Lilith smiled even brighter and replied to his question, "Naturally. The one with the support of the majority within these anchors. After so much time has passed, I believe it is time for there to be a change for such a being. The one that represents all rulers and seeks what is best for the anchors. The one that actually seeks for the survival and prosperity of all dimensions. It would naturally be me." Power and regality emanated from her words as the eyes of many beings shone in response. The one who wanted to save all dimensions, the one who had the support of the vast majority of rulers within dimensions. This was Lilith. She was a dimensional Hellion ruler. She currently sat alone as even her own brother, who also held the title of a dimensional Hellion ruler, was surrounded by Apollyon dimensional rulers by his side, apart from the rulers who followed her here from the Nibelheim and Avalon dimension. Who would stand beside her? Providence began to surge. The thrones of multiple designated dimensions began to emanate shocking authority and light as at this juncture, Lilith used her fingers to tap on her throne. Chapter 2095. It is time for the one who had the support of the vast majority of rulers within dimensions, who would make a stand at this moment to show that they supported Lilith. As if to answer this very question, Lilith tapped the throne she sat on as a ringing of authority echoed out. At her beckoning, the auras closest to her actually rose as the visage of the Supreme Pontiff Lucius emanated grandeur. A smile etched upon his lips along with a devilish charm as his stellar crimson hair burned with demonic flames. This dimensional Hellion ruler, who should have been fighting for the hegemony of the Apollyon dimension with his sister, actually rose at her beckoning along with the Apollyon dimensional rulers beside him, all of them floating towards the throne Lilith sat on as they came to stand behind her. The Supreme Pontiff himself came to stand beside Lilith's throne as he gave a nod of acknowledgement and gazed forward. But this wasn't all. The rulers situated from the thrones of the Nibelheim dimension also stood up in a show of grandeur as they came towards Lilith's throne, their auras joining the Apollyon dimensional rulers as rows of rulers begins to form behind Lilith in a grand show of power. Yet in all this, the brows of the insurmountable dimensional emperor rose as he asked, "So you have the support of your home dimension and the Nibelheim dimension? That is hardly the majority of rulers from the 9 dimensions, WAA." The demonic eyes of Lilith flashed with even more grandeur as if she was waiting for this, her voice replying back with the same authority. "Oh no, not 9 dimensions. After the saddening loss of the dream dimension and its function as an anchor, one just needs the majority of 8, and that I do have." Before her words even ended, radiant blue auras as vast as endless seas rose up from Fantasia, the vibrant figure of the female Fantasia dimensional ruler Noah had seen in the void of the past dream dimension was at the forefront as she floated towards Lilith with rulers in tow. Her face full of smiles as she spoke with recognition at the demoness before her, Dimensional Queen, Dimensional Queen. Lilith had been called by this name before by this same being, as those who were present at that time realized this was meant quite literally. Fantasia, Nibelheim, and Apollyon. Lilith actually had reigns over 3 dimensions, as she even had lone rulers from Avalon as part of her forces. And all eyes now gazed around at the remaining thrones to see if there would be any more surprises. Prana, Mirror, Elysium, Avalon, and of course the thrones of the dream and quantum dimensions were utterly still. It was a tense moment as while rows of nature integration existences lined up behind her. Lilith crossed her legs pristine and spoke out, "Let's say I have the support of just these 3 dimensions. Who do you have backing you? Her words dripped of devilishness as beside the insurmountable dimensional emperor, a woman clad in a battle armor pulsing with waves of absolute fundamental authority sneered as she replied in turn, "You've already wasted a lot of our time. We have quantum, Elysium, mirror, Avalon, and prana dimensions behind us as the leading dimension will not change based on some schemes." Authority raged as the eyes of many lit up. But Lilith smiled even wider as she didn't relent. "Do you have it though? The support of Avalon, prana, Elysium. And the mirror dimension?" The pristine surroundings calmed. The woman that had spoken shone with incandescent aura potency of laws and decreta as she waved her hands towards the respective dimensions. The ancient rulers from the prana dimension side as they rose to show their support. Pristine and beautiful rulers from the mirror dimension rose and showed their support, and that was all. Hung. Surging waves of providence exploded at this moment as the quantum ruler who had just spoken had her eyes release flames of anger as she stared towards the Avalon and Elysium dimensional rulers. She was one of the 4 quantum emperors that guarded the pylon of ascension. She was the Mikado of old even though she stood beside the insurmountable dimensional emperor as she voiced out with sharp eyes at this moment. "You all. What is the meaning of this?" She may wonder the reasons for Avalon abstaining. But Elysium? They were the closest allies to the quantum dimension as they were the existences most knowledgeable on destiny and providence. From the side of Avalon, Guinevere had a cold expression as she spoke out freely, "We will abstain from choosing any sides until we hear what the discussion of this conclave produces." Abstain. The Avalon dimension truly did so as the eyes of the Mikado of old turned even sharper, her eyes and the eyes of many turning towards the Elysium dimensional rulers as from this side, a golden-haired man beside the seeker of knowledge was the one to speak with regality and honor. "The river of providence foretells many things as we are currently unsure of the standing of the quantum dimension on the coming cataclysm. Once this is clear, we will naturally stand with those that are with us." Words one would not expect from those who held a great deal of knowledge were spoken as the surroundings turned extremely tense. "Oh my." At this juncture, Lilith's figure blazed with authority as she began to laugh sonorously, her voice echoing out with clear glee, "It seems the majority do not stand with you. And since everyone here seems to love keeping things a mystery, I will illuminate everyone on the why destiny and providence began to see this from the side of the Elysium dimension." The seeker of knowledge gazed towards Lilith with shock as she had a thought. Did she know? A single thought, and it was affirmed soon after as Lilith dropped an explosive bomb. "The ancestors have chosen not to interfere as everything goes towards destruction. They have abandoned us. And so has the dimension with the only direct line of communication to them." A shocking piece of information was laid out at the beginning of the dimensional conclave as Lilith controlled the pacing, this meeting starting off with a bang as even more wonders were still to bloom. Chapter 2096 I shall lead you. The ancestors have chosen not to interfere as everything goes towards destruction. They have abandoned us. And so has the dimension with the only direct line of communication to them. Her words began with a sneer as they ended with her voice rising ever higher with rage. The seeker of knowledge and the Elysium dimensional rulers turned somber as they didn't expect Lilith to have already known this information this whole time. The Avalon and Dream dimensional rulers watched on silently from their sections as this was something they knew, the former having been told by the seeker of knowledge as the latter were filled in by Noah, who at this time was watching everything playing out with eyes full of shining grandeur as from his shocking actions with the source of dreams, he could feel his pathogenic will having silently latched on connecting to multiple rulers within this dimensional conclave. Yes. Neural encroachment was shockingly continuing with success without being found as with average nature integration realm existences. Why would they ever fear their connection to the source of dreams they had integrated to, it created for a shocking phenomenon where Noah truly might just achieve an impossible and improbable thing as he watched how things unfolded here. His tri-pupiled eyes were watching everything and silently trying to grasp who they were as among the people that gave him the gravest feelings of danger when gazing at them with providence. There were 5 others apart from Lilith just in this conclave, the existence adorned with the insurmountable dimensional emperor title that had a calm look and a smile even at this juncture, 2 of the rulers beside him, 1 billowing aura in the side of the mirror dimensional rulers, and 1 ancient-looking old man from the prana dimension, an old man whose body brimmed with life inside while speaking up at this moment. "Charlemagne, is this true?" The voice was extremely old and filled with life as it was directed towards none other than the insurmountable dimensional emperor. Charlemagne, this being was still calm amidst all this even though the Mikado of old and the Mikado of strength beside him looked angrily towards Lilith. Even when two of the four quantum emperors that guarded the pylon of ascension were enraged, he remained unfettered. Yes, his voice brimmed with power as it affirmed something that caused all those here to become enraged, some showing looks of shock and pain as everyone arose from their thrones. The only ones to remain seated were the Elysium, Avalon, and Dream Dimensional rulers. Along with Lilith and the Quantum Dimensional rulers. The ancient Prana Dimensional rulers stood up with somber gazes as the old man that had spoken sighed with life. His verdant hair ran down to his shoulders as he opened his mouth to speak once more, but then shook his head as he sighed even more. Shock permeated to all those who didn't know as Lilith took this time to blaze with authority and continue, abandoned. I don't very much like this word as it makes us seem like sad and lost puppies, but it is true nonetheless. And following the lead of those who knew this and are letting things proceed by the will of the ancestors, I care not for this, the quantum dimension has reigned strong for too many years. They have lost their direction just as the ancestors. It is time to depose them from their high thrones. Grandiosity and valor spun from the dimensional queen as her exquisite figure was exemplified by power and rage. Her eyes spat out flames of anger and regality as rows of dimensional rulers stood behind her while she spoke. Her authority currently being unmatched as she used this time well. It is time to stop relying on the whims of others to protect us as we save our homes ourselves. It is time to take control of the pylon of ascension here and guard against whatever forces the ancestors will send to ensure their will of apocalypse on everything. In all this stuff, I will lead you, a war. She was calling for a war with the quantum dimension as all those listening couldn't help but ponder. Unruly, the Mikado of old snorted with displeasure as she rose up in anger, but Charlemagne raised his right hand as everything calmed. His eyes released a light of serenity as he gazed at the faraway prana dimensional rulers that had lived nearly as long as him as his voice echoed out. The ancestors have chosen this path, yes, but it does not mean they have abandoned us. His voice was magnetic as it ensnared many while it continued. They have set a path of ascension that we have been preparing for this whole time, having collected enough resources to activate the pylon of ascension and send all rulers and even their strongest commanders through. The ancestors have chosen for us to simply join them while the anchors and desolate mausoleum collapse into oblivion. Boom! Shocking words that caused even Lilith to rise emanated out as they shook the whole conclave. Ascension. The ancestors wished for them to ascend and leave everything behind as the quantum dimension had prepared enough resources to send all rulers and their strongest commanders through the pylon of ascension. The prana dimensional rulers heard these words as they sighed even more with ancientness. Lilith became even more enraged as she bellowed out with maddening yet contained authority thereafter, all rulers and their commanders? You would damn the countless other lives in all dimensions and the dimensions themselves while running away. She spoke out words that the seeker of knowledge and Guinevere were also about to bellow out as Guinevere in particular had a look of great pain while gazing at all this. The pylon of ascension was not something one could simply pass through. Massive resources were required to do so as they didn't know how long they had been preparing to do so, but the quantum dimensional only had enough resources for rulers and their strongest suzerain commanders. Even this was a shocking feat as throughout history, very rarely had any beings apart from true emperors freely left the anchors in desolate mausoleum. Chapter 2097 The Empress graces the masses. Rage and power flowed all around as the calm voice of Charlemagne rang out to reply to Lilith. There are sacrifices made for everything, and the pylon of ascension cannot in any way take countless creatures across. Nobody weaker than a suzerain would even be able to survive as in this. They shall simply follow the circle of life and death. Oh, and do not misunderstand, his triangular pupils released radiant and shocking light as in his calmness, a level of tyranny rose as well. All rulers and their strongest commanders, yes. But only those rulers who stand with us. You and your lineage that has continued to be unruly. Are not among those on the list for ascension. Any rulers that follow behind you. Will also be stricken from that list unless they feel a sudden and a great change of heart on where their allegiances lie. Boundless waves of tyranny rose and whipped around madly as this being attacked with words alone, yet the damage was utterly catastrophic as it threatened the very dominion Lilith had built, and her eyes burned with great anger at such a juncture as she laughed with rage. You choose who joins you for ascension, you damn the dimensions and countless lives within them. Where in all this do you see yourselves as saviors? Where in all this do you see yourself standing as the voice of good and reason? Her aura rose. The aura of rulers behind her rose in conjunction as not a single one faltered from the words that Charlemagne had spoken out as if they had expected this, yet this existence remained unfettered as his history was too deep, his power was too great. O child of hatred, His triangular pupils release a horrific light of power that didn't stem from natural laws or decreta as his gaze turned exceedingly cold at this moment. do not mistake my calmness for weakness, nor should you believe that I do not move against you because I cannot. Just like your father all those years ago, I deny you and everything about your lineage. Your charade of playing ruler and commander will soon come to an end. Lilith's beautiful face contorted greatly at these words as calmness, rage, and madness rose and fell in her eyes in waves, but Charlemagne continued as his multicolored hair danced with abundant authority. He gazed at the masses of rulers as his eyes came to focus upon the thrones designated to Prana, Mirror, Avalon, Elysium, and even the dream-dimensional rulers. This is the will passed down in the stance of the quantum dimension. Now that you know, what choice shall you make? Where do you stand, fearless? His triangular pupils shone with grand power as the way he spoke showed he didn't care whether they stood with the quantum dimension or against it. That no matter their choice, things would unfold the way that they wish. With his terrifying gaze passing over everyone, Guinevere was the first one to rise up and stare with a hint of anger and distaste towards this special existence. What you are calling for is genocide. Genocide against the very dimensions we took as our home and the countless existences within it. What is the Avalon dimension without its Avalonians? What is any dimension without the people that make it? You would discard them as if their wills do not matter. Her words were filled with anger as a purple luster of royalty swirled around her. Morgana and the other Avalon dimensional rulers stood beside her to show their support as this whole time. The imperious Avalones remained seated, his hands resting on the hilt of the sword of Avalon as he watched everything happening with a sharp gaze. At Guinevere's words, Charlemagne only spared her a glance as he didn't even reply, continuing to gaze at the other rulers. The side of the mirror dimensional rulers was quiet as a woman with mesmerizing silver hair remained seated, her gaze difficult to read as her glazed eyes rose up and replied with a sigh, the mirror dimension will follow the will of the ancestors. Providence surged as at this juncture, the essence of entropy uniquely began to build up with denseness in the surroundings. Charlemagne merely nodded towards the rulers of the mirror dimension as his gaze continued to the Elysium dimensional rulers that had somber expressions. A golden-haired man with a dense halo of light around him sighed as he spoke up, Elysium follows the will of Providence that binds all dimensions and realities. And we fear Providence is not in line with the will of the ancestors. After all, they did seal and weaken it greatly with anchors like all natural laws. We just never expected for them to choose its destruction even though Providence no longer affects them. Shocking words echoed out from this being as the seeker of knowledge beside him affirmed the will of all Elysium rulers while at the same time a hint of truth as to the design of the anchors in the desolate mausoleum was revealed. The suppression of the very fabric of reality. No longer affected by natural laws, these words caused Noah's eyes to illuminate greatly while he listened to all this. Many things began to fall in line as he imagined why the ancestors did what they did so many years ago and why they chose to let the apocalypse of all things proceed now. A lot more information was needed to affirm everything, but Charlemagne once more did not stall nor say anything as his eyes only revealed disappointment while turning towards the Prana dimension. The aged man that had spoken to Charlemagne locked eyes with him as these existences knew each other closely. They had known each other before they even became rulers as many ages had come and gone. Charlemagne, you know our roots and the aspects of life itself. What exactly did you expect me to do in all this? Did you truly expect me to go against my very nature, Prana, the dimension of life? Could it really bear the colossal loss of life that would come if things came to pass? Another choice was made as at this juncture as with this. Charlemagne couldn't help but close his eyes for a brief second. The choice that was just made by the ancient existence from the Prana dimension seemed to have affected him more than anyone else as he took a moment before he opened his eyes again, his triangular pupils holding even greater coldness as his voice boomed out, "What about you all?" He spoke as his gaze went away from the vibrant dimensional thrones. He glazed over the dream dimensional rulers as if their input simply did matter as his eyes were actually in a different place entirely. If he wasn't directing his words towards the dimensional rulers, then who exactly was he referring to? Chapter 2098 The Empress graces the masses. 2. Charlemagne. He wasn't one of the 4 quantum emperors that guarded the pylon of ascension, and yet his distinction was even more pristine as he had the title of the insurmountable dimensional emperor. He had close connections with some of the oldest and strongest dimensional rulers as even now. 2 Mikados sat beside him while the other 2 were currently not present in this location. Over the years, he had not taken any titles while always being seen as one of the pillars of the quantum dimension, an existence of extreme power as he was at the same stage as Lilith, if not exceeding her. He alone had navigated the dimensional conclave and steered it to where it was currently along with Lilith as after listening to the wills of the dimensional rulers and whether they would follow the ancestors, he voiced out while gazing in a certain direction of the surging golden rings. What about you all? A question as if there were still others whose opinion mattered apart from rulers. It was a question that instantly caused Lilith's eyes to shine dangerously as she also gazed at a certain location. Silence reigned for a brief second before an exceedingly resonant and sonorous voice full of regality and wonder bloomed out. Even we get a say in all this, a vibrant voice. A voice that was accompanied by the fabric of reality tearing apart and releasing the visage of a woman of extreme wonder. Dark hair drizzled past her shoulders as she was adorned in a white battle dress that pulsed with absolute fundamental authority, radiance overflowing around her as the very essence of laws in. The surroundings became agitated at her appearance. Her eyes were luminous as if they could gaze at the truth of nature, a smile ever present on her face as she seemed to emanate warmth and wonder. It was the Empress. Such an existence had actually appeared and graced those here with her presence. Charlemagne did not look surprised at her appearance while other dimensional rulers rose up with vibrant authorities, and this was because besides this woman, four other extremely powerful auras accompanied her. The grand figures of Aegon and Althea were among them, the other two being radiant emperors as the valiant visage of the Invigilator, Ezekiel being seen with radiant silver-white hair. As even closer to the woman at the forefront was the eminent mastermind, Noah. His figure was adorned in a light multicolored stellar battle armor as his face carried a ruthless yet calm expression. Gazing at all those here with scrutiny as he seemed ready to explode at any moment, 5 tribunal rulers, 5 of such existences had actually appeared at the dimensional conclave as it was a surprise for many, but Charlemagne and the quantum dimensional rulers seemingly knew they were hidden here this whole time as they gazed on coldly. Charlemagne leading the charge once more as he replied coldly. The will of the ancestors encompasses all. It is their wish for everything to proceed naturally and end, and this applies to the desolate mausoleum. His words were terrifying as off to the side, Lilith burned with rage as she couldn't help but bellow out, "Are you fucking kidding me? Are you truly consorting with the opinion of tribunal rulers at this juncture?" She spoke the thoughts of many dimensional rulers who always viewed the primordials as enemies, and the eyes of many shone at this as the eminent mastermind, Noah, spoke up beside the Empress at this time. What we sought was the natural end of all dimensions. It turns out this is no different from what the ancestors wish for. His eyes shone with ingenuity as his dark hair released incandescent rays of light, a smile becoming etched on his face as he gazed towards the thrones of the quantum dimension. In this, the primordials can actually say we stand beside the will of the ancestors. BOM, a shocking development. Silence permeated in the surroundings as before things could even settle. The Empress smiled while interjecting, "Something else to clarify in the midst of all this that I believe is crucial. It was not us who caused the disappearance of the dream anchor, after all. That is what prompted this conclave." Yes, the visage of the Empress was glorious as she floated towards the center of the circular domain of rings with tribunal rulers, her voice continuing to echo out. Aegon and Althea did use nullity tools to hasten the progression of the dream dimension towards cataclysm, but this would have taken hundreds if not thousands of years or more to fully manifest. What I mean to say is that someone else was the cause of this. That someone who can wield significant power to affect the functions of an anchor is moving. That there is an unknown enemy who is a greater hindrance for us all that we can focus on first. Providence surged. At her words, the rulers here thought of many things, but only Lilith had bright eyes that gazed towards none other than Noah's dream dimensional chassis, and Noah himself. Continued to watch the unfolding events closely as he didn't make a move yet. Even though the Avalon dimension was nearly fully devoured and assimilated by his gormandizing dimensional reality. The Mikado of old squinted her eyes as her voice echoed out, the dimensional Animicus, WAA, the Dream and Avalon dimensional rulers had straight faces as Guinevere's eyes held many hidden thoughts. Things were unfolding and impossible to predict directions in this conclave as now. Even tribunal rulers were part of this discussion. Guinevere could not stand to see this as she inserted her voice amidst all these beings with terrifying aura potency. What is this now? Tribunal rulers talking among us as if they are not our enemies? You're actually giving them a platform to speak and not attack to contain them right away? Her power bubbled underneath her figure as the sword of Avalon in Noah's hand pulsed, Charlemagne gazing towards her direction as he was the one to reply coldly, "The primordials aim for the end of anchors, and that is the will of the ancestors as in this aspect. They can be considered allies." Terrible words flowed from the words of this unique existence as the gaze of many beings changed. Chapter 2099 The Fractured Dimensions. The primordials aim for the end of anchors, and that is the will of the ancestors as in this aspect. They can be considered allies. Terrible words, words that caused many dimensional rulers to seethe as the dream dimensional rulers were staring at Althea and Aegon with immense bloodlust. They had just fought these existences and even lost a ruler to them as they were the cause of a hastened destruction to their dimension, And now they would be made allies with the strongest dimension. That should have been using its resources to protect them? Lilith seemed so maddened and overflowing with rage that her crimson-tinted visage was trembling with authority, but Charlemagne continued as he came to lock his gaze with the Empress. What the ancestors wish for is the natural end of the anchors and desolate mausoleum, not their disappearance. Whatever force is moving and veiling the dream dimension, we will soon locate it and erase it. Oh, the Empress spoke in question to the certainty in the words of Charlemagne as if they already had means up their sleeves. Yes. But it is also crucial for me to make another distinction. It is not just the anchors, but also the desolate mausoleum that needs to face its natural end. This is the most important aspect of the will of the ancestors. The Empress smiled brilliantly and nodded at this as her clear eyes shone while she replied, "On this, we have a difference of opinions. The desolate mausoleum will be freed from its anchors and regain its former glory. Its main destination is not destruction. So we agree with the will of the ancestors in some aspects and disagree in others." Immense silence descended in the surroundings as from the thrones of the Apollyon dimension. Lilith's visage was simmering with wrath and power as her demonic eyes locked onto the Empress at this time. The Empress who smiled and caused the natural laws around her to flourish as she continued, "How about this? The barren lands are filled with uncertainties and enemies. Why don't we focus on what we do agree on first and achieve the natural end of all anchors? Then we can put all our cards on the table for the desolate mausoleum and see where the rivers of destiny and providence flow." What made the Empress such a renowned and terrifying figure in the Age of Destiny? It was said that apart from the eminent mastermind, Noah, who stood beside Oppenheimer to scheme, she was the woman behind the Imperial Deceiver who came up with the most terrifying of schemes. Some rulers even believed that part of the success that Oppenheimer had was due to the woman by his side. That the Empress had a major part to play as part of the reason for the death of hatred and many other accomplishments Oppenheimer had. She had a hand to play in them whether they were small or large, and now, she came to the Dimensional Conclave as the unbelievable end result of possibly forming an alliance with the strongest dimension at that. She actually wanted to bring such a reality to fruition. You are confident in your means, O Providential Empress, Huum. Charlemagne spoke with grandiosity from his throne as the Mikado of old, and strength pulsed with power beside him, but we are even more confident in our own power. For the smoothness of achieving the natural end of all anchors. The primordials shall be among those following the will of the ancestors, and thereby our momentary allies. Destiny and providence exploded out as at the same time. The concentration of entropy that had been building up this whole time became ever potent. The rulers from Dream, Avalon, Prana, Elysium, Fantasia, Nibelheim, and Apollyon felt their aspects of existence pulse with danger at a shocking course of events. The mirror dimensional rulers that had allied with the quantum dimension had solemn expressions due to their choice, but they stood firm as the quantum dimension began to blaze with glory. How fickle the resolve of rulers can be. Lilith's voice boomed out as her body was armed with power and authority. She was seemingly ready to make a move as the rulers of multiple dimensions backing her also began to blaze with phantasmal authority. What exactly do you expect to happen now? After countless billions and trillions of years of history of the 9 anchors, you will actually end it all in this age? Fight and kill each other for the wills of others. Her gaze was chilly as it was focused on Charlemagne and the Empress. Charlemagne, who glanced at Lilith once more and spoke coldly, "Ages come and go, each one bringing about its own changes. In this age, we shall end things and join the ancestors as the first course of action for this dimensional conclave. Is to find and execute the dimensional animicus that is capable of displacing and veiling dimensions." It was a shocking turn of events as the agenda of the conclave was set to first aim its extremely sharp sword towards a certain enemy. An enemy who could displace dimensions. Charlemagne had spoken with confidence that they would soon locate and erase this forces. Exactly how did they plan to do this? The one capable of doing this is Charlemagne had begun to speak when all of a sudden, his eyes released a cold light as his gaze and the gazes of many beings changed. The surroundings also churned up and began to bubble with the essence of natural laws, entropy still pervading everything with greater concentrations as rivers of it began to form. Everything began to shake and buzz as all the rulers here with a certain connection to the Avalon dimension felt its source becoming veiled from their eyes as all others felt their power rise to even greater levels due to their integration into natural laws. It could only mean one thing: the existence they were just talking about had made a move once more, as this time, it was shockingly the Avalon dimension. Another anchor had just lost its function. Chapter 2100 The Fractured Dimensions. 2. Guinevere felt the change quicker than everyone else the moment that the Avalon dimension completely finished being displaced as internally, she gave a sigh of relief. after the events of this dimensional conclave, every dimension had to be fearful of what was to come as Avalon Dimension. Would now be protected and hidden under the Imperius Avalones, but this was internally. Externally, her face became livid as she bellowed out with a fearsome draconic roar. Absolute Avalon authority raging as she called out, Avalon. Her bellow affirmed many things for all others as they momentarily felt the source of Avalon tremble, and now one of its core rulers bellowed out as she didn't stop there. Guinevere's face was livid as Morgana, Arthas, and others rose up with similar looks as even the Imperius Avalones. He seemed to be grasping the sword of Avalon tighter as his gaze was solemn and drawn down. While you all scheme and plan here, my very home has been taken as I shall not sit idle any longer. Authority bloomed as a spatial light began to wrap around the Avalon dimensional rulers. The environment here was too tense and dangerous currently as they could utilize this chance to leave and reorganize. But, HONG, a terrifying authority erupted from Charlemagne and the Mikado of olden strength as it erased any authority from the Avalon dimensional rulers. With a cold gaze, Charlemagne voiced out, nobody may leave this conclave. Boom. The beautifully radiant multicolored rings of light around everyone pulsed as they began to spin. The very fabric of reality around them vibrated as space itself seemed to be getting carved out as the rings of light spun, dazzling absolute quantum authority and absolute relativity authority wrapping around everything in a show of wonder. We are isolated from space and time at this moment as nobody may leave until we come to an understanding. The resonant voice emerged again as the bodies of all rulers were already blazing with authority and prepared for anything. What understanding? Do you truly want a war? Do you want to fracture the very bonds of dimensions today as you what? Hasten the destruction of all dimensions yourselves? Lilith's booming voice echoed out at this moment as her will was also very much focused around a certain Imperius Avalones, many thoughts surging within her as she made her preparations. We remain here for no other reason than the dimensional animicus and the displacement of dimensions. The sonorous voice of none other than the Empress rang out as the four tribunal rulers beside her remained floating like unbreakable pillars. She gazed towards Charlemagne with a smile as she continued, you suspect that the dimensional animicus is here? Among us in all this as he hides in plain sight. Boom, her eyes shone with ingenuity as she asked, and Charlemagne gave a light nod as he gazed towards Lilith and then multiple areas within this dazzling circular enclosure. Yes. The possibilities are limited in the barren lands as the enders of reality come to the top of the list, and we have already sent out rulers to affirm this in the desolate mausoleum. As for those here, we have discerned that those with a connection to the dimensional animicus are here as I shall seek cooperation from you all to affirm this and erase any suspicion. Cooperation, the ancient voice of the existence from the prana dimension rang out with age and life as Charlemagne nodded, yes. Just open your souls to a search of providence, be cleared of any association, and go do what you wish. Open your souls, a simple and yet extremely complex thing to do as one had to essentially leave themselves defenseless while another probed with providence whether they knew a specific set of information. The demonic laughter of Lilith resounded at such a juncture as Charlemagne ignored it and continued. And we shall start with those most recently affected by the dimensional animicus as well as the one being openly opposed to us, the Apollyon Dream, and Avalon dimensions. Providence raged as the targets were set. Lilith was under suspicion due to her open opposition, while the Dream dimension was the one that was first affected. Now, the Avalon dimension was added to this as all gazes fell on them. I see, Lilith nodded as her humanoid form slowly began to transform into a valiant demonic figure. You truly did just want a war. You should have said that early and not gone about this in such a roundabout way. The rulers around her pulsed with authority and rallied around her as in pure numbers. The rulers behind Lilith exceeded any other party here. The 9 dimensions have strived together for eons and carried out a mission handed down by those before us. Providence surged around her as her visage began to enlarge and grow with power. We have now been abandoned by those very same ancestors as we must fight with our lives on the line to ensure not just our safety, but the safety of the very dimensions we called homes. This is not something I can do alone, so I shall openly seek aid from you all to fight for our homes. Her words extended to the Prana and Elysium dimensional ruler as well as Avalon and Dream. The dimensional queen truly centered herself as the point of opposition as at this moment. The balance and workings of the dimensions were on the brink. At such a time, Charlemagne rose from his throne while shaking his head. You still do not understand. It is not a matter of enemies and allies any longer. It is not a matter of if the dimensional animicus displacing dimensions will perish or if the anchors and desolate mausoleum will meet their end. It is a foregone conclusion. It is only a matter of when all of this occurs. This is because it involves something so much larger and greater. It involves the will of the ancestors in the past and the ancestors now. And these beings wish to protect and assure their interests. Do you know why there are only 2 Mikados here today? They are guarding the pylon of ascension as usual, but today they are also preparing a welcoming ceremony.